Opera Singers that we've been seeing for the past few matches?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it was very strong. So it was, Mushin was actually the number one opera singer on the China server. He was, I can't remember this exactly. He went to China during summer for vacation, something like that, when Opera Singer first came in. He was actually the first opera singer for that first season that Opera Singer was out on the mainland Chinese server. So yeah, I definitely think that he has a lot to bring to the table there. Very impressive gameplay. And as for Sprinter and Ling as well, I think both their opera singers are looking to be in very good shape. As for Omni, we didn't see any opera singer from the 100 pit stoppers, so I don't know if we'll actually see that today. But yeah, from the three teams that did play opera singer, very, very impressive. And especially for people like Sprinter and Mushin, also on the tournament server, both these players actually live on the opposite side of the US from the tournament server. So they do play on not too strong ping. I think Sprinter's is around 80 to 90, whereas Mushin's around 110 to 120. And they still manage to play that well. So definitely very, very impressive. And I think we'll see a lot of great opera singer for both Ling, Sprinter, and Mushin today. And also very curious to see if Pit Stoppers will play that as well.
Yeah, and now moving on to our map ban pick selection. It seems like Before You has lost the coin toss. CH4 will be picking the ever-slipping town to start us off with. So with this map selection itself, we'll most likely be seeing from both sides Opera Singer. Eli, your thoughts on Opera Singer at this map, and any specific place that Opera Singer may potentially excel in?
Yeah, Eversleep Town's pretty good for opera. Any area where there's any spot there's narrow areas is very good. You can dash between, you can sort of zigzag between. So when you're going down the alleyways, you can zigzag between the shadows on both sides of the walls. You can close distance that way. So this is actually a good tip for a lot of people trying to learn Opera Singer. Instead of riding through one shadow at one time, every time you dash to a new shadow, you get a speed boost, right? So you want to utilize that as much as possible. You want to go to between the shadows to close out the distance. So definitely a good map for Opera Singer players. I think both players will lead Opera Singer here. Ling does have opportunities to go something like Axe Boy or Nightwatch as well, but I think you just take the Opera Singer as your starting hunter. Both players were successful with it yesterday, 2-4 eliminations on both sides. So definitely should expect to lead that here. And Before You're banning Leo's Memory, very interesting. You think it wouldn't be too bad for them, but we did see CH4 go Leo's Memory yesterday, so I suppose it's something that they don't really want to have to deal with overall.
Yeah, and on the side of CH4 survivors, Sesame actually picked the Toy Merchant at Leo's Memory, and Toy Merchant is also viable at Ever Slipping Town too. So we can definitely or may see Sesame pick up that Toy Merchant role just for that support for his teammates kiting. As for Wilding, I don't think they may pick it this time around in BO1, but I'm not sure. Do you think 933 might be picking the lucky guy at Ever Slipping Town?
Well, I mean, obviously, we've seen Lucky Guy yesterday as a character that you can utilize against the Opera Singer. Not only is it a veterans bonus character, which is definitely quite useful when it comes to extending the kite against Opera Singer. Also, you have many items that can be effective as well. Once you're at half health, having an illusion is useful. You don't really want to use it at full health, obviously, because you run the risk of getting terror shocked in the illusion. Any character besides Magician will still get terror shocked. And then you also have things like Perfumes, which are very effective, and Pocket Watch, which we saw yesterday as well. Pocket Watch against a hunter with a small hitbox such as Opera Singer, very, very effective. So I definitely think that that would be something to consider. We also have some other veterans characters such as Lawyer and Gardener, which are actually really strong as well. Gardener with the ability to take 3 hits if they get that first chase, because they start with that first bubble for the first 50 seconds of the match. Additionally, they can gain more bubbles during the game, during the match. You go for if you're able to stand still for enough time, you can get some of those bubbles, take some extra hits. You also have veterans bonus to work with, sort of like a psychologist. If you get first chase, you're a psychologist that has a veterans bonus, which is very good against Opera Singer. And then Lawyer with that decoding is also very relevant too.
So we have that insight from Eli, and now we'll be heading into our first BO1 round 1 first half with CH4 survivors going against B4 Use Hunter Sprinter. So before we kind of dive right into this, we do see Sprinter with that Explorer ban at Ever Slipping Town. Any possible reasons as to such a ban onto CH4 survivors?
Yeah, so we saw Spencer do this yesterday with the Explorer. So obviously, Explorer is a very good decoding character. and decoding is one of the names of the games we're going against the Opera Singer. So eliminating that Cypher Rush is very, very important. We see Spencer go with a similar strategy yesterday, banning a Rescuer as well. But CH4 does not give him the opportunity to go for the follow-up Rescuer ban, so they're going to take the Officer right away here. Spencer does ban Seer last, so he actually... I do think Spencer had a bit of a small mistake in his ban picks yesterday. He opted to ban Seer too early, and it allowed them to pick a Rescuer, but because CH4 picks the Rescuer up early, Spencer is able to ban some other things out, such as Psychologist. Seer's still available to ban. He's going to eventually take that ban here, and I think the ban pick from Spencer this time around is a lot stronger than yesterday, so definitely picking up on that and adjusting, which should impact this match in his favor for sure. Pretty good comp for CH4. Officer, very stable Rescuer overall. Acrobat, very versatile character, not only against Opera Singer, but against many of the hunters in the game. Obviously, we talked about Gardener. Magician is interesting, but Magician is actually not too bad against Opera Singer as well, because if you're able to illusion in a narrow area such as a pallet, the Opera Singer does have to swing to break the illusion, which allows you to either transition or get the pallet down and extend your kite.
And we do see the finalized pick on the side of Sprinzer with this Opera Singer. And 950 once again with those veteran bonus correctors. Yesterday was Lucky Guy, today seems to be the Gardener will be in replacement for that. And with this team come overall going against an Opera Singer, how do you think the survivors may fare?
I think here, based off of the spawn, we do have a little bit of an interesting spawn. You usually see the Acrobat spawn one square to the left, closer to Corner House, but it looks like he's not going to get chased anyway. Sprinter's actually going to opt to go at Corner Gate, which does block Graveyard, so that forces the Acrobat to stay at the Geisha Gate Cypher. So if Spencer does want to rotate over to Geisha, he could chase Acro first. So that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. I'm not sure how much I like Gardener in Middle 2-Story. Middle 2-Story is usually a very safe area. You spawn that. You want to spawn a Survivor in that area that you don't want to get chased. And Gardener actually is a pretty good first chase for the Survivors because she has that bubble to work with. So spawning Gardener there... not really sure about that, but I would like to see maybe Magician there instead. But either way, I think it's not too bad for CH4. Sprinter spawning into Officer is really not ideal for him. He would love to go and chase one of these kiting characters first. Does have Magician off to the right though, so I think there's a pretty good chance he goes there. Could also go straight for Acro, considering that Acro is not going to be able to rotate and decode the Graveyard Cypher because it will be locked off.
So with that in mind, we will be heading into round one, first half in our first match of the day between CH4 survivors going against Before Use Hunter Sprinza. I'm Chocho, and with me we have our analyst Eli O bringing the live commentary of our match.
Alright, so here we go. Looks like we're going to see rotating towards middle first. Actually going to go for... Nope, he's going to teleport away here. Okay. He's going to probably go towards Geisha. No, he's going to go towards Fake Gate here, looking for that Magician, as we talked about. This is going to be one of his more ideal chase targets. Does he see the trail here? I believe he will catch trail of the Magician there. Shadow's going to rotate over towards this palleted area. Will he be forced to use an illusion here? Nope, he's going to get the pallet down. Does vault right away. Going to get that speed boosted transition away. Spencer's going to try to catch up here. Goes for the illusion. And wow, beautiful illusion, but he does teleport back in, get the hit anyways. I think Shab probably should have tried to illusion away from the teleport area. He's going to use another illusion here to avoid this first hit. And wow, that didn't hit.
And the down happens before the blink was even ready. So with the blink ready now, it should be an easy chase when this Magician is rescued for the first time. First Officer, it seems like he is rotating towards this chair at this point in time, but Cyphers are looking very, very slowly.
Yep, I think the Magician's route was also not ideal. He should have prioritized staying. Oh, the Officer gets caught off for it, but Sprinter teleports back. He actually saw the Officer, but I think he maybe either misclicked teleport or he clicked it too soon. So unfortunately for Sprinter, that will not exactly be too ideal. He's gonna dash back to the chair here. Does blink and hits the Magician, but that's not what Sprinter wanted. He wanted to hit the Officer so he could get a double down there. So unfortunate misstep from Sprinter. It does get the Magician down, but it does waste his trait unnecessarily here. So that's not exactly ideal. I wonder if we're going to see Gardener go for a chair break here since he does die in the corner. Most likely not. Yeah, they're just going to continue to decode, it looks like. And Cypher Rush for CH4 not really too good here. Sprinter's in a pretty dominant position thus far. We have 50% on one Cypher, and they're on to the last two here, but Sprinter should acknowledge that nobody's going to come for this rescue. Try to pressure down these Cyphers a little bit early.
We do see towards the S palleted area. Sprints at the center and is pushing out. Here's the Tinnitus popped out and he's back at the chair. Oh, there he is, Tinnitus being popped out here near the chair. And 933 is
Yeah, Spencer does not see the Gardener here, so he's not gonna be able to get that hit there, unfortunately. But so he's gonna go ahead and change targets, gonna head for that corner house area, and look for the Acrobat. Doesn't see them, so he's actually gonna rotate towards middle instead here. This middle cipher, I don't think it's one of their cipher teams. Yeah, does catch sight of the Gardener. Gardener actually running into the Opera Singer here, and this looks like it's gonna be a hit. Does not have a bubble. I don't know if he had the bubble almost ready, but wasn't able to get it there. That's going to be a pretty early hit. Also has him trapped in a bit of a weak area. Spencer trying to get that hit. He's not able to get it, so he's going to break the pallet. We're going to see 933 transition over to this this S pallet area. Going to take down these pallets as quickly as possible. Can't get the bubble this time, so we'll be able to extend the kite a little bit longer. But doesn't really have a lot of places to go. Does have this pallet, but does get the hit through the pallet. Sorry, a little bit of lag there. For a second, but is able to secure the down here. And ciphers are not ready. They're still at 3 cipher machines remaining, so TH4 really in a pretty weak position right now.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I mean, 933 we're expecting quite a bit of kite, but I think the tilt pressure by Sprinter using his Opera Singer is definitely showing. Acrobat should be rotating towards. No, it's the first officer is rotating towards the center cipher. And Acrobat is coming for this backdoor rescue. Sprinter still has not been sighted.
Do you not see the huh. Okay, so it looks like I think the Gardener does have snooze as well. This is a long chair here. Okay, Spencer doesn't see the Gardener. He doesn't see the Acrobat. And that's going to be a free rescue here. We're going to see the pocket watch gets used. Sesame getting hit through the pocket watch. You have to use that watch way earlier there. So unfortunately, a big misstep from Sesame. It's going to allow Sprinter to get the down here and share on the last cipher machine. Does still have trade swap to work with, so abnormal is a possibility. Teleport's a possibility. So even in Sprinter missing out on a free hit on that rescuer, it may not end up mattering, as Sesame did get that free hit of the pocket watch here. Nato needs to make sure he gets to the chair early. Got to use that bomb. Does use a red bomb, which slows down the Opera Singer here. Sprinter's not going to be able to teleport back until it disappears. And he does. Can he make it back over the chair in time? Gets the down onto the Acrobat. He did have a Shadow Clone here close enough to the chair, so he was able to teleport back. You really just see the power of the Opera Singer. I mean, it's just such a strong chase character. You have the ability to teleport back to chair, teleport to many places on the map. So even Sprinter allowing that free rescue there ends up still working out, as he just getting that officer down was so crucial. And it looking like a potential 4-person elimination at this point.
And yeah, the Remnant, right? It's kind of annoying. It's annoying CH4 to a point that right now it seems to be a 4 elimination. And the after image is just something Sprinter has full control of, putting at places that he knows that he needs to get back towards the chair. And now it's just a waiting game for the 4 eliminations happen.
Yep. So yeah, just gonna go ahead and try to find where this last survivor, the Gardener, is. Did search a chest and got a perfume, the most useless item that you could get while at half health. That is just a standard example of searching chests never actually benefit players in the way that they're supposed to. So we're going to see that he does chase onto the Gardener here, does have Blink to work with, so he can secure this down relatively quick. Maybe not wanting to use the Blink. If you see the Acrobat try to decode, you're going to want to hold your Blink as long as possible so you can teleport away. Gardener does get a bubble here, so can use this to get to the pallet. Can make it to this next pallet in time. Does get the down here onto the Gardener. Spencer still has trade swap. He's going to teleport. I wonder if he saw the Acrobat decoding. Looks like he did.
Yeah, and now Nato is going to establish a slight distance from the bomb, but will still eventually go down. Acrobat without self-heal and the Gardener with self-heal. It's just a matter of time once again.
Yeah, and you see even with the slow bomb. I'm pretty sure the Opera Singer went through that slow bomb, but it actually just doesn't matter because the Opera Singer is so fast, such a strong hunt. You see why Opera Singer is just such a formidable hunter. Even with the slow bomb there, you're still fast enough where you can secure that down before they make it to the pallet. I mean, it's actually incredible, the speed boost you get from this character. So yeah, it's just super strong here. Good start for Sprinter, good start for B4U. And just Opera Singer, you see again, ever sleeping town, because there's a lot of narrow areas on the in the alleyway. it opens up many opportunities for just quick dashes, catching up to survivors, and the kite's just not too long there. And we saw yesterday, Sprinter's Opera Singer. It did struggle a little bit in the early game against Ace, but today it's looking a lot stronger. Definitely in better shape today. So things are already looking up for B4U at this point.
Yeah, and this is definitely not ideal for CH4 considering this is their map selection. And then now with the first half, survivors got a 4 elimination, which means that Ling has to kind of return that 4 elimination. If not, in their map selection, they will be having a deficit. And moving on to their BO2 is gonna be BO4 before use map selection, and it might be a 2-0 takeover. So CH4, Ling, he only has Opera Singer to kind of work with to aim for that 4 elimination. So how do you think before you should tackle going against Ling?
Well, I mean, obviously, you know, you do what you can against Opera Singer. There's no counters, really. So it's sort of just like, well, we're just going to try to finish the ciphers as quickly as we can, and maybe we can get survivors out the gate. That's just how it is against Opera Singer, you know? I mean, we saw this yesterday. We see this in the first match today. We see this in China IVL. We see this in Japan. Opera Singer is just such a strong hunter. It's one of the strongest hunters. Opera Singer is definitely one of the strongest hunters we've seen in a while. For example, when Dreamwitch, first wave Dreamwitch was good. Started to get played a lot. Dreamwitch was the best hunter in the game for a very long time. Same with when Nightwatch came out. Nightwatch was played round 1 by most hunters. But even Dreamwitch was still prioritized a little bit over Nightwatch in some instances. Here, that doesn't happen. Opera Singer just is played over everything. Opera Singer is the best hunter in the game, hands down, and probably one of the best hunters we've seen ever released in this game. And I think Opera Singer, even when she first came out, did have some nerfs. I don't remember what it was exactly. But even with that, still S+ tier. It's so strong.
And now with our match stats, 34.4 seconds of kiting time by Xia's Magician. Definitely feeling slightly under the weather with this performance. Hopefully he's able to kind of have a redemption kite in BO2 when this Opera Singer is being banned out. But then again, Sprinter, without this Opera Singer, he still has a Dreamwitch that he is very confident and very skilled in. Something that stage 4 might potentially struggle even when BO2 doesn't come. And now we'll be moving on to our second half of this BO1 match that we're having against B4U versus CH4. So do you think, Ling actually played the Hermit at Ever Slipping Town yesterday, and very fortunately enough, he was able to snowball with that Hermit to get that 4 elimination. So, you think, you still think that he should be going with that Opera Singer regardless, and shouldn't be going for something that's more risky, high risk, high rewards, like a Breaking Wheel, correct?
Okay, well, you definitely should lead Opera Singer round 1. There's no reason to play anything else. There's no way to counter Opera Singer, so it's just the strongest hunter in the game. No reason to not play. If you don't play Opera Singer now, you're never going to be able to play for the rest of the series. So you always play Opera Singer first. Besides that, when it comes to later rounds, it's gonna be based off of score. If the teams are similar in points and in score, I think Ling will probably not play Hermit. He plays Hermit when he needs to make sort of a comeback and get a lot of kills. I personally still believe that Hermit is not particularly strong. I think there's better hunters for getting high kills. I think Axeboy and Nightwatch are just a lot more effective. So I definitely think that's Ling should prioritize those characters. If I'm not mistaken, Ling also got a 4-kill with Nightwatch against B4U last IVT. I could be wrong, could have been a different hunter, but he did get a 4-kill with one of his hunters against them last IVT. And I believe it was Nightwatch. I'd have to go back and look at that, but I think that's a character that Ling should be looking to play here. I think Axeboy is a character that Ling should be looking to play here. When I say this, I'm talking about rounds 2 and 3. He should lead Opera Singer here. For rounds 2 and 3, he should be looking at Axeboy, should be looking at Nightwatch. Again, it's Nightwatch, very effective against B4U last IVT. Also, B4U has struggled historically against the character Axeboy. And Ling, obviously, the best Axeboy in the NAEU region, hands down. Probably the best one we've seen ever in NAEU. So he definitely needs to prioritize those characters in rounds 2 and 3. As for B4U, the strategy here, just get to the end game, get some survivors out the gate. As long as you're able to secure the win for this first round, that's going to be your goal. Sprinter was able to get an early lead here, so the survivors need to continue that momentum. Even if they're not able to win, even if they're not able to tie, you got to get at least one out the gate. You just have to win the first round. That's simply how it is here. And if B4U ends up getting nobody out, and this is a 4 elimination. CH4 actually gains a slight advantage. Or actually, no, CH4 did choose map, so it ended up, before you would still have the edge because they'd be able to pick map, but it would give them an opportunity to come right back into it. So you really need to make sure you're getting at least one survivor out the gate. To do this, before you should go with at least one decoder. Link's going to lead with the officer and explorer band. So if before you wants to go with the decoder, probably will have to be the lawyer.
Seems like they are responding with their picks with that gardener as well as coordinator. Like I mentioned yesterday, Roland's coordinator, it didn't really work out in favor for them. I think for opera singer, right, it goes against transitional kiting as well as tight kiting. It makes it very difficult for survivors to kite. And Roland Autumn's coordinator, do you feel that it could potentially be a loophole that Link could potentially tackle and get that for elimination?
Well, we're going to see here how before you plays this. Yesterday they went with no rescuer, and they went with Cord as the only... I mean, Cord's not really considered a rescuer in this meta. It's more of a... can rescue, but more of a bit more of a kiter. But we saw before you go single rescuer Cord yesterday. If they go with that again, they need to fix their ban, because they need to fix their spawn, because yesterday they spawned Cord in an easy to chase area. We're gonna see Embalmer as well. This is actually perfectly fine, because Embalmer is a good character for securing a tie. That's something that they do want to get in this situation. But I think before you needs to either go Mercenary last year, or they need to spawn Cord in a really safe area. They're gonna go for non-rescuers. Cord is the only kind of rescue character here. Cord needs to be either middle 2-story or close to corner house, so they will have an area to kite. If you spawn Cord anywhere else, it's too easy for Ling to chase the rescuer first and leave before you with no options to have any safe rescuers, and it gives Ling an opportunity to snowball from that position and win the game.
Alright, so with that in mind, we have to take note of Roland's spawn location in a bit, and we'll see how Ling responds to this team comp that they have made. So in IVL, right, for China, it seems like Lawyer is becoming more of a popular V1 option, but for the side of NAEU, it seems like Gardener as well as Magicians are starting to show their faces a lot more. Is there any potential reason why this is the case?
I'm not really sure. I would have actually liked Lawyer here instead of Embalmer or Magician. I think that would have been a little bit stronger for before you, but it looks like they're not going to go for that. Yeah, Ling did leave a Lawyer open as an option. They're going to go Magician instead here. Considering that they only need to tie, having an Embalmer plus a decoder is very good for getting to the end game. I guess you don't want to have so much like easy chase targets to a point where it's just Ling can get down to like super fast to a point where you can't get to the end game, but like I don't know, I think Lawyer would have been a little bit better in this situation, but they're going to go Magician. Still perfectly fine. This comp is still okay for them. Of course, Ling is going to play the Opera Singer. No reason to play anything else here, so let's see where B4U spawns. We saw them again yesterday. They spawned their only coordinator in a shack area, which is easy to chase. Oh, they give Cord a fake gate, and Ling spawns into coordinator. B4U going with the same thing they went with yesterday, and I don't know, Chocho. This could be a bit of a problem for them. If Ling does go first chase onto coordinator and gets that rescuer down right away, they have no one that can rescue, and they also make it so Ling can sort of I guess sort of swing the game into his favor a little bit as long as he's able to pressure survivors. Now, I guess the one upside with coordinators, you do have an extended share time in comparison to the rest of the survivors. But yeah, I think Ling will definitely just try to eliminate this rescuer early on.
Yeah, I mean, with the easy chase right in front of you, Ling will probably go for the coordinator. And I think one thing that Roland did yesterday that was pretty detailed is that he actually shoots his gun before the excitement time, if there was the excitement, was ready. So
that's good.
That's something really important, and we'll see whether Roland's able to execute that once again, and whether Ling has any counter by using his movement speed to get out of the gun area. So we will be heading into round 1, second half, with Before You right now with a 5-point lead. This is between Before You survivors going against CH4's Hunter Link. Bringing you the live commentary with Chocho as well as our analyst Eli.
Alright, so let's see what happens here. Does Ling go Cord first? Actually, looks like he's not. Okay, so this ends up still being okay for B4U, because he opts to not go for Coordinator first. He's actually going to go for Gardener first, which I think is actually a pretty good target for B4U. I think it benefits them more than it benefits Ling here. So I'm actually curious into why Link didn't go for Coordinator first here. But yeah, he's going to go for the Gardener. Gardener is able to make it to this corner house area. And let's see if he's able to get this hit before they make it to the pallet. Does... it's going to be a mind game at this pallet. Does get the first hit onto the bubble there. And Link did bring excitement. He did not bring oh, he does have a shadow waiting. Gonna teleport to the shadow. Gets the hit onto the Gardener. And Gardener actually does not have a kiting build. Gardener has Tide Turner, which means that actually this is going to be very hard for Leg to kite this out. He doesn't have any sort of kiting potential without Flywheel or broken windows here. He's going to try to get the bubble. Just missing the swing there. Should be able to get a bubble here, but Ling can just kind of wait for it and get the down after that.
Alex successfully transitions within this area, and yeah, does not have Link, so Link really has to rely on his very strong kind of with that Opera Singer. But he does register with that Terror Shock, and for Denise, I believe she's not here for that gunshot.
Yeah, and either way, Link has excitement anyways, so he's gonna chair. Oh, he does die on the Magician Cypher machine, so unfortunately, it's not exactly ideal for B4U survivors. And Schmitty's actually gonna do middle. You don't want to do this. The Opera Center can just pressure the middle Cypher. So he's going to want to try to find a better Cypher machine than that. And Schmitty is forced to use an illusion as well. Yeah, you never want to be too close to the Opera Singer here. Is he going to get the hit onto Roland? Do they expect excitement here? We also see the Embalmer, I think, even getting the face of the other survivor here. Roland does get the rescue off. And it looks like B4U has... Okay, so they did only go 1 borrowed time this time around. So yesterday they went 2... sorry, they only have 3 borrowed time, so 1 star that does not have it. Yesterday they went 2 stars with borrowed time, which actually didn't cost them in the game. Ling is going to... They're going to use the coffin here. No Cypher machine nearby, so Ling cannot teleport. He's going to have to actually dash over to the coffin. So this will waste a lot of time. I think the Bomber definitely ending up being a good choice here. Leg will try to hide out as much as possible. Let's see if Ling's able to locate him early here. If he's able to locate this survivor early and secure the down, then he definitely could win the game, as they haven't started the last Cypher machine just yet. But if Leg's able to waste time hiding here, then it's definitely a possibility for... Oh yeah, Ling is having a hard time fighting this survivor now.
Yeah, and it seems to be the case. And my leg, mind you guys, is actually the Mind's Eye main in the NAU region that is very known for. So
he doesn't... Oh, he does.
His hiding game should be good, but he will be down here, unfortunately. But Cypher's wise is looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, but Ling does have trade swap, so even this will eliminate the Gardener here, and he can teleport to the last Cypher. They're going to leave the Cyphers early, which is definitely correct. You don't want to give a free teleport target here, but you do have to be careful. I think they should prioritize healing Coordinator. You don't really want to just leave your Coordinator at half health, considering especially they don't know the trait yet, which just does run the risk of excitement, which, as we know, Ling does have. So let's see if he's able to find a survivor hiding out in this corner house area. Nope, he's going to teleport back towards the middle here, trying to find another chase target here. Magician's going to start a 3rd Cypher, so they're going to spread out the Cyphers as much as possible.
So now Ling has this tonight is being popped up. I think he has seen over there at Bama. So he will be giving that to Obama. The 7th Cypher, I believe, is being booked on as well, so that he registers, and we'll see whether he's able to get the Obama down ASAP and hopefully before the Cypher's prime.
Yeah, so Paul needs to go for the mind game here. Goes for the swing, they're not able to get it there. Goes for the swing again, not able to get it. Can he get the swing? Does finally get the down onto the survivor. Will Ling teleport away, or is he going to go for the chair? The survivors, they're actually going to stop the coding. They're going to trade off here. But Ling has trade swap. He can teleport onto the Coordinator here, Chocho, and he's gonna immediately do that roll. He needs to use the flare gun early. He doesn't want to run the risk of getting the flare gun blocked. So nice job using the flare gun early here. This does get him into Graveyard. So conserving that flare gun definitely being very relevant. Ling's gonna dash, try to catch him as much as possible. If Ling gets this down quickly, he can win the game. If Roland's able to kite for a decent amount of time, Survivor should be able to tie.
Roland is that sole hope for the team, but I think Obama has another coffin that he can use to coffin the Coordinator, because she doesn't have 3, right? So I think it should be a fun game as of now, and let's see where Obama will be going towards it. I think it's going towards the 32% Cypher edge.
Yeah, but they're not decoding. The problem is nobody's decoding here. Paul is not on a Cypher just yet. Schmitty's trying to pressure the rescue, and they're going to use the coffin anyway, so it actually doesn't do much. I guess he's trying to pressure the Cypher. Ling needs to look at this last Cypher. He cannot let Schmitty just decode the Cypher for free, and he is. He actually just lets Schmitty, he's not paying attention to the last Cypher here, and Schmitty's gonna maybe get the Cypher primed, 90% of the way done here. He's gonna push it as much as possible. Not primed just yet.
Oh my gosh. Not yet, not yet. And
Is he gonna push this? It's not ready.
Oh my gosh.
Schmitty tries to push the Cypher, but it's not ready just yet. He could potentially die near this last Cypher. They're gonna all try to finish the Cypher. Schmitty goes down. Nobody's on the Cypher to pop it. Nobody's on the Cypher to pop it. Schmitty got too aggressive on the Cypher there. And now B4U is actually in a really tough position because now nobody can come for the rescue at half health unless the Cypher machine's prime, but he dies on the prime Cypher. And now the teleport trade is back online.
Exactly, and right now Coordinator does not have 3, and Bama has, but that means that Mbama is the only one that can pop the Cypher. Roland is pushing for that Cypher, and
he gets hit with detention. I mean, I guess you have to pop there, right? But
yeah.
I think you should share the Coordinator. Coordinator. I guess the problem is that Coordinator's dead on. No, Coordinator has one more chair. Okay, so you have time to work with to find this last survivor. Ling needs to chair here. Needs to find where Embalmer's hiding. Basically, the goal for Embalmer at this point is you don't want to go to gates. That's
Oh my gosh.
You should just chair, right?
I think he just doesn't want the Coordinator to stand up and then rescue the Magician afterwards, so he's gonna placement the sensor, trying to find out where
he doesn't want to let dungeon get open. That makes sense. I can understand that as well.
Wow, problems. This is gonna be crucial for that one escape. Coordinator uses her self-heal now. Ling is just kind of in a situation where he's lost and nobody's opening gates as well, Eli.
Yeah. I think he's gonna get out of Tinnitus range. So he's gonna check the gate again. He's gonna teleport here, but nobody's at the. Oh no! Roland gets up, he teleports, and now he's not gonna have any more self heal. So I think this is actually maybe what Ling needs to win the game. The question is, can he down Roland fast enough? Mind game here. Can he down Roland fast enough to get to the gate before Paul gets the gate open here? Gets Roland down. He needs to get to the gate. It's gonna be a foot race at this point between the opera singer and Ling. 50%. Paul just has to push the gate. You have to just try to push the gate. Hope you can get it in time here. 70%, 80%, 90%. Ling has to. Oh, it's on cooldown. He's gonna make it just in time. I think that one hit, and that's gonna be a one survivor out. And before you manages to squeak out the win here, I think Ling. Trying to think what could have gone differently there. Wow, that was very close. What a game.
Yeah, really, really intense. I think that last moment after the teleport happened, that kite by Roland, that was crucial. If not, that gate would not have been open. We saw that it was just that close before Ling actually makes it to the gate. And unfortunately, he actually got out of the Shadow Realm, so he had that cooldown. He couldn't get there in time as well. So amazing stuff coming from before you, able to contain their cool and able to capitalize on certain things that Ling is giving. And yeah, I mean, very, very tight situation, and before you shouldn't be struggling that much going against a opera singer having to just have a one escape.
I think that I think Ling should have chaired the coordinator, and then he gets hold his trade. Share the coordinator. You share the coordinator close to the magician, right? And then you still hold your teleport trait, right? So you share close to the magician, you hold on to your teleport trait, and then you can then just go look for the embalmer. Obviously, he didn't want to risk the dungeon opening for the embalmer. But the thing is, like, it's so hard. Like, if you ever find the embalmer at any point, it's hard for embalmer to make it to dungeon because you can just camp the dungeon. You're literally an opera singer, and then also like you just like as long as you can find the embalmer before you get to the dungeon gets open. With how fast opera singer is and how much mobility you have around the map, it's very easy to do so. So I think Link should have shared the coordinator, saved his teleport trait, and then that way you can kind of control both gates very easily. You teleport one gate, then teleport back to the other one with your built-in ability. And then that would have been a lot easier for Ling to secure the 4-kill. I think allowing the coordinator to get up and waste that time for the embalmer to get the gate open, that was the difference maker. Ling had to share coordinator there, in my opinion.
Alright, so it seems to be that there has been slight decision making that wasn't the most ideal for Ling, and ultimately has resulted in a one escape on the side of B4U. So there's a total of 6. It's a total of 6-3 in favor of B4U in BO1. So B4U has this advantage in their opponent's map selection. So coming into BO2, they need to be careful, think about what they want to ban and what characters Link can play and go against what he can. So in your opinion,
Yep.
them banning out Opera Singer, there's still a few possibilities for Link. So
Yep.
what map do you think Link will struggle slightly with this character?
The problem is usually it's like, okay, well, Link probably has, is probably going to want to play something like Night Watch, but then you also have Axeboy to consider. So if you go for a map that's weak for Night Watch, such as Arms Factory or Church, you can still play Axeboy. And that's not going to be very good for B4U Survivor. So basically, the idea is that they need to... I think their best map, theoretically, is Sacred Heart Hospital, just because it's not good for Night Watch or Axeboy. But if CH4 is smart, they're just going to ban Hospital. And then you're sort of stuck in a position where... What's really nice about Link's Axeboy and Night Watch combination is that if you pick a map that's bad for one hunter, the other hunter is automatically just good on that other map. So like Red Church, Arms Factory are not very good for Night Watch, but they are good for Axeboy. And if you go for, if you go for some other map like Lakeside or Moonlit, I mean, that's good for both hunters, so it doesn't matter. So either way, if you ban Sacred, then B4U can't really counterpick Ling with put him on a bad map. So then at that point, it's just putting Sprinter on a good map. So I think for B4U, the goal is to Sprinter has most likely Dream Witcher, Night Watcher's 2-batch options for rounds 2 or 3 here. Does have Clerk, but Clerk's not quite as good right now. That's more of a round 3 hunter, if anything. So I think Sprinter needs to focus on a round 2 Dream Witcher Clerk. In that case, going for a map, not Clerk, I literally just said Night Watch and Dream Witch. So in that case, if you want to go Night Watch, you're going to go for a larger map. If you want to go Dream Witch, you're going to go for a smaller map.
Alright, so with that in mind, so luckily for the side of CH4 Ling, his character pool is actually to his favor right now. We'll see how B4U responds after the CH4 ban in this BO2 map selection. So you know what, it used to be that Clerk was like a BO1 hunter, but then as many hunters start being released, all the hunters that used to be strong are now on the weaker end. BO3, BO4 hunters. So, with that being said, seems like hunters are getting stronger and stronger. How do you think about Fool's Gold? I mean, it will be released soon, right? So, what do you think about that hunter? And do you think it's gonna be as strong, or if not stronger, than the Opera Singer that we're having right now?
I don't even know what the hunter does. I usually don't look at new characters until they actually come out, and I need to start thinking about them for tournaments and stuff. Usually with new characters, yeah, I mostly just focus on the current tournament meta and understanding the current matches as well as I can, so I can present it to obviously everybody watching. So that's sort of my approach, is I don't really focus on new characters until looks like CH4 actually bans Arms, so we're gonna see Chinatown. But I usually don't like to look at new characters until they actually come out, and it's oh well, now I actually have to figure out what this thing does. But yeah, I mean, from what people have told me, I think it's good. I have no idea what the abilities are, but people are just oh my god, this character is so good. So I guess, I mean, they said that about Percy too, and Percy ended up being a pretty bad character. So I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, it's definitely exciting. I know a lot of people are Prospector fans, so to see that as a hunter is definitely pretty cool.
Yeah, and now with this Chinatown pick, Sprinter can definitely still go along with that Dream Witch, and on the side of Link, he has 2 options, right? Night Watch as well as Axeboy. But how does Axeboy fare in Chinatown? We do know Night Watch is pretty good there.
Yeah, both hunters are good. Axeboy does have a lot of open room to work with. Definitely a very fast hunter. So the only situation where Axeboy struggles is in 2-story areas, and the hardest 2-story map for Axeboy is Sacred Heart Hospital, as we talked about. So Chinatown's not too much of a problem. Again, being a larger open map is pretty good for Axeboy to get around the map quickly with those restless roads, and also has just good mobility in general. Night Watch as well, very strong here on Chinatown. So yeah, I think this map definitely is good for Sprinters hunters. That's why B4U went for it. But as for Ling, should also be perfectly fine for him as well.
Alright, so that's gonna be really interesting. And you know what? Since it's gonna be sometime before our BO2 ban pick happens, I have a question regarding a character that is not yet available used in the official tournament, which is Cheerleader, right? So this character, initially you said that it wasn't a very good character. It's not as strong as it seems. But right now, do you think it's gonna be stronger or actually more? Okay, when it's released and allowed in official tournaments, do you think cheerleader would be actually seen very often, or if not, it's just gonna be something that people just overlook, just like journalists?
I think it's really dependent on the hunter. I don't know. Again, I'm gonna have to actually play with cheerleader a little bit and figure out overall matchups against certain hunters. I'm not too sure yet. When it comes to rank, I've only been playing hunter recently. I've pretty much only been playing Nightwatch. So, and from that, Nightwatch seems to be very strong against cheerleader because for two reasons. One, if you use the cheerleader speed boost, once the speed boost wears off, then she walks slowly. Basically, as Nightwatch, you just wait for the speed boost to wear off, and then you just dash, catch up, and get a free hit. And so, also on top of that, with the wind ability, you also can just pull the cheerleader back, and she can't really get away. So, I think cheerleader is going to be good against characters that struggle against transition kiters, such as Bonbon or Bloody Queen. However, against something like Nightwatch, probably Opera Singer, probably Dream Witch, not quite as good. So I think that definitely opens up cheerleader for late rounds, such as round 3 once those characters are banned. But in early rounds, when you have those available on the hunter side, not going to be too good. I think in a lot of those situations, could be wrong for sure. Again, I have to figure out the matchups with this character a little bit more, but that's just based off of the top of my head and from playing Nightwatch against cheerleader. It doesn't seem too good against Nightwatch, against those early round characters.
Right, so with that being said, we will be heading into round 2 first half at Chinatown map. CH4 survivors going against B4U's Hunter Sprinter first. So we do see that first 2 bans, Seer as well as Priestess, and CH4 responded with that Opera Singer ban as well. So this time around, with Sprinter banning out the Seer first, do you think that is the correct move, considering that he might go for the Dream Witch?
Yeah, I mean, definitely a possibility. I mean, I think Nightwatch or Dream Witch would be fine here. We'll see how CH4 wants to play this. If they're worried about Nightwatch, you can go for Nightwatch counters. If you're worried about Dream Witch, you go for Dream Witch counters. Looks like we're going to see Psych and Embalmer. So right away, looks like they're more worried about Dream Witch based off of these 2 character picks here. Embalmer not quite as good against Nightwatch because Nightwatch has such good mobility to catch up to that Embalmer after using that Coffin. But very good against Dream Witch because even if you use that Coffin, the Leech will follow the Embalmer, but that means you can die to your Leech instead of the Spawn follower, which does waste a lot of time and also prevents survivors from getting injured when coming for rescues. We're going to see the Gravekeeper. Typically, Gravekeeper is not very good as one of the current rescue characters, but you don't really want to play an Officer into Dream Witch because Officer can get... well, Officer's actually banned anyway, but even if you did have it, you don't want to play Officer into Dream Witch because you can get patrollered in that watch. CH4 is unfortunately left with going with the Gravekeeper here. Spencer's going to be an Antiquarian last, so I'm surprised CH4 did not opt to pick up Antiquarian early. You kind of want to have Anti into both Dream Witch and Nightwatch, but yeah, looks like we're just going to see Acrobat as well here, so pretty good anti-Dream Witch comp. I think if anything, Nightwatch would be a lot stronger for Spencer here.
Do you think he might go for a Naiad over here? Or maybe a Bonbon with teleport? Do you think
I think Bonbon's not... I mean, Bonbons can chase anybody, including the Gravekeeper, but I don't think... I mean, with an Embalmer on the team, it makes Bonbon not quite as good. Also, a large map like Chinatown is not great for Bonbon. Naiad, also not too good. 3-hit Psychologist. Acrobat's a pretty good kiter against Naiad. Gravekeeper is a safe rescuer against Naiad. Probably makes the most sense just to go Nightwatch or Dream Witch. I think Nightwatch here, if I was Sprinter and I had Sprinter's character pool, I would 100% play Nightwatch into this team comp. It's good for this map. It's good for this team composition. It makes the most sense, hands down. We might still see Sprinter play Dream Witch, but I definitely think Nightwatch would be the strongest option just based off of the team composition.
Alright, we'll see whether that's going to be the case. I don't know, I just kind of feel like their team comp. I mean, yesterday they played a Toy Merchant, but then this time around when they're maps that are actually more ideal for Toy Merchant, they don't really pick it. In Chinatown, in Ever Slipping Town, and now with this Dream Witch being picked over here, instead you're correct, and we will be heading into this matches spawn location soon. Who do you think could be the potential chaser? Because it seems like it's kind of difficult.
Yeah, I think here, I mean, obviously you can chase any of the kiting characters. You can chase Embalmer first. It depends on the spawn. Looks like we're gonna see... Okay, so actually, Psychologist spawning at Tunnel area instead of over at Umbrella Gate. Usually you see the survivors make an L-shaped spawn where Psychologist would spawn over at Umbrella Gate, which is the bottom middle square. We're actually going to spawn in the right middle, which I think is not quite as good of a spawn for CH4, because if Sprinter does spawn, yeah, if he spawns here, then or in the top right, it makes it so the survivors will rotate into each other. But actually, Sprinter is going to spawn top left, which does block. It does block a bomber's Cypher machine. But the problem with this is that sometimes two Cyphers do spawn in the corner house area, so you might have another one to work with. I guess it's fine though, because the problem with this this spawn from stage 4, which you're about to find out, in a second, if you spawn in this area as the Dream Witch, you force the Acrobat to rotate into Psychologist and Embalmer, or go through middle and go through Gravekeeper. So either way, the Acrobat will have to rotate through Survivors, which is going to slow down Cypher Rush. And you don't want Survivors near each other against the Dream Witch, especially actually at any point in the game, she can pressure the Cyphers quite easily. So I think this spawn from CH4, Psychologist 100% should be bottom middle. I think this is potentially a misstep here, but I don't know. We're gonna find out.
We're gonna see if that's gonna bite them in the back with this spawn location. So we do have the confirmed spawns as well as personas as well as characters being picked over here. So this is round 2, first half at Chinatown. So between CH4 Survivors going against the 4 Use Hunter Sprinter. Who will bring you the live commentary here will be Chocho as well as Eli O.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to see Sprinter is going to go first chase on to the Acrobat here. Immediately, Acrobat's going to have to use a bomb here to potentially avoid getting hit. He's going to go ahead and use that right away. Does use a red bomb instead of a slow bomb there. Maybe this will allow for a hit. He is just going to miss that hit there. Not able to stay out of range of the follower. Definitely don't want to give a free hit to the main follower. Nato, he just trapped himself back here. He wants to avoid the spawn here. He uses a white bomb instead of a slow bomb. That means he's gonna give a hit. So Nato is a big mistake there. I'm not really sure the point of that. Obviously, you have to use slow bomb there to avoid that that spawn follower hit. So maybe Nato, the nerves get into him a little bit here. That's not. Nato's a very good player. That's not a mistake you usually see him make. And he's gonna have a hard time kiting out this this controller here. He times the first bite. Does have the flywheel to work with. Is going to be able to flywheel, but he does miss the timing on the flywheel there. And he had a bomb. Nacho could have just ran. He didn't have to use the pallet to time that patroller bite. He could have absolutely just he could have absolutely flywheeled the next bite and then bombed the last one and avoid getting hit by the spawn follower. But yeah, unfortunately, Nacho's going to have a big missed opportunity. Cypher Machine already down though. Very fast Cypher from CH4, so that's definitely ideal for them, but not dying to the leech here and taking 2 early hits of the spawn follower. It's definitely not too good here for CH4.
Definitely, and we will be seeing that rescue happening. It seems like it will be a very safe rescue. And Gravekeeper will just quickly take this first hit, allowing Nato to kind of establish the distance.
Not to waste a bomb here as well when Gravekeeper was getting hit, so I'm not really sure about. So that's another, unfortunately, missed item there from Nato. Now he's not going to have this item to work with. He does pick up a red bomb, so he will have an extra item to work with. I think Psychologist should heal the Gravekeeper here. Nato's going to go for the bomb over the pallet. The follower actually breaks the pallet as he bombs over it. Nato needs to bomb. He needs to bomb away from the followers, not into them. And he's going to go down for the second time here. Does have the coffin to work with, so this can get him safely off the chair. But another missed opportunity, unfortunately, for this Acrobat. And because of this, this does open up another opportunity for Sprinter to potentially win this game.
Very uncharacteristics of Nato for sure. Now we just patrol by once again. We'll see whether I'm just gonna abandon him. It's just to buy out more, just slightly more time for them to decode. And we're seeing that last cipher is not being looked on just yet. Is that 4%? It's actually silent
Yeah. We do have 2. Okay, so basically, CH4 needs to do 2 things. They need to get Gravekeeper's Leech off, and they need to get him healed. If they're able to do both those things, then they could still position themselves well for the same game. We're going to see Psychologist is going to heal the Gravekeeper here. I'd imagine Gravekeeper does have that Leech primed at this point in time. Has had a lot of time to do that. We will see one Cypher Machine go down here, but they still a lot of work to go. We're gonna see Sesame's gonna use that shovel early. I guess he didn't have the Leech Prime then, so he would not have needed to use the shovel there if the Leech was primed. Could have just put the Leech off, but looks like we're gonna see Chase onto the Psychologist next. This is a Cypher Machine that has a lot of progress, so Psychologist will want to prioritize transitioning away here. And I think Spencer maybe didn't see the Psychologist though, so this is gonna waste a little bit of time here. Still looking. Okay, does catch trail of the Psychologist now. But that was a little bit of extra time wasted, and CH4 is opening up a third Cypher, which is definitely the correct play against the Dream Witch. Sesame uses the shovel again, but wasn't getting chased, so that is another wasted item for CH4, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not so sure what's going on with Great Pupa as well as his Leech, but Xian is trying to kite for his life here and trying to buy as much time as possible, and Mama is pushing for that Hotel Cypher. Xia is kind of in a sandwich situation and able to get out really safely, in fact.
Oh, but gives a spawn follower hit. That is not ideal here. That's something you really want to avoid. We're going to see CH4, though, already pushing the last two Cyphers here, Chocho. A lot of progress. I wonder if Sesame does have leech. Okay, does get the leech off, but now does have the main follower to worry about. So you definitely want to get off that Cypher Machine. But because Sesame wasted a lot of items here and doesn't vault the pallet, you don't want to risk getting Blake Terror Shock, so I do understand that. Because Sesame wasted those shovels early on, it's a easy down, or it's an easy hit for Sprinter here because they have no way to keep themselves safe.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't really understand the play with Sesame as well as his leech that happened over there, because we saw, right, Sprinter wasn't actually controlling the leech, but Sesame just was using his item and nothing was happening basically. So a lot of missed opportunities right now, and we're seeing him possibly downing at that center area and the last few times at one side of the map.
Yeah, this was looking really good for CH4, but I think at this point, they're just I think the wasted items is really coming back to hurt them here. You need to have as many items as possible against Dream Witch. 2 bombs wasted, 2 shovels wasted, and it's really costing them the match at this point. 933 is going to need to flywheel this Blink. That's the only chance they really have here. Looks like Spencer's not even going to go for it. Just going to make sure they're not going for the rescue. Misses the flywheel as well, which means now there is no way anybody can rescue. And I think at this point in time, it should be enough for Spencer to get a 4 kill.
Yeah, so the Blink does happen. That Terror Shock as well.
He didn't have the wall there. He probably didn't need the Blink. He could have just... I think he didn't realize the wall was already broken, but... Yeah.
He was the one who broke it too, right?
Yeah.
But regardless of all of that, better be safe than sorry for whatever safe reasons there was. But 933 will just be playing this game and will surrender as a 5-0 point lead for Sprinter once again in BO2. Very flawless performance coming from Sprinter's Dream Witch, and that's something we really expect from a team like you.
Yeah, really good performance. I mean, again, CH4 looked pretty good throughout that match. I think a few things. I think if Acrobat used the bombs a little bit better and died to the leech, then CH4 would have been a really good spot in that early game. That's the first thing. Secondly, if Gravekeeper didn't use a lot of those shovels there, they would have also been in a tied position at least. We're going to see the Blink go down on the Bomber, and Bomber will not have self-heal anymore. But I think those were the big things, is the usage of the shovels and the usage of the bombs. Because of that, Dream Witch is a snowball hunter. When you waste items like that, it allows you to easily sort of capitalize as a Dream Witch player and take control of the match.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of time at this point in time for that elimination that Sprinter needs, and it is GG's. Well done by Sprinter with this BO2 first half match. His Dream Witch comfort pick. And yeah, any highlights, lowlights that you talk about for that match itself?
Yeah, so basically, yeah, obviously we talked about this throughout the majority of the game, but in the early game, I think, you know, the reason why Acrobat's so good against Dream Witch is because you can time out those patroller bites. You don't have to use pallets or windows to time out the patroller bites. As an Acrobat, you can use your bombs and your flywheel, right? So basically, for Nato, you want to make sure you, I think he canceled the first bite by throwing the pallet down. Then you want to just run away from the spawn follower. And you don't need to be at a powder or winner to cancel the bite. You can actually just run in the open and run away because you can flywheel the next bite and then bomb the last bite. And it'll cancel all the bites and you won't get stunned by the patroller. Which means that Sprinter's not able to... You saw Sprinter was standing there just waiting for the bite to activate. And if Nato just runs away and uses the flywheel and the bombs to cancel the bite, Sprinter can't get the down with the spawn follower. And so that would be a really bad position for Sprinter. So he was really relying on that patroller to work, and it did work out in his favor. But I think Nato could have, if he played that a bit differently, could have definitely avoided that and potentially force maybe a leech down, or at least avoid dying to the spawn follower that early.
Absolutely, but we have to actually kind of give them kudos for the start of the match. They actually did prioritize that center cipher, and that first cipher was the first cipher that popped by the psychologist. So they actually had the right mindset to actually approach this match going against Sprinza. But really, unfortunately, a lot of missteps by the acrobat during his kite, and then wasted items by the Gravekeeper, and things like this kind of snowball, and Sprinza was able to capitalize on them downing at the center to cipher control, map control it, and it just ultimately aided him in getting that 4 elimination that he needs.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, we really thought this match was going to be very close, and it is technically still close, obviously. You know, B4U was barely able to squeak out a win in the first round. Ling can still get a 4-kill here and make it so B4U will have to tie the last round, or at least win by, even if they lose the last round, they'll have to, okay, so looking at points, B4U is winning by, if Ling 4 kills, B4U will be up by 3 points, which means that B4U will have to not lose the last round by 3 points or more. In that case, CH4 will be able to win. So it's definitely still on the table for CH4 to come back. If Ling has a really good performance, for example, if he gets a 4-kill here, and CH4 wins the last round by 3 points or more, then CH4 will win. But if the survivors will be before you get anybody out the gate, then they will be the winners of this series.
So a lot of pressure on Ling when it comes to BO2 second half. The only option for him is to get a 4 elimination, return that 4 elimination, so as for CH4 to come back in BO3, a possible comeback. And with that being said, a second half Ling, Opera Singer will for sure be banned out since it's so strong in this current meta. So there is still the Night Watch, still the X-Boy. But he's very skilled in both characters, but which one do you think, in Ling's ability, he has a higher chance, a slight chance in getting that 4 elimination that he needs?
Well, I think it's definitely still possible. Ling has a lot of 4-kill hunters. We talked about how Axeboy is a character that B4U struggles against. He still has that as an option. He still has Night Watch available, definitely a high kill hunter, and also very good for Chinatown. So I think it's definitely, absolutely still on the table that Ling can 4-kill. We saw him almost do it in the first round against a comp that's built to get a tie. And he still has 2 hunters available with a lot of high win potential. It's not like we're going into a situation where it's like, oh, Ling only has Bonbon and Bloody Queen left, which are tie hunters. Ling still has Axeboy and Night Watch, both high win potential hunters, and both very good in Chinatown. So it's still definitely possible for Ling to 4-kill here. But even if you do 4-kill, you're still going to the last round down 3 points. So it's difficult to come back from that as well. So CH4 definitely pretty far behind at this point, but it's definitely not out of the question to make a comeback here. Ling will have to have a very impressive performance, though.
Yeah, so that's something that we can expect from Ling when it comes to BO2. He's the type of hunter that doesn't give up easily, and really, sometimes when things get tough, he's actually someone that can bring the team back together into the match itself. So we might be seeing that coming there from Ling, but you know, I was just thinking about it. Yesterday we had a Leo's Memory Bloody Queen. Is it possible that he might pick a Bloody Queen aiming for a 4 elimination at Chinatown?
Definitely not. You wouldn't play Bloody Queen for a win in any situation. Bloody Queen's a very good tie hunter, and you know, Ling needs to 4-kill, so you definitely have to go Axeboy or Night Watch. Has to be one of those 2 hunters, unless Ling maybe wants to play Dream Witch. He has played Dream Witch before, but not really one of his main options. So I think it'll definitely be Axeboy or Night Watch. Now, Chocho, while we're talking about CH4, how good is your chemistry?
How is my chemistry? Oh, we're gonna get into this.
What is CH4 in chemistry, Chocho?
Methane.
Okay.
Dude,
Okay.
you okay? Thing was that yesterday, on Eli O's YouTube channel, he realized that CH4 meant, it means it's actually a chemical formula for methane, but he
Methane.
pronounced methane as methane.
Methane
Me-
gas.
but methane. So
That's literally how we say it. Maybe that's an American way to say it. I don't know, but I was always taught that you say methane gas or methane. It's just methane as
yeah,
CH4. One carbon, four hydrogens make up methane.
but you don't ever beat me when it comes to pronunciation.
That's cap. I don't know what you're talking about.
No. I pronounce.
Okay, everybody in the chat, is it methane or however Chocho said it?
Methane.
And you guys aren't allowed to be
Methane
biased.
or methane.
Okay,
right?
I know
Methane.
that you guys all like Chocho more than me, right? But you're not
Not
okay.
true.
But no bias, just genuine honesty. Just straight up, just be straight up with us. Do you guys pronounce it methane or methane?
I remember this kind of conversation that we had. I think it was it COA?
No bias allowed.
No,
Maybe
wait, it
it
was
was
COA, and then we were arguing about this hunter's name. Forgot what's the hunter's name though.
Yeah, but that's different. That's nothing. That's
That's something. The whole chat was like backing me up.
What was that? I forgot. The Japanese hunter. I forgot what the name was actually, but.
Oh goodness. If anybody remember this, yeah, please remember us which hunter it was. I remember it was a Japanese hunter.
Yeah, it was the hunter for like AXZ or something.
Oh.
Don't-
He has an interesting name. Give me a second.
Oh, it's
Starting what?
Well, what? How do we forget this? What?
I know, right?
Oh, Deeming.
Oh, wait, how to spell his name again?
D.
Oh, DMing, and then you call it what?
DMing.
DMing, yeah. Oh,
Like you
okay.
DM someone on Instagram, you know what I'm saying? Like DMing.
You suck, bro, you suck. Anyways,
No, it actually was DMing. You're right, but DMing sounds cooler. So, anyways, getting into the match here. Looks like we're gonna of course see the opera singer band here. Coordinator auto band, and it's gonna be Seer and Pre-Seer for Ling.
Alright, so you know what, Eli, you have a very professional standpoint when it comes to picks and bans, but personally, for the side of Before You Survivors, I would like to see a toy merchant. I personally would like to see a toy merchant, and I hope to see one today. But it seems like Before You Survivors are actually gearing up for that potential X-Boy pick with this entomologist as well as a psychologist. Both work very well, I think, going against both Nightwatch as well as X-Boy, but X-Boy in particular, it's a huge counter to him.
Yeah, but the thing is, so even if you go with this entomologist, Ling obviously still has Nightwatch. That's still a possibility for him. I think he can absolutely play that here. And so now that opens up that possibility. With the team composition, Ling will ban most likely Mercenary last, and that will open up First Officer as Before You's last character. Actually gonna go forward, interesting. Because of the forward ban, I think there's almost no chance of Ling playing Axe Point now. You actually play the forward, so you can support against characters such as Nightwatch. Against Axe Point, it's not as good. You have fast pickup, and you could avoid being stunned by the forward.
And you know what? We'll be seeing the Mercenary as their stable rescuer being picked out here for Roland. And I was just thinking about that Lawyer ban. 2 seasons ago, we would have never thought that Lawyer is gonna like enter into a ban pick situation where it's being banned out, like literally right there. Like Thief, I mean, you can pretty much understand. I mean, we have MX in the SEA region, but Lawyer being a ban going against Before You Survivors, something very interesting, and we are definitely seeing that meta shifting over and over again. The non-meta characters are starting to show up more often, and super excited to see how NAEU is actually going with those kind of changes as well. And yeah, great team comp. And now Link, he has to pick between the Nightwatch as well as X-Boy. Which one would ultimately be?
Yeah, I think really should be Nightwatch here. Entomologist is so good against Axe Boy, so definitely I would prioritize Nightwatch. And Chojo, it's now 1-1 when it comes to pronunciations. So according to the people watching, I was successful.
Wow.
Finally, I was finally successful at one thing. Chojo's usually right
Thank
about
you,
everything.
Reina. One person supporting me.
Chocho's usually right, but this is the first time, guys. Oh, he's gonna go Hermit. Oh, I forgot about that. He also plays Hermit. We totally forgot. He literally did it yesterday. Well, that's.
Do you think it's the right choice?
Yeah, the DMing thing was really bad, guys. I just don't know things. Chocho's usually right about everything, and I'm not saying this sarcastically. It's actually true. I usually get stuff wrong, but this is a win in my books because I finally was successful in one thing. Anyways, so when it comes down to Hermit, it's a do or die hunter, right? We saw yesterday Link plays it as it's like, okay, I have to win, right? I have to 4-kill. So Hermit is do or die. The chances of you actually 4-killing is higher with Hermit than it is with other hunters, but it's just not a very consistent hunter. So it does make sense when you have to get a 4-kill. But I do think Nightwatch, I think Nightwatch is just a lot better of a hunter than Hermit. But yeah, it's do or die. Might as well take that risk. The problem is there is a psychologist, so there is a counter to Hermit on the team already. And that's what makes things challenging.
Yeah, so we'll see whether Ling is able to pop off with this Hermit. I mean, nothing is impossible. We've seen miracles happen. Even in IVS, Elf with the Clown going against Chinese mainland team, able to get that 4 elimination, if I remember correctly. So nothing is impossible, and Ling will show that in this match itself in round 2 second half between B4U survivors going against CH4 Hunter. And it will be me as well as Eli O'Brien, the live commentary of this match.
Alright, here we go. Let's see where Ling opts to go first. It's going to rotate towards middle. We're going to see Heartbeat picked up by the Mercenary, but not going to go... Oh, no, he's going to go for that chase. So he's going to try to get some early damage down here. Roland really using elbow pad right away. It looks like... Oh, Ling stuns the car instead of the Mercenary, so that's not ideal. Roland is going to run into the shock here. Ling's actually going to commit a little bit here to this Survivor. Let's see if he's able to get the stun at the window here. Roland is going to vault into the Hunter here, and he does get the stun. So he's going to get an early hit and early presence onto the Survivor. Now, Ling does have teleport as well, so he can commit to this Mercenary a little bit and then teleport away if he wishes. Now, Hermit's one of the very few Hunters that actually doesn't mind chasing Mercenary first because he does have the extra damage hit. Mercenary's blade effect will actually not activate. We're going to see Ling teleport immediately. He's going to be able to down Roland right away. And we were talking about how Hermit's not particularly a strong hunter, but he gets an instant down as Hermit. That's almost unheard of. And because Hermit has such incredible Cypher control, already Ling looks to be in a strong spot to maybe win the game.
Exactly, and I jinxed it real good, right? Ling being a monster with his Hermit. And it's that same chair that Elf shared someone using his clown, so we'll see whether history will repeat itself. Problems coming in, but that basic hit occurs and Mercenary is rescued successfully. With one more elbow pad, is he able to kite this out?
Yes, he can use the last elbow pad. Link does have the teleport to work with. Can Roland dodge this? No, he's not able to dodge it, and they don't have the damage spread, so Roland's going to go down right away. And again, this is what I mean by that extra damage from Hermit is so good against Mercenary because it will not activate the delayed effect. So those of you who don't know, Hermit does 0.6 damage instead of 0.5. So that's actually really important against Mercenary because it goes over the threshold of Mercenary's health. It means there's no delayed effect. And before you can pop one Cypher, but because Hermit's Cypher control does slow down decoding a lot, Ling's positioned pretty well here, and already some damage spread onto the Entomologist as well.
Yep, and you know, Ling brought that insolence for that early game, right? And right now, he's already second skill. He got that early game, hitting that early down basement, and Mercenary will be the first one that will be sent back to the mana. 2 other Cyphers look like it's gonna be almost done, but the last 2 is almost like it's barely started. Schmitty giving that tonight will be seen here, and will be that potential next chase here.
Oh, he gets the shock before the red bomb activates, so that's pretty important. This will prevent Link from using a follow-up shock. Because Schmitty needs to dodge this, but does not actually dodge the teleport there, so that's going to be a hit onto the Mercenary. And the teleport now activating for Ling. He's going to be able to go after this Psychologist. And Leg does run into the shock, so he's going to be able to get an early hit here onto the Psychologist. Going to use the teleport as well. But he misses the teleport. But Leg actually doubles back into Ling, thinking that he's gonna go thinking that he's gonna get the teleport off.
So the
might get the pallet, and Ling walks straight through the pallet, and he gets another instant down here. Ling camped the pallet so he can go for the stun, but Ling just no fear, I guess, walking straight through the pallet. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean the misstep turned out not to be a misstep. Turns out to be an opportunity, right, for Ling.
It's all a mind game.
Yeah, it's all in the mind games. So that misstep was actually a obvious thing that he wanted to do, and with Problems possibly coming for this rescue, he's the only one that can come. But I don't think Schmitty will be down, right, when Problems come for this rescue.
I don't know actually.
I don't do the math. Yeah.
Well, he's gonna take 0.3 damage, so it depends if he's at 0.7 or not. He's taken. I think Schmitty should be able to go to. I think it's gonna put him to 0.9. I think he should be at 0.6 right now. I could be. I don't know actually. I actually don't know. We're gonna find out. We're gonna see. Looks like Problems is gonna come in for the rescue, going for the after half save. Ooh. Maybe not rescuing at all actually. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna rescue at all. They're just gonna sell this survivor.
They want that one escape.
Yeah, they really want that one escape, but it's so hard because with only 2 survivors in the game and perma connecting those ciphers, it's so hard for them to actually decode fast enough to finish all of them.
Yeah, and Link right now he has this tinnitus popped off, and it's from Schmitty once again. That acrobat, one hit on him. I'm not sure whether he's gonna be down or not, but we will have to figure out right here, or whether Problems is just gonna abandon Schmitty, touch the cipher, and change that charge.
I think Lin should disconnect the 76 cipher and connect the 52, 40, and 26. We're going to see the hit on the Schmitty. Yeah, so it looks like he wasn't going down there. He should disconnect the ciphers now. So that way, wait a minute, if he disconnects the ciphers, will Problems go down to a hit?
I don't think so. I think he will still be alive, but barely alive.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. 57 here. Schmitty misses the bomb, but both into the Hunter anyways. Hits the hit there, and he is going to go down. Problems did switch, so maybe... I don't know. I guess he just want to take the extra damage. Link's going to teleport to the survivor. He doesn't actually see where Problems is. Looks like he was able to stay out of sight there. Because it is a hermit, obviously, ciphers are connected, multiple ciphers are wiggling, so Ling isn't really sure where the survivor is exactly. But at this point in time, this looks like a 4-kill for Ling, which does mean CH4 might be staying in this match.
Alright, let's not talk about it too soon, right? Eli, you have this cast the curse thing, so we just have to wait and see how this is gonna be. Problems is at the center and might be rotating towards where Link is at actually. So alright, Problems, I think he kinda sensed it already. We'll be rotating towards back to the hotel, and with this being entomology, being on top of the bees, there won't be any footsteps on the ground, so Link is kinda in a lost situation where both of them are alive, but no one's at sight. Everybody's outside of mind, and
he is okay. So I actually like this one. He's gonna disconnect the farthest 4th cipher and connect the last 3. What this does is he doesn't care if they pop the 90% cipher here, but this makes it so they can't. It's so much harder for them to pop the 3rd or the 5th and final cipher. Because it's going to be spread between 3 cipher machines. So Problems is going to push it as much as he can here, but it's going to be super slow. He actually stops decoding for a second. I think they're worried about teleport, but teleport's actually not online just yet, so interesting. Schmitty's going to use a bomb here to just make some distance. It is going to be a white bomb, and Problems back onto the cipher here. Trying to stay alive as long as possible. He's going to get the shot. Can he make it to the window? Looks like no. He's going to spread the damage between these survivors. Paul does have the option to switch, and he's going to disconnect. And that's really smart here, because what this does is now Link can red bomb, he can red shock, and then make it so Paul can't change because there's no charge on the cipher machine, and they're both going to go down here.
Nice. And Schmitty does not have self-heal anymore. Problem does. So Link is gonna be a game where he's just gonna find, it's a hide and seek at this point, to see where Problems is located at. Schmitty will be on the ground forever, and Problems is right smack at the center.
He can just check every cipher because he knows Paul was on a cipher, and he checks the first one he checks, ends up being the right one. And Chocho, wow, 4-kill with Hermit. Link does it 2 days in a row. I keep getting, I keep saying Hermit's bad, and I keep,
cast the curse.
I still believe Hermit's not that good, but Ling manages to go 2 days in a row with 2 4-kills on that Hermit, and CH4 manages to make it to a 4th round.
Yeah.
3rd round.
So...
Why did I say 4th round? That makes no sense. Third round. Third round. Yes.
The math is not mathing just like how it is in the
Apparently, yeah.
game. So yeah, Link is just showing us something extremely different. Link supremacy, in Link we believe, and with this 4 kill that he has returned back to before you, scores for BO2 is now balanced out, a 5-5, and in BO1 there is a 6-3 lead in favor of B4U. So what should be CH4's focus point when it comes to BO3?
Yeah, so I think basically, I mean, obviously B4U is already leading. B4U is in a good position because they have a 3-point lead. I think CH4 does have map selection, so that does going to benefit them a little bit here. The biggest problem for B4U right now is that I don't know if they're what do they ban? So they have to ban Opera Singer, but then how worried are you about Axeboy? Do you still ban Axeboy here, or do you ban Hermit, or do you ban Nightwatch? You have to ban one of those three, I think. And because Link still needs to make a comeback, going Hermit again isn't necessarily a bad thing. Although now B4U is definitely more prepared for it, so I think they'll probably go more counters, such as Barmaid or Psychologist again. So I don't know. We'll see which they are the most worried about. I think it does depend on the map, but I think if you're CH4, you're definitely going to pick a map that's good for Axeboy, Hermit, and Nightwatch. So based off of the maps that are remaining, definitely think something like Moonlit would be pretty good, or Lakeside probably make the most sense.
Does Sprinza have a Geisha by any chance?
He does have Geisha, but I don't think Sprinza's gonna play Geisha. I think Sprinza's just gonna go. I think every time Sprinza just is gonna go Opera Singer, Dream Witch, and then either Nightwatch or Clerk round 3.
Alright, so we'll see how's that gonna be, and whether CH4 is gonna prepare. I mean, what maps are they gonna pick? Because this time around BO3, B4U will not have any more map band advantage, but on the side of CH4, they can just pick whichever map as long as it's not a repeat from BO1 and BO2. So currently we've been seeing Ever Slipping Town as well as Chinatown being picked over here. Rather big maps, and you've mentioned whether a possible Moonlit Real Park might be picked here in BO3. We'll see whether CH4 has the exact same thinking, because it seems to be that have you been spot on everything?
I don't know. I was wait, what? When it comes, wait, what?
When it comes to everything, because your lucky guy, strange thing, you and now were like low-key manifesting it.
That was more of a joke. That wasn't really a prediction. That just kind of ended up happening. I don't know. Looking into the match stats here, we see the overall kiting. Yeah, as a mercenary, under 60 seconds is very pretty unfortunate that Rowan wasn't able to avoid those stuns. And it's not easy as mercenary against Hermit. Mercenary is technically chaseable for Hermit because of that extra damage. So Roland did what he could, but you definitely have to. I think he maybe should. I think he maybe got a little bit too confident that he wasn't going to get chased because he was a mercenary, so he let the hunter kind of get to him a little bit too soon, instead of rotating, because again, mercenary can be chased by Hermit, so that's something you have to think about. I think Ling actually wasn't going to invest too much time in chasing mercenary because he had teleport. I think he was just going to try to make the mercenary waste some items and then teleport away, but because he was able to get an early hit, then he was able to continue the chase and then go for the down.
So Ling, right, with the Hermit, and with that spawn location by B4U, you don't. I mean, do you agree that B4U actually had the right spawn location? It's just that. And do you think it was the right idea to actually go for the mercenary at the start as well?
I mean, yeah. I mean, once you get the first hit, you might as well, right? Because because there's no delayed effect because of Hermit's extra damage. So, yeah, I think it definitely makes sense to continue with that chase. And then they don't have anyone that can actually go for a safe rescue. And even if you do get the rescue, then mercenary. If you farm the mercenary, then they just go down anyways. There's no delayed effect again because of 0.6 damage. So, yeah, absolutely. I think that's fine.
Yeah, so this is gonna be a really, really intense BO3 that we'll be seeing here. So, I mean, looking at the scores, right, 63, right now it will just be a matter of points when it comes to BO3. On CH4's side, they definitely have to get at least a 1-time 4 kill by the hunter or 1-time 4 escape by the survivors. Is that correct?
So they're down 3 points.
Work.
So a 3-1 and a 5-0. So it basically has to be a 3-1 or 5-0 or better.
Wow.
Because it's a 3-point deficit. 6-2 would work. So essentially, okay. Unfortunately, there's a lot of different win conditions. So so I'll explain all of them right now as best as I can. So one of them, CH4 will win if they get a 3 escape and a 3 kill. They will win because they'll have 4 points. They'll be up by 4. They'll be up by 1 because they get 4 points back. So if CH4 gets a 3 escape and a 3 kill, they win. If CH4 gets a 4 kill and a tie, then they also will win. If they get an 8-1, then they win. And if they CH4 gets a, like for example, a 1 escape and a 4 kill, then they will be tied. So basically, I'll just give you B4U's win condition. That's so much simpler. Basically, B4U's win condition is if they tie the round, win the round, or lose the round by only 2 points, B4U wins. Anything else will either be a tie or a win for CH4.
Understood. All right. So with that being said, we just have to.
I probably didn't explain that very good, but.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So
okay.
For BO3 first half to just end completely without a second half, right? Is it a 4 kill from Sprinza or 4 escape from the survivor side and it's completely game over, correct?
Sorry, what? Say it again. What happened?
Like, okay, for BO3 first half, for BO3 to end just in the first half, it means that Sprinza, if he gets a 4 kill or survivors of the before you gets 4 escape, it's a game over, correct, for stage 4?
So if there's any 5-0 for B4U, the game's over. If there's any 5-0.
This is gonna be tough if Sprinza's gonna come up first because he's been consistently getting that 4 elimination going against CH4 survivors. So coming into BO3, CH4 definitely they have to think this through, and they will be picking the Red Church going against B4U. So what do you think CH4's train of thought is at this point in time?
I don't really know because I think like for Red Church it's fine for Axeboy, but it's not really good for anything else. I mean, the only thing that Ling could want to play here is like Bonbon. No, probably Bonbon. But you kind of have to win, or you might have to win. So I don't know. That's really, or you probably do have to win. Your stars would have to 4 escape for you to not have to go for win. So I don't know. That's really that's an interesting choice here. I wonder if let's see, does it put Sprinter's Hunters at a disadvantage? I guess it's not too good for Sprinter's Nightwatch, but he could still play Clerk, right? So I don't really know. I think that this is an interesting choice here from CH4. I think Ling's probably trying to play Bonbon or Axeboy, but I feel like B4U now has easy bans. They don't have to think anymore. They can just go Axeboy and Opera Singer ban. And then Hermit's not very good on Red Church, and Nightwatch is not very good on Red Church. So if you're B4U, you don't have to actually ban those hunters anymore. You can just go for the Axeboy and the Opera Singer at this point.
Okay, so that's gonna be really interesting to see what is it gonna be ultimately for the side of Ling as well as Sprinza. Looking at our win condition, it is correct as long as B4U gets. So I believe Sprinza is coming up first if it's 0 escape.
Yeah, Sprinza's going first. So that makes sense. I think B4U should send out their hunter first. I agree with that.
Alright, so Sprinza will be seeing Sprinza first going against CH4 survivors, and they need to get at least a 3 escape. Escape? 2 escape? 1 escape? Actually, 1 escape and then like a 4 kill.
This is. I'm pretty sure this is your way of telling me I didn't explain the win conditions very well, which I definitely didn't explain them very well, so I apologize. Anyways, basically, okay. So basically, they need at least 1 escape. If they get 1 escape, then Link can get a 4 kill, and the series will be tied. If they get a 2 escape, then Link can 4 kill, and CH4 will win. If they get a 3 escape, then Link can 3 kill, and CH4 will win. So basically, they need to get at least 1. That's it. You have to get at least 1 escape here. That's the bare minimum. And then if you don't get a 1 escape, then you want to at least... If you can get more than a 1 escape, then you want to try to push for a 3 escape, because then Ling only has a 3 kill.
Wouldn't that be a 6-2 then?
Yep. And then they'd have 4-point lead, because B4U is winning by 3 points right now, because there's 6-3 in the first round. So a 3-1 and a 3-1 in CH4 server would be 6. Would be give them 4 points back.
Oh my goodness. So but best case scenario is CH4 getting a 4 escape, right, going against Sprinza.
I mean, technically yes, but
there's gonna be a huge switcheroo when it comes to results, because in BO1 and 2, CH4 server have been consistently getting 4 eliminated by Sprinza. And coming into this, we do see 2 very recently common picks by the NAEU region, Gardener as well as the Lawyer. Lawyer understandable, but the Gardener. So Do you think they are trying to go against his clerk with this picks? A coordinator as well, Eli.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think they're trying to. I think they're basically their mindset is like he's probably not gonna play. What's that one character? Night Watch, because Red Church is not a very good Night Watch map. So they probably are trying to counter the clerk. And technically Gardener and Lawyer are, I mean, Lawyer is pretty good against clerk. I mean, any veterans bonus character is usually pretty good. They're going no Tide Turners, or no Stable Rescuer, I guess. Prospector here from Notch, I would imagine. Could be pretty good against clerk as well. But I don't know about Gardener here. Gardener's interesting for sure.
Yeah, really unorthodox.
I think they're
What's
going
up?
for like a struggle play. So if you break the chair, then the survivor dies inside the church, then they could potentially struggle free.
Oh.
Or if the survivor dies inside church, prospector can harass and also help them struggle free that way as well.
Yeah, that is totally possible. This is a team fight composition that we're seeing here, and with that lawyer, hopefully he's not the first shift so that he can cipher rush throughout, but Sprinzer should recognize that fact and might potentially just go head on with that lawyer. Or maybe actually, even if he goes for prospector, you kind of eliminates that harassing factor. It's kind of annoying, right? If you could decide to chase the prospector, there's this gardener that can break the church. You chase gardener, there's this prospector that can harass you. If you don't chase both of them, they're gonna come and annoy you until like you wanna flip. So it really is a battle of mind games as well as being patient when it comes to battling out in this BO3 first half. We'll see how Sprinzer reacts with this ban picks, and will he still go for that Night Watch, or if not, a clerk?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because Night Watch obviously is not too good at Red Church, but this comp it's not exactly easy for Clerk because she does struggle with the harassment plays. The struggle free plays are pretty good against Clerk, so I'm interested to see how Spencer approaches this. I don't think Spencer wants to play a tie hunter. I think you want to try to get as many kills as possible. Like you could technically go Bloody Queen or Bonbon and try to tie, but I don't really think that's too strong because if you do get a tie, and he's gonna go Naiad, so he's gonna go a tie hunter actually, that is interesting. I think Naiad does play around the struggle free strats a little bit better because you can water off areas and force the prospector away, but you do still play into Gardener a little bit here as well, so that's something you have to think about. But Naiad's a lot better against veterans bonus characters because she can just throw the trident and dash and catch up right away. And so that's probably the reasoning for Naiad here, I think.
Yeah, so we are looking at the spawn locations now. Naya will be spawning at the middle broken area. Right in front of him, we do have the prospector at the center, coordinator at the front gate, and lawyer at the shack area. We'll see ultimately which one he decides to chase. And do you think they brought any Tide Turner into the match? And who has that Tide Turner?
Probably coordinator, I guess. I mean, there's no, like, I guess maybe Gardener could. You could go, like, one character, no borrowed time. Like, you could go, like, Gardener not having borrowed and just having, like, broken windows plus Tide Turner. And then just sort of go from there, but I'm not really sure. It's going to be interesting to see for sure how this plays out. And you also do have coordinator that can rescue as well, so it's not too bad. Spencer might have excitement as well against Cord and Prospector. We will have to see. But this is going to be the first half of the third round of B4Us versus CH4 in the semifinals of the NAEU IVT. My name is Elio, joined with Chocho, and we will be bringing you the live commentary of this matchup.
And we are beginning this match itself. Seems like he's going for that lawyer at the shack area. Will be rotating towards that back gate. 933 is on that gardener and is giving that Tinnitus as well. So we'll see how Sprinzer actually catch on that the gardener is. I think he saw the footsteps. 933 trying to hide this out, but that bubble is definitely huge. So Sprinzer will be chasing 933 and rotating towards Sesame Cypher.
Yeah, so at this point, you're just gonna force a bubble hit, which is definitely the right play. You want to stay near this window and try to get into the church. If you can make it to church here, that's super strong because the Naiad can't really loop that church window. 933 needs to make sure they don't give a water hit. They do have flywheel to work with. Oh, that does connect actually, and is now going to take this boost and now go to church. Blink is online here, and they are going to transition through this church area, so he's going to try to catch up as quickly as possible here. It looks like Nato is in the area here to potentially go for this harassment. Can he get the stun here? And this is super important for him to get the stun. Does get the stun. This does allow the survivor to make it away, which means that Spencer can't use the blink right here. So that is actually going to extend, delay the blink a little bit longer. So nice job, nice support from the survivors. If Gardner can force out a blink, this gives a lot of knowledge to CH4, but there's no excitement. They're going to evolve this. Does get the speed boost. Can they flywheel this? Oh, they flywheel the swing. Can they make it to the pallet here as well? Spencer goes for the swing. Doesn't get it. That is a big moment here, Coco. The Cyphers are moving along quite effectively as well. Can Knife control this pallet as well?
He does
make it to the pallet. And we really see why this 933 player is such a strong kiter. We talked about this yesterday. Is now kiting one of the best hunters in the NAEU region pretty effectively. Spencer needs to get this down relatively quick here. I don't think he's gonna be able to get the trident back in time here. This kite extends even longer. Already looking like a 3-cypher kite here.
Goodness.
Can he get the gets the bubble?
What?
But I don't think they can make it to a pallet in time here.
I think he will. I don't think he will.
Oh, he hits the bubble. He hits the bubble instead. What's going on?
I don't know. None of our predictions are right, and now Nato for this harassment once again. It's a short stun, but it is enough for 933 to actually rotate over. And now he kind of just stood there. I'm not too sure why, and it will be down at this area. Will Norton come for that support once again?
I think not. I think they should prioritize Cyphers because it's a 3-cypher kite, right? So if you prioritize Cyphers here, you have enough Cypher progress to win the game. So CH4 should be able to 3-escape this as long as Coordinator is gonna instant rescue. Really?
Okay, I think they're gunning down for that 3 escape especially, so I think it's still fine. The Tide Turner is in effect, and none of the Cyphers are actually being interrupted too. I think it was just for that safe rescue. So 933 just trying to kite this out without the blink, and things are looking great for the side of stage 4.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see how long they can last before this. I don't think they have much to work with. Can they get the bubble?
Wow!
They get the ball, but they do get the hit there. They got the bubble right as the water was hitting 100 there. They are going to secure the down. So we're just going to get the down. But the last Cypher is at 60%, and they don't die. They die away from the last Cypher machine as well. I think they should go for a double rescue. Go for a double rescue just to secure this. Spencer does have trump card here, so he's not out of this just yet. A tie is still a possibility. I guess... Yeah, it looks like we're going to see Prospector come. I think they should have 2 survivors come for this. Yeah, Sesame's going to come here as well. They're just going to get a safe rescue. Last Cypher machine, 95. It's going to be ready, it looks like.
Yeah, short stuns, but mind you guys, this guy can't get Terra Shock, so... Oh, just trying to buy... Okay, 99% Cypher. It is primed and ready. The back gate will be open very soon after the Cypher is popped. Now,
I think they should go for the pop. They need to pop the Cypher now so he doesn't get watered off. They go for the pop, but there's no borrowed time on the Gardner. There's no borrowed time on the Gardner. And now Spencer can actually get a tie.
Exactly. This is something that we didn't really foresee. And now Nato as well. Sesame just caught up at the graveyard area right in front of Spencer. He can definitely get this tie, I think so. And Sesame, does he have flywheel? He doesn't.
He does. Spencer misses the blink. Spencer actually misses the blink. I don't know if it's actually gonna matter. Because
the dungeon is
here, but can they? I think Spencer can just kind of trap him here, right? Yeah, he is gonna secure the down anyways. 2 survivors out the gate here. Stage 4 does manage to get a tie. A 3 escape would have been so much better for them. But Spencer, that is so crucial that Spencer was able to get a tie from this situation. If he doesn't get a tie there, and that's a 3 escape for CH4, then if Ling gets a 3 kill, then CH4 wins. Now Ling has to 4 kill to win. So basically, it comes down to 4 kill or nothing. If B4U gets 1 survivor out the gate, let me do the math. Yeah, if CH4, if B4U gets 1 survivor out the gate, they will win. Now Ling has to 4 kill. If Spencer got 3 escaped, if CH4 got a 3 escape, then Ling would only need 3 kill. So now things are a lot more challenging for Ling here. Yeah, I think CH4 should have popped that a lot sooner. I also think Coordinator should not have used the flare gun. If Coordinator doesn't use the flare gun, they can use it for the next rescue and then go for the pop because there's no borrowed time, right? You can use the flare gun and go for the pop in the second rescue. But Coordinator didn't do that. She used the flare gun for the first save. And I think that was probably the only mistake that they made that match.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, really unfortunate, right? It was a clear more than three ciphers kite for sure, and that was a winning position for the side of CH4 survivors. But really, unfortunately, because of that early rescue, yeah, for sure. Right now, I think about it, Coordinator could have just held onto the gun, and if Sprinzer just have that distance. If Sprinzer wants to harpoon you out, then the moment he retracts it back, you shoot the gun, you can still manage to get that rescue regardless. So, I think, yeah, a little bit too urgent when it comes to that rescue, and he didn't actually die at the last cipher as well. The last two ciphers were at the shack as well as the back gate. So, yeah, that was a way too early rescue. Like, I think definitely time do matter in this case, and it might have been possible that 93 didn't have to see that chair so early as well, the second chair especially.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so what's interesting as well is, again, because he used the flare gun early, like, the corner has tide turner, right? So if you go for the flare gun early, you're not really buying any time. If you go for the rescue with tide turner, it's so much better because you get the rescue with tide turner, and then even if you instant rescue with tide turner, that's still enough for a win. But using the gun was the problem. You have to save the gun for helping the gardener escape the second chair, because there's no borrowed time, right? So that has to be the game plan. And yeah, not having borrowed time there, obviously. And CH4 went for the cypher pop like they had borrowed time, like they would have borrowed time, but they didn't. So that's, I think that they might have just forgot again. This happened with B4U yesterday. You're so used to having, you're so accustomed to having this borrowed time on your persona web, but when you get in a situation like this, it ends up not mattering. But you have to also consider excellent kite from 933, 157 seconds against Sprinter here. Against Sprinter, such a strong hunter player. In fact, they're able to kite this along with a gardener character is quite impressive for sure. So excellent job from 933 overall. And yeah, I think just the early rescue, not using that flare gun, was the only mistake CH4 made, but unfortunately it was the most crucial one.
Yeah, the one that could have lessened the pressure onto Ling when it comes to the second half. But luckily enough, at least it's not a full elimination that completely would have thrown them out of the match. And Sprinzer with that filled bling, very uncharacteristic as well.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't usually see Sprinzer.
He pulled a Mushin. He did the same thing yesterday.
Yeah, he put a Mushin. But yeah, I mean, still good job, well done on the side of Sprinzer, able to secure a tie situation when he was in a possible losing position. So great that he was able to capitalize on that. And yeah, and 933, man, like, it comes to show, right, how efficient he is using that gardener when it comes to kiting, the usage of the bubbles. Sprinzer also slightly impatient when it came to trying to down the gardener, keep hitting the bubbles instead of waiting it out. So, yeah, a bit of missteps from both sides, but ultimately congratulations for this first half to Sprinzer. But now we have to move to the second half, where Ling has to and must get this 4 elimination to kick B4U out of this top 4 and stay within the top 2 and go against whoever will be winning the next match for that grand finals.
Yep. And yeah, I think Sprinter also, like, knows that. I wonder if Spencer knew they didn't borrow time. I guess he should know, after he saw Flywheel plus Broken, he should know that there's no borrowed time. So yeah.
They got him with Flywheel at all?
Yeah, they did Flywheel that one time, remember, where they vaulted the pallet, and then he went for the blink, I think, right? And they Flywheeled or something?
Yes.
I think that was the, yeah. But either way, yeah, it doesn't matter. So if we get down with that's where not having borrowed time really sort of hurts, right? Like, it's good in some situations when you extend your kite so much longer. Then you get a situation where you get to the end game, and it's like, well, that's unfortunate. Because if Gardner does have borrowed time, I think CH4 probably 3 escapes, right? But then, because you don't have borrowed time, then it's a lot more challenging. And obviously Sprinter was able to turn things. So excellent job from Sprinter, able to make that comeback. That is not easy to do, especially after that first kite lasting so long. Yeah, you see the win condition here. B4U gets 1 escape at all. They will be the winners here. If Ling manages a 4 kill, then CH4 will win. It all comes down to this.
Yeah, and at the start of today's match, we actually talked about how close these two teams are. Close as in terms of skill level and the fight between them when it comes to matches itself. Very, very intense, and we are actually seeing a comeback from the side of CH4 from BO2 onwards already. So hopefully they're able to maintain this and win CH4 ultimately. We've been seeing CH4 in the grand finals year after year, after IVT after IVT. So maybe this time around we might be seeing a new face, CH4 coming into the grand finals, and I know you guys are all very excited for the next match, which is FZN versus Omni, a redemption match, I would like to say, for FZN. So I'm super excited for that match. But for now, we have to focus on this potentially... Sorry, this confirmed last half, right? Yeah, the confirmed last half of today's first match. So do give your support to your respective teams that you're supporting, B4U, or if not CH4 Ling specifically. So we'll see what it's gonna be. But Eli, I have a question. For the side of B4U survivors, right? They have 2 hunter bands. What do you think it should be? I mean, Opera Singer for sure, but what do you think could be the second one?
I think they should ban Axe Boy and Opera Singer because Hermit is not too good on Church, and neither is Nightwatch. You saw in the last round, I think Spencer would have loved to play Nightwatch, but obviously Red Church Nightwatch is just not very strong, so he opted to not go for that. So I definitely think that the Nightwatch is not something you need to ban, and the Hermit is not something you need to ban because Chinatown Hermit is a lot better than Church Hermit. Church Hermit is not very good. So I think that definitely they should be banning Opera Singer and Axe Boy here.
Opera Singer and Axe Boy. Alright, we'll see how they return with that ban on the side of survivors. We'll see whether it's going to be that Opera Singer as well as Axe Boy, or if not, something different. Hermit.
Oh, they banned Hermit, so that means Link gets to play Axe Boy here, which is interesting.
Yeah, Entomologist is globally blend out as well, so it opens that.
Yes, that's actually that's really good because now that they can't go Ento, they actually don't have that counter anymore. So I guess I mean, banning Hermit is also acceptable. Like, you're sort of thinking like, well, after that last round, we don't want to have to deal with Hermit again. We don't want to have to deal with the possibility of that, you know, that do or die 4-kill character. So they're going to limit that as an option. Even though Hermit's not that good on Red Church, it's still a possibility for Link to 4-kill with Hermit, so you don't want to give that opening. So instead, you do give the opening to Axe Boy. You also give the opening to Nightwatch, but Nightwatch, of course, we talked about, not quite as good on this map. And then Link still has things such as Bonbon or BQ, but because you have to 4-kill, probably not going to see one of those hunters.
Yeah, so we just have to wait and see. And of course, before you survivors, character selection here will be very important. We do see them securing the first officer as well as anti-Korean, very strong rescuer as well as harasser coming through here. Now, before you, they, from what I remembered, they do have a composer, a lawyer. So yeah, it seems like they are responding with that composer pick, probably on my leg, to get that speed speed boost when it comes to decoding, and speed boost when it actually comes to kiting. So actually, composer versus lawyer, right? Which one do you think is a better character?
Well, definitely lawyer is better, but composer is usually good in maps that have really strong like kiting areas. You can just spawn the composer straight into that kiting area, and you don't really have to worry about them dying quickly because they have a lot of area, they have a good kiting place to work with, and they can loop the area with their speed boost, such as Hotel on Chinatown, such as Big Boat Lakeside. But you don't have that option on Church. There's no like broken kiting area on Church, so composer's actually not very good on Church. But they do want to go for at least one survivor out, so having a Cypher Rush character is important. So that's why they're going to opt for a composer here, and I think that's fine. I agree with going for a Cypher Rush character, just trying to get at least one out the gate, just getting to that end game. Again, while composer's not as strong on Church, it is a character that can help you. Decoding characters can definitely help you get to the end game a lot easier.
Yeah, so we do see the confirmed picks for the side of survivors, and Ling, he gotta think this through. All right, so the possible options here for him is definitely an Axe Boy. There is still open on the table, and like you mentioned, Bonbon BQ is just not viable in this case where he must get a full elimination to get that win going against B4U. So Ling, how is he gonna respond? Just like that, he's just gonna pick an Axe Boy. And
well, there's no
Axe
Boy counters, so I think it would make sense. But
and if it's Axe Boy, who do you think he should be going first?
Well, I mean, you can kind of chase anybody. I mean, obviously you want to chase the decoder first if possible, but you can't technically chase anybody. So yeah, I think it just depends on where you spawn, and there we go. It's gonna be the Axe Boy from Ling. So now the big thing is the spawn here. Ling's gonna try to predict. Ling can do two things. He can spawn sort of like in one of the middle squares on the side and sort of just see where the survivors are and just try to choose one. Or he could try to gamble and spawn close to the composer. If he does predict that properly, then that could be really good for him. But let's see. Looks like Composer's Composer just takes middle anyway, so we'll see if Ling spawns. He's either gonna spawn either red carpet or I think back right, top right square, back gate. I think that would make the most sense here. And let's see.
Hopefully he spawns at the top right. Oh,
he's gonna
be spawning at the top left.
You usually don't spawn here because the rescuer almost always spawns middle broken, which is the middle left square. So now you can only chase the person at shack unless you want to rotate farther away, which takes more time. So that's why you usually want to go top right or middle bottom. But Lings, yeah, they're just gonna go top left, I guess.
Yeah, and I think a lot of us have been anticipating this X-Boy. This is his first X-Boy in this current IVT Autumn 2023, and we'll see whether it is as strong as we've remembered and whether B4U can go against Ling's X-Boy once again. In a previous IVT, I think they didn't really see much success going against Ling's X-Boy, but they just need a 1 escape, and Ling needs a 4 elimination. Stakes are a lot higher for Ling, and pressure is definitely on him as well. We will be heading into round 3, second half, the last half of our first match between B4U survivors going against CH4's legendary X-Boy, the player Ling. And I'm Chocho going against, I'm Chocho and Eli. I will bring you the live commentary of this match.
So here we go. It looks like it's gonna be Ling's gonna go for Antiquarian first, which is probably the one target. I mean, obviously you can chase it, but it's probably the one of the chase targets that's not quite as ideal. I feel like Acrobat and Composer are slightly better, but yeah, it looks like B4U also has one flywheel, so they're actually expecting Night Watch potentially. But let's see if Pablo can dodge the flame. Is able to dodge the flame, does get the stick off as well, and is able to avoid that hit. He has one more stick to work with and does get the stun there. Will he continue to chase Antiquarian, or is he going to change targets here? Looks like he's just going to stay on this survivor. Does have peepers as well, so no blink to work with for Ling here. Does have his flame to work with. Does get the hit onto Paul. Paul was unable to dodge it. He's going to try to transition away here as much as possible. Another peeper just going to slow down Schmitty's decoding progress. Let's see what they can do. I think Paul does pick up a purple here. Yep, he's going to pick up purple. Ling's going to take the vault. Paul's going to go for the stun. But he needs to dodge the purple here. He has the purple on the window, and he gets purple hit. He gets purple flamed at the window there, and Link's gonna get a pretty fast down here. Doesn't even need the blink. And he can also chair on Schmitty's Cypher. Does have peepers to control the Cypher rush as well here. So already Ling has a good start here.
Exactly. Whatever purple hit is, this is definitely a good step in the right direction for the side of Ling. This is what he needs to aim and get and gun down that 4 elimination that he desperately needs for his team to win against the B4U. They haven't seen success in beating B4U in the past tournaments, so this is gonna be really interesting, really intense. And our first officer is the one with the tight turner, and he is at the shack area. Ling doesn't really want to rotate out of this area, and Schmitty has already rotated to his second Cypher at the graveyard area.
Yeah, Ling needs to pressure Cyphers here. He needs to sort of like, okay, he has wanted order on the officer, so he can kind of like see if the officer's coming, but he doesn't have Tinnitus, so he should know they're not rescuing and pressure Cyphers at this point. And so he's gonna go do that now. Oh no, now officer. See, the thing is, he has to watch out for officer. You definitely don't want to give a free save there. Ling also used a lot of peepers, which means that it's gonna be a while before he's able to trade swap. But yeah, looks like he knows they're not rescuing now. He's going to go for the officer and maybe try to bait out a pocket watch. I don't think you want to waste a whole lot of time chasing this survivor, just because. And really early watch here from Roland. So that's exactly what Ling actually wants, to bait out that watch.
Yeah, and we do see that the 6 Cypher is also being decoded, so Cypher progress is actually pretty much spread out, and Link needs to get a fast down to Schmitty. Will he be able to do that? We gotta rely on this firebomb. That will be happening.
Oh, so
but
close there.
that vault, sorry, not the vault, the jump, the stem set by Schmitty, able to do that, but he might be, but he might be able to be down here on Mylic Cypher if Schmitty does a misstep here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Schmitty leaves graveyard. That's a strong kiting area. You usually want to like utilize graveyard as much as possible. Schmitty's going to use a slow bomb. He needs to dodge this flame here. And he is able to dodge the flame, and Ling did walk into the slow bomb there, so Schmitty is definitely doing a good job, able to get the vault off in time as well. That's a really big play that Schmitty was able to avoid that there. If Schmitty went down to that flame, I think it would have been really hard for B4U to work out of that position, but now this kite is lasting pretty long here for the Acrobat.
Yeah, and Flame Slide to get that speed boost, and will be downing the Acrobat at the middle broken area. Any last ciphers here, we're not too sure, but none of my leg. My leg is
really
doing the back broken.
Yeah, he's really trying to. Oh, but he can take him to basement here too.
Wow.
Now I don't know if this is as good as it looks, because you do have a first officer that can use the watch to make it to basement to get that rescue. I actually think it might have been better for Ling to actually chair on the cipher machine instead and pressure the cipher. Roland's coming super early though, Chocho.
Using his watch early as well.
Yeah.
Right, missing that
the hit. And looks like he's gonna go for the rescue now. Yeah, see, this is why sharing basement isn't quite as good, because officer can still make this rescue. I think sharing on the that cipher machine, the composer cipher, is a little bit better here.
Okay. Is he gonna gun down anybody, or just gonna focus on Schmitty?
Oh, he's gonna change to Roland. Does he? What's going on? There's a bit of lag there.
Yeah.
Okay, he is gonna get the hit onto the survivor there. Ling needs to not drop any more peepers. He needs to try to build up his trade. He's actually gonna change targets again. Go for the composer. He really needs to try to obviously 4-kill this game. Oh, he pulls the flame a little bit early. He's gonna now look for Schmitty. Does he see him in the distance? That's gonna be pretty important here. Ling needs to like go to the last cipher and not share here.
He has to, right? He doesn't have trade sword as well.
He's gonna try to share on the cipher, but I don't know if that's gonna matter here.
There's no chair here. There's no chair here.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be able to finish the cipher machine. This chair's already been used. Oh, there's a chair here actually. But cipher machine is prime. Yeah, he needed to go to that a lot sooner. Flame onto the. Oh, he gets the flame down. Can they pop? No. Oh, but he gets the pickup. He gets the pickup before the pop activates. And we're having the exact same situation we saw in the first round. Ling wasn't able to 3-kill from that, but let's see if he can do it. Ling can wait for trait, and he can just blink the composer. He can just wait for trait off and blink. Yeah, the stream's still.
But Miley is trying to run for his life using his speed boost, using his equipment, and Miley able to vault over, but he has trade swap. He's not gonna blink just yet. Yeah,
I think
Miley.
Ling should just blink.
Just trade swap. What? Don't give any chance, Ling. You need this 4-kill. He has blink now. But he missed.
Flywheels the blink. Flywheels the blink is able to avoid that. That might be the difference maker here. I think Ling needed to bait the flywheel, needed to swing once, and now, yeah, I think this is going to give enough time for Roland to actually open the back gate. And I think that Ling had it, but a big bounce like this up there, and yeah, this is going to give enough time. B4U should be able to get one out the gate here at this point. And they're barely, B4U's going to, we see the exact same situation as the first round. B4U's going to barely week out the victory here, as Roland is going to make it out the exit gate. So what Ling needed to do there is he needed to swing like he was going to blink, let him flywheel, and then you blink, and then you secure the down. And that would have been the 4-kill actually. But yeah, and another situation in which what's so interesting is if you look into the first half of this third round, if they get a 3 escape and Ling 3 kills right here, DH4 actually wins, right? But if you and then if Ling baits the flywheel and then blinks, DH4 also wins. Yeah, everything had to go perfectly for B4U, and they did manage to work things into their favor at the very end there. Excellent job. That flywheel was so crucial. Excellent job. It's really hard to flywheel a axe because of how fast he swings. So excellent job from Leg to get that flywheel. That one flywheel is actually the difference between the win and the loss for B4U there.
Yeah, and as a low-key fangirl of Ling, I think it was a very hard watch. I mean, as for us, I mean, we definitely did see the potential for that change, the quick blink swap and trade swap for that blink hit to happen, but Ling decided to be a lot more patient in that situation, and it kind of resulted in first officer having enough time to self-heal. and ultimately getting that one escape. But regardless, though, I mean, before you, even though it was very, very close, they ultimately still win, and hence congratulations to before you to reaching into the top 2 for our grand finals for the third match of today. And unfortunately for CH4, this will be the end once again, falling so slightly shorter whenever they go against before you. So hopefully this is not the last we'll be seeing them, and we might be seeing them once again in COE qualifiers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, such a close game. What a game, really.
Yeah.
That was super intense, super close at the end there. And it actually comes down, B4U wins, I think by 1 point, right? 6-3 in the first round. In this round, CH4 actually wins this round.
Literally 1 single point.
B4U wins by a single point here. Yeah.
Yeah. Really, really unfortunate. So close, these two teams. I mean, this is what we expect, right? From top 8 to top 4 now. This is the kind of a matchup that we are supposed to expect. I mean, look at the flame shot, right? I mean, look at the replay right now. The flame shot onto that first officer, that was the crucial turning point for that fall elimination. If not, anything else could have gone sideways. So, so interesting, so intense, in fact. And congratulations to before you, and also for Mylik for the great flywheel, right? I mean, he actually managed to flywheel the blink and control himself from doing anything exceptionally wrong. Yeah, so
14-13.
Yeah, so close.
I definitely think that Ling also, if he switched to blink sooner, because he kept like breaking the pallets for like the first couple pallets, and he didn't blink for a while, right? If he did that sooner and like flywheels the blink, then he still has enough time to down leg and make it back to the gate to get rolling. So I think that he should, if he switched it, everything was like, so like, it's so weird. Like, if he switches to blink sooner, then I think he probably wins. If he baits the flywheel before blinking, I think he probably wins. And if he, what was the other thing I said? Oh, CH4 3 escapes, and then they win. I mean, so it's just sort of like, it's just so many things that
could have gone,
had to happen, right, for this result to occur, and it did. It's like oh, like, you know, it's like, oh, this could have happened, this could happen, this could happen. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. B4U is able to win 6-3, 5-5, and 3-5. What a game. 14-13. And we thought this game was going to be close, and absolutely, I mean, as you can see. Yeah,
14-3. This is the closest match we have since yesterday, right? This is the closest we've been, 14-13. And the thing is that Ling hesitated, right? So, but before that, we're just gonna put a pause on that. We do have our MVP here, B4U Sprinzer. I mean, getting 2 fall eliminations and then followed by a tie in BO3. Definitely well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. MVP for the second match in a row here. Absolutely well-deserved. And yeah, you saw 3.3, as you mentioned, 3.3 eliminations, 4 eliminations overall in the first 2 rounds there. Definitely that opera singer into Dream, which was a powerful combination. And we really saw that have a big impact there. But yeah, at long last, B4U able to come out on top, and Sprinter just with another performance, really propelling them to that victory there. Yeah, that means that B4U will be advancing to the finals of this event, which means we will have Fusion versus OM up next. Winner of that match will go on to face B4U in the finals at the end of today.
Yeah, so congratulations. And of course, we have a lot more matches for today. We still have 2 more. FZN versus Omni. So you do have to stay tuned for that for sure. And Eli, any last words?
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you everybody for watching our first game. We are going to send it to break in a moment here. And of course, we'll have Fusion versus Omni next and the grand finals after that. So stick with us. Don't go anywhere. And thank you guys so much for keeping everything as positive as possible in the chat. Let's keep that up as much as we can. Peace out for now, and we'll see you guys back here in after the break.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear. The scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here. But everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Don't look back.
Stories that say the stars are far beyond our reach. Our stars? They are cursed. I'm going to see a real star. And leave this place. Simon, you can do it! I once thought there was only laughter in the castle. Until that monster appeared, growling at me with the face of our father. Simon, can you hear me? Luckily, you can't.
We are back with IVT day number 2. Potch Spice and Nello Mello on the mic for this next match. After a nail-biting finish, Nell, how are you feeling about the matches we're seeing so far?
Well, I'm just getting a lot of excitement. I mean, it's early in the morning for us here. And you know, I would hate to wake up the neighbors with the shouting and all. But you got a feel for that game just now, CH4 versus B4U. What an intense game. CH4 coming a little short, B4U just showing that tournament experience as veterans. So all in all, it was a very entertaining, a very exciting matchup. So I can't wait to see more of that.
Yeah, and just to add context, you know, a lot of people were saying yesterday, we were interviewing some of the teams, they said CH4 is the team to look out for. Now they're out of this tournament, and one team that did acknowledge CH4's presence is this team, Team Omni, with their captain Pit Stoppers. We got Fizzy, Agramont, Juan, and Honor. They did an amazing job yesterday. Pit Stoppers was the MVP, but you know what? Honor had a redemption kite of its own. All the survivors, I would say this team is very well balanced when it comes to the later games where the survivors tend to shine, but Pit Stoppers is kind of the ace in their team since he's really good with the meta hunters, and I'm excited to see what he has to offer today.
Yeah, Dream Witch, Bon Bon going outside the opera singer night one. Yeah, and one thing to note as well, right, Posh, is that I'm just happy that Pit Stoppers has finally stepped out of B4U, found another team where he can finally showcase his skills, right? So that's really, really good, stepping out of his comfort zone and stuff like that. And not to mention, his Dream Wish was actually really good, crowd control, his Bon Bon.
Oh, terrifying.
Yeah, terrifying indeed. But next up, another terrifying team we have to watch out for, Fusion. FZN. I hope I said that correctly. Yeah, the Hunter being Mushin. We saw amazing gameplays from him yesterday, followed by the Survivor lineups. Green one, Bossy one. I'm not really sure if I should say the one.
They are the ones.
Yeah. The ones.
Then Leafy and Momo. Momo having his own highlight. We'll talk about that in just a bit. But it might actually be the highlight. We're highlighting the Hunters now, Nell, and I don't think there has been another MVP besides the Hunters in this tournament so far. The matches that you and Eli covered, they were all MVP Hunters, and same with this one. It was Mushin and Pit Stoppers that were the MVPs of yesterday's match.
Yeah, for very good reason as well, because it seems to be the Hunters show all day, all night. Right? It's 3K, it's 4K. The worst we've seen, probably a draw. But moving on to the Survivor side, we have yet to see a Survivor that can get like 4 escape, 3 escape, a very dominant performance. Let's hope to see some of this happening between Omni and Fusion. Yes. First up, Fizzy on the Enchantress, Green on the forward. Both are stunners, but you know, one is elegant. If you get close enough, she's like, nope, I'm gonna stun you with the skull. The 3 skulls actually more effective if you think about it, right? The triple skull stun.
I just want to put a little backstory. We told this yesterday about Fizzy. You know, Fizzy has been playing since 2018. He's still a student. He's very new when it comes to the names, because Agramont, Honor, these are names you have seen in big tournaments. So he actually is doing pretty well for himself in the lineup of Omni. But we know Green, we know Bossy. They are the pillars of Fusion. And adding on to that, Momo, who had an amazing kite yesterday. I'm excited to see if Momo will bring out the batter or any other kiting characters on his team. Going up against Pit Stoppers is Omni. Omni's Pit Stoppers.
Omni's Pit Stoppers. Yeah, I'm always excited to see batter as well, because you know, whenever I think about batter, I just keep thinking about going back to Oniske, right? Like amazing plays.
Hey, I played with you. You're Postman, and who's the batter that we played with? You guys were such an annoying man. Yeah, shout outs to him.
Exactly.
I mean, if you are in tandem with your batter teammate, it's gonna be a nightmare for any hunter. So hopefully we'll see some of that.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see some of that. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing a lot of hunter the nightmare. When you talk about
Oh.
nightmare, I just thought about the hunter nightmare, and yeah, he's a hunter that we
He's
haven't
there.
really seen. He's there, but alongside the undead, we haven't really seen
True.
much.
Hey, sometimes we're actually, when it comes to competitive, we saw a little bit of undeads here and there, but not so much nightmare. But what we are seeing in front of our screen is the map pick, which is Fusion's Ever Sleeping Town, and what we are seeing is a lot of love in the chat to the two different teams. So shout outs to each and every one of you. Rosalie is cheering for Pit Stoppers. We have Mackenzie. We got Two Bros Kisser. We got Cheese. What's going on? Oturi. Shout out to each and every one of you. Thank you for tuning in. This matchup is going to be an exciting one. So hopefully y'all can stick around and tell us your thoughts and your and the teams you are cheering for. Is it Fusion? Is it Omni? Let us know in the chat.
Exactly. Okay, you know something funny.
Mhm.
I heard wrongly when you said Two Bros Kisser.
Mhm.
The thing that I heard was Two Bros Kissing.
I added the Yeah, Two
Yeah.
Bros Kisser. I mean, always consistent attendance, so I had to give Two
Exactly.
Bros Kisser a shout out.
Exactly. Beautiful skin as well for
Mhm.
any Ripper mains. If you know it, we have yet to see any Rippers in the tournament.
Yeah, it
but
was so
yeah.
sad that Santi didn't bring out the Ripper, but Santi did
exactly.
amazing. Mhm.
Yeah. Opera singer. But first things first, we're heading into the band picks screen. Mushin taking out the Explorer right off the bat. He's taking out the Explorer straight away.
Ever
Coordinator as
Sleeping,
well.
what do you think of that?
Ever sleeping? I think he just doesn't want something sneaky going on behind his
Mm.
back when he's playing opera singer.
Yeah.
So pretty sure he's just gearing up to taking out the characters that he's not comfortable with while he's playing opera singer. But he has to deal with something more uncomfortable, the Antiquarian.
Yeah, we were talking about the Antiquarian yesterday. Still very dangerous. Interesting that they picked it up first. So I guess they just want to secure the first round. Just because they want to go Antiquarian and Psychologist to start things off, and a pretty well-rounded lineup. But yesterday we saw Mushin's opera singer. It was so fast. It was so scary. The
Exactly.
match ended under 5 minutes, I believe. So
Wow.
they have to be ready for this.
Exactly. Like fast, smooth. I mean, I even recall some viewers saying, yeah, this is how the opera singer should be played. And, you know, should probably deserve a spot in everyone's heart for all the opera singer mains out there. But standing in Mushin's way is the lineup of Omni with an addition of Acrobat, Mercenary, and Psychologist on top of the Antiquarian.
Yes.
There's no Cypher Rusher here, so you gotta worry for Omni though. Like, they're not bringing out the Gardener, they're not bringing out the Lawyer, so probably just trying to play it very conventionally, like assuming.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Just kind of going with a well-rounded lineup, not introducing the
Yeah.
Cypher Rush. But I do express the similar concern that, you know what, Opera Singer really thrives if the match lasts long, because mobility, map pressure, and, you know, a chase is really on her side. So they really have to be very careful, especially when it comes to the rotations, not to leave the center Cypher unattended. First kite needs to count, so let's look at the spawn locations now.
Spawn locations, Agramon just taking the top right, so wouldn't be surprised if Mushin decides to spawn next to Agramon. Yeah, I was like, okay. Yeah, I mean,
All right, just say no more, Nell. I got you.
Gotcha. I mean, there's not really much of a choice here, right? Like, you have to expect him being the first chase. No way Mushin's gonna spawn next to Fizzy and be like, I like to take a beating, so I'm just gonna spawn next to the Antiquarian. So, Agramon, the one thing going on for Agramon is, hey, at least Agramon, as the Psychologist, he serves a similar function to Gardener early game. She can take 3 hits. Like Gardener can take 3 hits too. So, but if he decides to, if Agramon loses Mushin on Opera Singer, which is very unlikely, well, the remote heal going on can still help the team in a lot of ways. So that's that thing going on for Omni here. So Mushin needs
Very
to find
true.
the optimal target, which is Agramon, I would say.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And thank you for bringing that down. That is true. The Psychologist can act as a pseudo Gardener, and they still have the Gardener in the next round pick, since Psychologist and Antiquarian were the first ones picked, so global bans dictate that they won't be seen in round number 2 or 3 for Team Omni. But like we agreed upon, this is a well-rounded lineup. However, you are going with the meta. We're going with the gold standard of hunters these days, which is the opera singer. So I'm super excited to cast this match with you, Nell. Once again, Hot Spice and Mellow Mellow at your service for this round 1 first half of Team Omni versus Team Fusion.
Yeah, heading right to the map itself, you can see that Agramon's already, you know, trying to gain distance away, but Mushin, being the opera singer, is slowly, actually quickly gaining distance, Bosh.
Yeah, not wasting any time, has already went to the Remnant to try to cut off Agramon. Again,
Wow.
Agramon's job here, like we established, is just to tank the hits and just buy enough time to keep her contained in this area.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can see, the swift left and right zigzags through the shadows. This place has a lot of circular moments. So Agramon, I'm not sure if you really want to stay in this area, because the grave might actually be your grave, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, right, your tombstone with this one. But Agramon, you know, still has another hit left in her, in the Psychologist. So now maybe this is where you need to transition. Hopefully she can get to the window in time. A little bit of a traffic jam on Mushin's side. The blink hit did not connect, and now just carrying him towards the center of this map, away from the graveyard. But I think Agramon did the best he could. Already almost a 3 Cypher kite, but that's most you can ask for when it comes to going up against the meta hunter.
Yeah, you can see that he's really trying his best to just stick in this area. Like, I don't want to disturb the ciphers elsewhere. But Mushin's already making his way up to the second floor. Honor has finished the cipher on top. So one coming in, beautiful dash, avoidance, sidestepping. I like that. One hit, and finally rescuing Agramon. And Agramon's gonna head back to the grave.
That's where this is my calling. I need to stay here. I need to let the cipher rush happen, which is slowly getting there. I mean, they're about to pop their 3rd cipher. They still have yet to work on their last cipher, but I mean, the mercenary was able to get rescued, no double down situation. So resources are still okay. Still a bit of a 50-50, but we do know how this opera singer, just one terror shock, one failed rescue attempt, and everything can turn south for the survivor team. So they can't rest on their laurels just yet. They have to make this one count as they work on their last cipher.
Yeah, I mean, not too bad, right? Like last cipher, yeah, it's only 10%, but I think what they can do here is really just gearing up towards a draw.
Yes.
And you know what? Because it's always been a dominant hunter show. If they can get a draw against Bushin, that'll be great enough. But Honor taking that one hit and going straight to rescue Agramon, but I can't.
Yeah.
The silence onto Mushin.
Able to force the window vault here. Again, a great sequence of events. And like you said, you know what, this is Fusion's map choice. So if they're able to tie here, that's definitely a moral victory on their side. Agramon really needs to make this kite count. But in this area, like you said, there's so much shadows to leap from, and Agramon out in the open here gets knocked down, and no one is here around, so they might be gearing up towards that tie.
Exactly.
Is he?
He did, but nice presence of mind, Mushin, putting him down. Actually, Fizzy, yeah, I think he's just ready for the second kite here, right? Like, if I can stop him, that's gonna happen. But it doesn't really matter, because Mushin instantly changed to teleport, try to catch off any survivors off guard, but unfortunately it is the mercenary that he's gonna find, and he knows that he doesn't have Blink anymore, so one can easily just use another pad if he wants to.
Right.
Going away. Oh!
Hang on, unable to get him. Wow, 3 swipes, and now the mercenary got hit. But that was an excellent scramble there. Bought a little more than enough time. They're able to pop the center cipher, so Mushin does not have the center map as control anymore. However, Honor is away from that cipher. No one's touching that last cipher, and now he's about to get a double down situation if Fizzy gets knocked down here and now.
Oh my god, yeah. I was kind of afraid of this situation, because they have to be very careful not to getting injured by Mushin. Like, everyone's just giving those hits, and now everyone's injured. Mercenary's down. Actually, Mercenary going down is still okay, but the problem is the Antiquarian was supposed to hold the fort down.
Yes.
while Acrobat pressures Cypher. Because right now, if Mushin decides to just go, I think that's gonna be super hard. Honor should be decoding, but he's coming actually, because Mercenary can come and
rescue.
Masumi can come for the rescue.
True. I think
Oh.
Ana respected the map pressure too much and just decided to transition away from that cipher. So, like you said, Mercenary is up, already about to rescue the Antiquarian. It is past half, so we're back to the graveyard here again, Nell. So again, this is the
That's the wheel!
Oh, the double back, but then he hesitated for a bit. He thought that he couldn't make the pallet, because the attack recovery is really fast, right? From pushing the few pieces. So that hesitation, that one moment, leads to Acrobat going down, but it's totally fine. Honor can enjoy the scenery in the graveyard. It's his first chair after all, right? Yeah, but the last cipher is at 77%. Still untouched though, that's the problem. No one's touching it. One has no self-heal. Antiquarian is at full health though, so that's a good thing going on for Omni.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, Fizzy's on the way to go for the rescue. Mercenary is gonna fall down, teleport back to guard this this chair. Fizzy's gonna try to jump through, unable to get it though. And now Fizzy might have to eat this hit, trying to close out the distance to get this rescue, but Mushin just gonna teleport straight away, gets
my
the Terror
God.
Shock, triple down situation means a 4-man kill.
Yeah, Mushin is very calm, collected. Really amazing in dealing with these kind of situations. As you can see, Agramon did exactly what the team wanted, right? Just go to the grave, die there, don't disturb any other ciphers. But because of this constant mid-game giving hits to the Hunter,
Right.
Mushin was able to turn it back into his favor. And looks like Posh, it's gonna be another night of the Hunter showcase.
True. I mean, that's just in round 1, right? We did see a little bit of
Exactly.
survivors pop off round number 2. I love the discipline that he's checking on the dungeon just to make sure that Mercenary's not going to crawl his way there. So not only is he calm and calculated, but he's very forward thinking and into knowing like, all right, I want to get this 5-point game for my team. And that's what he did. Made sure that the ever-sleeping town counts in his favor. And yeah, that Opera Stinger is very terrifying on Mushin's side. It looked really good at the early game. It looked like maybe a tie could be possible, but you really feel the power and presence of the Opera Singer when he's able to injure everyone and constantly keep moving back and forth between targets.
Yeah, you know, Sangria is one of those characters that stays true to the horror genre. Because this is actually an asymmetrical horror 4v1 game, right? So
Yeah.
imagine if you're in the first person view of the survivors and something in the shadows is zigzagging chasing you from behind. So staying true to it, and very, very masterfully used by Mushin as well, because that zigzag allows him to catch up so fast to the survivors. Agramon did manage to do his best, tanking out the entire 3 ciphers, 3.5 I would say. It's just unfortunate the Antiquarian, which I thought would be whacking more of whacking Sangria more, wasn't able to do a lot. I wouldn't say nothing, but wasn't able to do much. Because even the rebound, the second kite wasn't exactly the best. Got injured, instant teleport, Mushin instantly teleport to the next cipher, injuring the Mercenary again, coming back for the Antiquarian, and then Antiquarian just went down again. So you can see the aggressiveness by Mushin on Sangria.
Oh, yeah.
So
100%.
5-0.
Yeah, 5-0. That number actually spells aggression. Yeah, going back to the Antiquarian, yeah, there were some interactions here and there. I agree, it wasn't as impactful as you'd want it to be, and he wasn't able to contain for as long as he could, and that's a little unfortunate because they picked round 1 Antiquarian, so they're gonna have to kind of course correct themselves in round 2 and 3. Again, this is expected because Mushin, this is his favored hunter, this is his map selection, and this is the meta. So hopefully Team Omni can find a solution to this, the picks and bans. Obviously they're gonna ban out the Opera Singer and bounce back from this. But on Mushin's side though, business as usual, a 4-man kill, a 5-point game on his side, a great start for Team Fusion.
Yeah, and this is interesting because looking at the stats, you would say, oh, Agramon, 90 seconds kite. We should have been able to draw this, and I can imagine like the rank player saying, oh man, this is supposed to be at least a draw. How did it ended up with a 4K? In tournaments, man, I mean, especially when you're up against Mushin, totally different vibes. And Mushin destroying with the Sangria. I mean, Sangria Shin coming in strong tonight, and I think Omni's pit stopper Let's see what he has to do, what he can do to come back in the second half of the game.
I like that you bring that up because we have not seen him use the opera singer. You counted it down yesterday. We did see his Dream Witch, his Bon Bon, and then his BQ. Haven't seen his opera singer just yet. I don't know if he even has one. He could actually just go with the tried and tested classics, or go with the meta and kind of instill that fear in Team Fusion survivors that, yo, I got more hunters for you to worry about, kind of like Mushin here. So something to note also with Mushin yesterday is that we saw two sides of him. The first round, Mushin was terrifying. Second round, when he used Geisha, it actually was kind of countered by Team ADM. So maybe that's Omni's mindset now coming into this. Let's take this to game number 2. Like, all right, you get game number 1. Let's reset and let's see each other in game number 2. So hopefully they can give us one good fight because I'm excited. P4U is waiting at the wings. They gave us one heck of a match. And leading up to this grand finals, let's hope these two teams really give us a show.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even gonna be surprised if Pit Stoppers decide to forego Sangria and go straight for his signature Dream Witch, because he did amazing yesterday. And Ever Sleeping Town is also a good place for the Dream Witch as well. And who wouldn't want to see, right? The Tomie skin coming in, right? And that's exact. But then again, if you think about it, which one is more counterable? What I mean is, which one will Fusion survivors be more comfortable facing? Will it be the Dream Witch that they have been training years before this to face? Like, the Hunter's been out for a while. Or will will they be more comfortable facing the Opera Singer? So I would say, well, I have a little
we have the
thing.
score.
Score is 5-0. Okay, that's great. Okay.
Nice one, Nell. You're updating the scores as well.
Yeah, I feel like a NFL commentator now. But,
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
You're like, okay, so here's the score, guys.
Exactly. But yeah, I would think that Fusion survivors would be more comfortable going up against Pitstopper's Dream Witch as compared to Sangria. Because Sangria, in the words of Eli, nothing counters Sangria yet. Nothing counters him yet. Well, you can try with Gardener, you can try with Lawyer, you can try with a Coordinator, but he still gets that results in, Pash. Like, he still gets it in. He still gets that kills in, right?
I think we're still in the age of exploration, uncharted territory when it comes to this new hunter. And you know what? We've felt this way with Clerk. We felt this way with certain hunters, right? But there was that clear, all right, Clerk, she gets countered with stuns, with Cypher Rush, with all this. We have yet to figure that out. And
Exactly.
our the players in IVL, IJL, please give us the answer if you guys have figured that out too. Because they're also trying to figure it out.
I know, right? Everyone's still trying to figure it out, but for now, there's only one counter known to the IDD community against Sangria.
What is it?
Just Banner.
I knew it.
Banner after VO1, and that's it. So, I mean, Posh, look at this. No surprise. They're taking out the 2 survivors that can take 3 hits going first. So, Pit Stoppers, I mean, we would love to see Tomie again, but Pit Stoppers might be not playing Dream Wish anymore. Probably would be going for Sangria. At least that's what Fusion seems to be countering at the moment. Or they can be countering both.
Yeah, because based on his picks and bans, he's not really showing his hand just yet. Because he's banning out single hit counters, survivors, but he's not banning out the barmaid. He's not banning out the psychologist, which did get picked up. Just the seer. So I feel like Fusion, I agree. Like, they're just covering their ground entirely. Like, all right, we'll just pick this lineup just to cover our bases, to make sure that we're ready for whatever you bring at us. Because this lineup, again, they have, like you said, the 2 tanky characters with the Gardener and the Psychologist to tank those 3 hits just in case they get chased. And Acrobat, always good to have. Mercenary still is the stable rescuer of the lineup.
You know what would be funny?
What's up?
Sorry for cutting you there.
No,
you know what would be funny? If Pit Stoppers actually went for Bloody Queen instead.
Oh my god.
I mean, he was really good using the Bloody Queen before. I mean, I've been seeing some people in the chat talking about his Bloody Queen being a legend in its rights. So yeah, but I don't know, man. Like, even though I'm sitting here and like thinking, yeah, no way, man, no way he's gonna go Bloody Queen first. But you know the thing. Okay.
That's
yeah, no
okay.
way.
A lot is at stake. You know, if this is
It
a
is.
community tournament or exhibition, I'll be like, yeah, go Bloody Queen, go Jang, go whatever. But a lot is at stake. They're so close to the grand finals. So now the debuting opera singer, I was about to say soap opera singer, the opera singer of Pit Stoppers will be coming on in. So I think Fusion did right, but I'll bring up the point that you mentioned now. This doesn't scream Cypher Rush, so they have to make sure that the first kite is good, and have to make sure that their Cypher Rush and the rotations are on point.
Exactly. Like when you were talking about the soap opera singer, I was thinking, you know, who else to invite? You gotta invite the Clark too, because she loves opera as well. But
That's true. That's true.
yeah, right. But Pit
Well, IVT
Stoppers.
has its own soap opera, if you could think about it. Like, its own
Yeah,
saga.
exactly.
So a soap opera singer.
But speaking of the opera singer, Pit Stopper's taking a different route. He's not actually going to be spawning next to Momo as seen in the previous first half. He's going to be spawning next to Green first. So maybe he's like, okay, I would want to challenge your bubble. I don't care. I'm just going to hit it first and I'm going to chase you first. But let's see if it actually pays off. Because honestly, Gardener is really good early game. But like, because the bubbles is still activated, so I would think that he would just go after Momo first, because Momo, once you get rid of the Momo's stress, you hit him, he goes down. Mid game, Green does not have that auto proc anymore. You know, that shield.
Agree.
Yeah, so Gardener gets a little bit weaker mid game in that sense because of that. Yeah, that auto free shield early game. So
Yeah.
but we'll have to see how Pit Stoppers deals with this. He's gonna chase after Green. Green is not an easy target to chase on the Gardener as well. Yeah.
Like you said, Gardener is like the really good early game. So
Exactly.
just trust. Maybe he just wants to add more pressure at the center of the map and not be pinned down to just the graveyard area. But you gotta love it because we're having a different flavor to this match. Because it's same spawn locations if you think about it. We're seeing Psychologist Graveyard, but he chooses to go after Green with the Gardener. So hopefully we'll see how this one's gonna pan out. Once again, Nello Mello and Pox Spice on the mic for this one, round one, second half between Fusion and Omni.
Yeah, and I love this skin, Posh. Like this skin, majestic, and on Emma as well, the panda skin. Beautiful. But Pit Stoppers, yeah, this is actually a very open area, so he has to go on foot. He's gonna leave very soon. And he's not even gonna break the shield yet, Posh. So Emma doing pretty good so far.
Yep, rotating at the second floor here, waiting for that shield to actually go away. The bubble is gonna pop soon enough, and Pit Stoppers is gonna be ready. Has to make sure he cuts off Green before it does. He's gonna vault, hits the bubble right before, gets the attack recovery while Green is able to transition towards those pellets.
Yeah, I swear to God, these players, man. Green has a timer on his left hand, like, okay, the bubble's gonna pop anytime soon. 1 second, and just leap through the window. But beautiful timing there going on. Green gonna be pursued by Pit Stoppers again. Again, in this open area, look, without that presence, without that shadow strike, it's not gonna matter much. And now, a second protection is gonna be up. Oh, wait. Oh. Wow.
I like the idea Pit Stoppers is trying to block towards the pallet, but in that interaction, it was Green to get the best out of it. We still have a healthy Gardener, and Nell. 3 Cyphers are close to being primed here. Actually, 2. One's about to pop, the other one's at 67, and now he lands the first strike.
Exactly, and Pit Stoppers has no way, because as you can see, he doesn't have a blink. He actually went super aggressive with the abnormal first, but what's he gonna abnormal here? Because he's invested all his time with Green. And a third bubble is gonna come up soon.
Green is actually doing really well in this match, forcing him to break these pallets. Green's bubble has finally popped and now has been down. And like you called out, Nell, the abnormal, very aggressive. You gotta admire the route that Green took. He didn't run into anyone that's working on a Cypher.
Exactly, and that's the best part about it. Kiting while being aware of your surroundings. And Pit Stoppers is like, okay, I need to find one cipher to abnormal, but hey, wait, I can't because Bossy's already coming in for the rescue. So it renders the abnormal useless at this point.
It does. In the mid to actually, they pushed it so much. The pressure in this 2-minute mark of the game. This is already the mid game. Let's see. Bossy has to make this rescue count before the half. Forces the attack recovery, and now Green can move on over to these pallets. He's gonna try and tried to go for that. Just stall for the bubble, but last effort is popped.
Yeah, Chef kept running, but he has to try, right? The
Yeah.
thing is, Sangria can easily just use Shadow Strike, go away. But now he's gonna change target, so I'm not really sure about this decision because now Gardener has a second chance in life. She can start healing to full, and I get it. You have to stop the ciphers, but you gotta at least not get.
Yeah, you. The thing is, you kind of let go of your main objective, which is just secure 1K or just keep going. And you hit the Psychologist, which again, she can tank 3 hits. Now moving on over to Leafy here. Leafy having a great leap through the pallet, but now out in the open once again. This is actually a good counter. Just be in this area right here where she can't leap through the shadows.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good counter, but you know, with being at full presence, the leap is gonna be much further. A 20% increase in distance, and that's gonna help Pit Stoppers down Leafy. So Acrobat's down now, but the thing with fear, if you're a hunter, you have to fear. Green is at full health, Mercenary is at full health, but hey, he's bringing Leafy down to the basement, so let's see how he takes it from here.
True. I mean, that's the Wi-Fi heal for Psychologist. You saw on the lower left side of the screen, the Mercenary was able to get healed. Already signaled to the teammates to finish his Cypher. 2 Cyphers still remain, but we got 2 at the 70% mark, 1 about to hit the 40% mark. So pressure is really on for Pit Stoppers, but luckily the basement is there. Tries to go for the hit, but able to move on away. Bossy gonna try and gather some space here just to pressure Pit Stoppers from staying away from that basement, while Green is actually at the corner house Cypher.
Yeah, Green should be the one. Oh wait, what? Yeah, I think they should be stuck. They should. Yeah, Green should be the one going and rescue. Yeah, he's gonna change again. He really. I'm not sure if this. Oh wait, the mind games.
Yeah. Mind games are definitely coming in.
The photographer mind games.
Yeah,
He knows
exactly. Wu Chang teleport. Hang on, Green is actually. Oh no,
No,
yeah, Green is actually dead on chair. He's actually gonna go for another one, but the Cypher's already primed. Wait, he's gonna go back down here. So
Why?
Green has...
Prime it! Pop it!
Not yet. I think that
Green has another chance. Nah. Yeah, he's waiting. They're not gonna pop it because Green has a chance. But Acrobat's dead on chair. Acrobat is safely out of sight. Pit Stoppers is, you know, he's having a stare down with Bossy.
Bossy.
Yeah.
This is so intense. Now Green is actually trying to make his way towards a pallet or a better area here. Pit Stoppers is ready for that strike once he pops that Cypher.
Yeah.
So
he's waiting for his trade, right?
There we go.
He's waiting for. Oh wait, he's waiting for his trades. Wait, Pit Stopper, what's he doing? Okay.
That's so smart. He's actually going to the basement just to make sure that he gets chased down there. But this allows him a window of opportunity to actually head on over to the exit gate, because Pit Stoppers seems to have given up the chase onto the Gardener, and now we'll be focusing on the exit gate, which is already open.
Not like this. Not like this. The gate has already been opened. Both of them are safely at in the heights of the exit gate. Bossy is in the vicinity, but it doesn't really matter because he can still take one more hit. And even if he goes down, it's fine because the Gardener is opening up the gate on the other side now.
Bossy actually has the dungeon to work with as well.
Oh, he's going.
God,
He's going. Oh, everyone's leaving. A forest gate. First time.
Is it gonna happen?
Oh, it's gonna happen! Oh my god! And the Hunter surrendered before that's gonna even happen. But Posh, we were saying it's gonna be a Hunter's night, but wow, Fusion survivors making history in the IVT NAEU Autumn tournament by being the team that gets 4-man escape.
Yeah, in the meta of Sangria, by the way. So that is
God.
Huge exclamation point that they have achieved here, folks. Again, Pit Stoppers had the abnormal, wanted to go super aggressive, but they really played that very well. Everyone had the opportunity to shine.
Exactly.
Green's Gardener at the start was just knew the routes to take, and I feel like we can attribute to this, aside from having really good survivors, they scrim with Mushin, so they know how to go about this matchup.
Exactly.
And I would call back to the analysis we started out with. Again, aggressive start. I think the reason why he wanted to go for the Gardener at the center there was because he had abnormal. But if you look at Mushin's start, he went for the Psychologist, and like you said,
Yeah.
3 hits down. But how many times did that bubble affect the chase, right? It was just
Yeah.
so game-changing for Team Fusion survivors.
Yeah, if you count the third bubble, that would be 5 hits. He
Wow.
solely Pit Stoppers got to full presence solely by feeding on Gardener and no one else. So, yeah, and this is a surprising fact as well. If you look at the bottom of the screen, it's 5-0. You would normally see a 0 to 5 when you're up against a Sangria. But Fusion making history in the IVT tournament by being the first team, correct me if I'm wrong, to get 5-0 against.
I believe you're correct, because I mean we were looking at the matches yesterday. I think the most was 3-man escape. Yeah, there was a clutch
Against
dungeon
Santi,
escape
right?
yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
There
okay.
was also yesterday, I think. Yeah, Fusion got a clutch escape up against Walk Zers. It was supposed to be a tie, but able to get the dungeon escape. So yeah, kudos and hats off to Team Fusion survivors for them to be the first team to get a 5-point game in this. I would say round 1 Hunter stack first half. Like it's always
Exactly.
very Hunter sided because you can't ban Sangria.
Exactly. And this is crazy because round 1 win goes to Fusion, and not just that, it's 10-0. 10-0. It's gonna be a really hard game for Omnis, but Omni's gotta go. They've got to come back by round
Yes.
wins, right? If you want to replicate that 10-0, yes, it's possible, but honestly, round wins would be so much easier to achieve than to go tie, and then you have to compete with points.
True. And I would say, you know what, Pit Stoppers, you know, his Hunter pool doesn't stop with just Sangria. I'm excited to see what he can bring to round number 2. Same with his survivors, right? It's just a slight bump in the road, but we cannot count them out just yet. Pit Stoppers having a kind of a rough go here because of how Team Fusion was just so good at the Cypher Rush, the rotations, and the kites. So hopefully they'll be able to kind of bounce back, but we got to give our congratulations for now for Team Fusion because they really showed us the hard work they put in this matchup, and they
Exactly.
really understood the assignment going up against the opera singer.
Yeah, and don't get us wrong though. It's nothing to do with Pit Stopper's skill as a hunter, or on Sangria. It's just that he decided to go up against a Gardener first, which has already shown like success. Like in IVL, they've been using it to counter Sangria. So why do you want to chase the one thing that's countering you from the early games, right?
Yeah, the only theorized survivor that can possibly counter, right? A Sangria,
Exactly.
and that has been tested in IVL. So it was really just a matchup and also location miscouts that
The spawn, right?
mismatch that
Yeah.
happened against Pit Stoppers. So again, this isn't the end of the road for them. They will have to bounce back in round number 2. So hopefully we'll see that happen.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that happen. And of course, just to look at the chats, just hey, Salvatore Sin, a name that I haven't seen for quite a while. Hello to you. And some of the viewers are giving support to both teams. How my math's not mathing anymore. So that's a question by Plo. Sorry, our math's not working too. It's just 10-0. So
Dude, I love your question portion with Eli. Like, here's the question: how? That's
here's,
it.
okay, let's try with you then. So here's the question, Posh.
What's the question?
Okay, so this is
go.
a question from Vortigan.
Oh gosh. Okay.
It says, what?
I mean,
What?
exactly, right?
What? I feel like
No.
Stone Cold now. What?
What? Yeah,
Attitude
T-Back
era
is
missing.
spamming the what's in the chat. I think they're also kind of taken aback with the performance of Team Fusion. They did really well. I mean, and they're going up
Exactly.
against Pit Stoppers. I would say a very experienced hunter. So for them to be able to capitalize on him like that is just shows the hard work that they have put in. So again, well, let's see how they continue on with this streak, and if Omni can, you know what, bounce back, they need to do it in round number 2.
Round number 2 indeed. And you know what? I'm actually dying to find out, right? If Fusion is going to ban Sangria in game number 2. Because they had an amazing run against Sangria, like 4-man escape. Would they rather ban would they want to ban Sangria because it's a meta ban supposedly, or would they choose to ban Pitstopper's Dream Witch?
Ugh.
Yeah,
That's a really good question.
or a Bonbon, right? So, but now for one thing is for sure, we are not gonna see Chinatown. We're going to Sacred Heart Hospital. I'm not really sure about this. Omni is choosing hospital. They're trying to pit survivors. They're trying to make it battle of survivors now. I think I think they're
I would,
confident.
yeah, and that's the thing, right? This is Omni's map selection, and it's
It
in
is.
Sacred Heart Hospital, and we've known this to be very notorious for being very survivor-sided. So, yeah, maybe I think I think maybe Pitstopper's like, hey, maybe the survivors be the one to be the attackers, and I'll be the defender just to get the 2 points or just the tie while you guys score for the points. That could be the scenario, but yeah, it's always a big question mark when a team picks Sacred Heart Hospital, because that means they're really going all survivor-sided, and you're doing the same for the opposite, your opposition, because they will power up their survivors to take advantage of this map.
Exactly. Take advantage of these maps. And we always say that this is a survivor-sided map, right, Posh? But you and I, we've casted so many different events that we know.
Dude,
that
Kuga's Dream Witch, is that? Yeah, oh my god.
Night Watch,
4K.
Night Watch.
Ah,
Yeah,
Night Watch,
Dream
there you
Wish,
go.
Night Watch. Oh my god, a 4K in Ever Sleeping Town, and not just against any team, but against the best team during that period of time,
In Southeast
GH.
Asia. Yeah.
Yeah, Southeast Asia. Yeah, so that was crazy. So if there's one thing I would want to say here is never count your chickens before they hatch. Stats is just one thing, but the determination of the teams, the survivors, the hunters to make it happen, it's crazy what they can do when they put their mind to it.
Oh yeah. Again,
Exactly.
this is basically what we're saying is on paper, right? We're trying to build up the story here because on paper, Hospital is supposed to be very survivor-sided. However, we've been proven wrong in the past, and I would tell you guys now watching, we kind of love to be proven wrong. We love to learn as we go along in this in the job, because it makes it a lot more exciting when a crazy moments happen like that. So hopefully Omni would have a crazy moment here for us to take it to game number 3, because I would have to say Fusion is actually kind of on a roll and has the momentum coming into this match.
Exactly. A huge momentum as well. Like Fast and Furious, Sangria Edition. That was that was super fast by Mushin. And you thought that and you thought that Omni would be able to at least counter a little bit in the second half. But none of that really matters now, because right now round 2 is the focus that they should be putting in. And speaking of being proven wrong, I mean, why is Tuberose Kisser asking me to shave you?
Dude,
Shave
I
your
don't
head.
know, man. Two Bros Kisser, Otori, I'm looking at you guys. This is I don't know why you guys wanted me to shave my head, man. I just got a
Yeah.
haircut.
Yeah, if you shave my head, I would look like a monk from Shaolin.
Wow.
I think so.
I think the last time I shaved my head was when I was like in grade school or something, because it was really hot. But I don't
I
know.
thought you-
Never say never. We'll see.
I thought you were gonna say it when you were in prison.
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa. Just kidding, just kidding. Jokes aside, though, I'm actually thinking how Freddy would look like if his hair's shaved now.
We
You
can
look
ask
like a monk
chat
too.
if they can do that.
Yeah, please, please. There's actually an Itakwa Discord. Erica, I don't know if you're there. IDB Revel, I don't know if you're there, but they actually have a Discord of called Itakwa Nation, and they made us all bold in there.
I mean,
Stickers
I saw the photos, man. It's a thing. I don't know. That hashtag is real. So
It's really real. So remind us not to upset
yeah, don't.
Erica, the Itakwa Nation.
We're giving you a shout out, Erica. Please be
Okay.
kind.
Please be
And
kind, indeed. But
let's-
now,
yeah, go
let's
for it
head
now.
back to the band pick screen. Posh, global bands, they are not able to use Antiquarian anymore. So I feel like Antiquarian is really good in the later games, because against Mushin's character, it's actually good. But now they lose access to that, and they have to find another way to deal with it. And it seems that Seer is the way that they think is the way to go. So Seer, lawyer, first officer,
Patient.
Patient.
Coordinator. What else?
coordinator's good. Yeah, coordinator's actually good. Like can be a kiter, can be a secondary rescue if needed to be. But
Or-
Emma, or wow,
Or-
why?
How can we forget? My bad. Sorry. It's just this is such an interesting time to be a commentator and an Identity 5 fan because like the veterans are coming out and showing these new characters. Yo, we still got it. This lawyer, this
Yeah.
gardener. We did see a doctor yesterday. Didn't really pop off, but still, you gotta love it. A lot of lucky guys, by the way. Now.
Exactly, lots of lucky guys, but honestly, not as much as Emma, because Emma's appearance. Yeah, at this point, you would think that Emma's the
Protagonist. I mean, when
The
you download
protagonist of
the
Identity.
when you download the game, she is the logo. So that's
She
why
is.
it's only right that she gets that bubble of protection.
Yeah,
Emma.
but protect Emma indeed, and hashtag justice for Emma by Oturi right there. But if you think about it, Joseph is also the one on the front page. Oh, please, please, please make some adjustments to Joseph so that we can bring back the glorious days of being photographed. And you know, the one funny thing is, when you start IDB and you go head into a rank match, you're like, what's this? What's going on?
Oh yeah, you're so
Right?
confused. Like, what's this mechanic? Oh wow, Mushin going with the clerk.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings. And
Exactly. Keegan coming out here. This is interesting now. I'd love to get your breakdown here of this lineup and how you feel about a clerk coming out because we do have a decoder in the name of the lawyer, but no harassers for this clerk.
yeah, no harassers, which makes it really good. Like, we cannot forget that even though we are, we are dazed, we are mesmerized by the rise of Sangria, Night Watch, Clark is technically still really good. Like, right? Like, against these veteran characters, right? Like, lawyer, you can decode as much as you want, no problem. But what can you do when I block your cipher, when I record your cipher? And when I'm chasing you, what are you gonna do? Are you not gonna put down the pallet? So again, they have to deal with these stressful situations where they have to, play that cat and mouse game. They have to hide behind the pallet, wait for the clock to swing and miss, or go through the pallet and get stunned by pallet. Things like this going on. So I like this pick, giving more pressure to Omni. So let's see if Omni's survivors, the Omni team, is well equipped, well trained, well prepared to face Mushin's Clark.
Yeah, they have to. I would have to say it's kind of do or die time, and Clerk has been 4K or 4 or nothing type of hunter, but in the hands of Mushin, a very mechanically skilled hunter, I'm excited to see what he has to offer in this matchup. And like you said, also, this lineup doesn't really instill that fear that clerks are scared of, the stuns.
Exactly.
But without further ado, folks, this is the second game, first half. Nelomel and Potch Spice on the mic for this one.
Yeah, the first thing I noticed was Emma breaking one chair. So glad to see Emma going back to her roots. But now, in the roots area, Fizzy will be taking the first kite. Pretty good, I would say, because, well, he has an owl support to work with. And Mushin is going for the top-down build. And I would think it's a teleport. Or a blink, I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
can't see. Yeah, but now they're heading.
Try to
Yeah.
maximize the screen here. Can't see it either, but it's 15 seconds cooldown. However, he is running into Honor here, and Fizzy is going to try to bait out the owl, and Mushin practicing discipline here. He's going to hang around this pallet. Mushin's just going to get that pallet recording and just continue on the chase here to Fizzy.
Yeah, I mean, Fizzy is doing an amazing job of kiting to all of his teammates. So, and a beautiful job in slamming the pallet onto Mushin. Oh, the blade hit was supposed to be a terror shock, but he decided to hit the wall. I'm not really sure what's going on. System malfunction. I don't know, haywire going on. But Fizzy survived it also, and another pallet slam. But this time at the cost of half his health.
True. So, yeah, Fizzy has to be very careful here. Running back into Honor. Honor is going to try and body block as much as possible, but you're feeding into the presence of Keegan here. So now it seems like he will try to focus onto other targets because once you're in that hospital, it's so hard to chase. We do know that the trait is Blink, and it has been expended. It wasn't really utilized so well. Tried to block the window there, but Honor is still on the birdcage area.
Yeah, I like how they swap Lawyer for the chase now, because Seer obviously has nothing else to work with. He has no more Owl. But with Honor, with the buffs, the new adjustments towards Lawyer, now by constantly looking at the map. He's actually building up his skill boost. Like he can get up to 5% max movement speed, 12% interaction speed. So
Correct.
that's actually a much better prospect to kite with, right?
True.
So
As that happens, the Seer is already healed up. Honor still kiting for his life. And now trying to backstep here. And now, yeah, when it comes to that, we have to be rudely reminded that you cannot drop pallets in front of Keegan when she is recording. And this is the first down. So Cypher progress is looking kind of okay. But, you know, once the camp does happen, this is where she can block those Cyphers off.
yeah, exactly. Signature move. Who could have forgotten? Put down the pallet, puts them back, puts it back right up. Like Keegan's like recycling pallets left and right. So
There should be a survivor that can do that can reset the pallet.
yeah, the environmentalist recycles the items. I think
Builds
that would
another pallet. Like
that would
a
be actually
carpenter.
really good. Oh, playing with fire here. What? Oh, beautiful rescue! Rescuing and then taking that hit. So posh. Honor, second chance in life. He's still running. Look at that speed boost.
True.
Look at that speed boost, man. Oh god.
Is this a lawyer or a forward that we're looking at? That was crazy how much distance he covered. But now trying to go for a swing, early swing though. The mind games are strong in Honor. And now we see that the Gardener is also here to provide that support. Broke the chair as well. So now it's going to be a tough time for Mushin. We're going to see him try to go for these recordings here just to drop down these pallets. He's able to hit the Gardener. So injuries left and right. But he's still going to try and hunker down onto this lawyer. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean he has to focus on one, right? I think Omni is like they're doing well. Like they try to recycle the people, like taking turns, to get chased. But Mushin's not taking that bait. Usually we see like Mushin, okay, no problem with changing targets. But here, as a Clark, if you keep changing like this, you're not gonna end up with any results in the end. Because right now, yes, you are focused on Honor. Good, that's good. But the Cyphers are still moving. Look.
Right. So yeah, it seems like 3 Cyphers are close to Prime, and they're already working on the last Cypher. So, I would say Mushin still has to fix this chair before anything else. I was gonna say, yeah, Mushin's still not out of the woods yet in this matchup. This Keegan hasn't worked out quite yet, but now second time on the chair, he can really try to. Oh, he went to the wrong Cypher there. He's gonna have to try to record another one.
Yeah, and we gotta remember, right? Like, Cypher pressure is one of his the scary things that you have to deal with when playing against a Clark. But right now, Juan, yeah, taking a knee, like like baiting that hit. Yeah, he's managed to rescue successfully once. Let's see if he's able to successfully rescue again. Oh my!
Wow!
But
oh my god! Able to farm off a hit there, guessed right, and able to find the lawyer in the process. And now, this is where it gets a little dicey for the survivors, especially if it's just one Cypher that is left for them. That is at 61, because Mushin knows where that one is, and he could just like really focus down on one Cypher. And remind you also, there is detention and there is also gate slowing, where he can record the gates for them to have a hard time opening it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was a perfect plan just now. The rescue was actually really good. It's just very unfortunate because maybe a little bit of misstep, like a minus 0.5 seconds, 1 second kind of thing, where Lawyer was trying to pick up the elbow pads. So maybe that's why he was still there. But yeah, I mean, first officer's just gonna pick that elbow pad again. So Juan is the one taking the kite, but wait! Oh, he cannot! You cannot use that!
Blocked! Oh my god! Tried to go for the elbow pad, able to escape it. So now that was a dicey situation. At the expense of an elbow pad, that's still a good trade-off. Just so that the first officer could have a second chance for this kite, but now he's trying to focus on a fizzy. Nice block of the pallet, so they're all injured here now. Mushin now, he's gonna really focus down on recording this last Cypher, so it's on a standstill, forcing them to go for heals or even another Cypher.
Yeah, Agramon needs to be very careful right now because everyone's injured. Seer and first officer is healing, so to speak. Like we're looking at the bottom left. They're healing up. Agramon needs to keep this kite going on. The bubble's not gonna work.
Yo!
Oh, as fast as she hoped. And Mushin got her down.
True. That would have been if the bubble was just a little faster. That could have spelled disaster for Mushin because the heal did get off. That could have bought a little more time for this Gardener, and now he's gonna chair close to that Cypher, or even closer to the survivors that did heal up, just to make sure he has that map pressure. But now back to recording we go, just to see around this map.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to play from this position, right? Because the last Cypher is here. So this is where it's really scary. Clark, yeah, you might struggle a little bit early game, mid game. But where's the chair here? Fizzy giving him the dodge. Wow. Agramon, Seer needs to take that hit though. Seer has already farmed an owl. Juan is starting a new Cypher, but I don't think it really matters because yeah, Mushi knows he needs to bait out the owl. He knows he's got to have an owl at this point. He's finally gonna pick up Agramon. He needs to injure Fizzy at least, right? Okay, pull it back up. Oh,
A little too early with the swing there, so now Fizzy has to be very careful. He's gonna eat that hit just to add a little more pressure. First officer is already respecting the Cypher recording, so now he's really gonna attempt to pick up here. He goes for the blink hit. Gardener gets back up and now forcing the self heals here. Gonna pull up the pallet. Agramon able to get a bubble off.
wow, beautiful play going on there, and now they know Mushin does not have Blink to work with anymore. Fizzy's gonna go up, but the problem is not over yet, Posh, because 80%, the Cypher is 80%, but it is at where the camp survivors are, and one has no way of making it happen. So it feels like Mushin right now is just dwindling the resources of the survivors, pressuring them down a little bit, a little bit, and a little bit, and Fizzy has an owl to work with. So
True.
It's really hard, but even though they're down to the last Cypher, it really feels like a game
backdoor?
up for Mushin. Oh, wow!
Backdoor rescue. Fizzy's gonna try and distract as much as he can in this area. But yeah, like you said, he's just gonna keep recording that Cypher. He's recording Fizzy. He's gonna go for the owl and blocks the hit, buying a little more time. So it looked like a bit of a check situation on the side of the Hunter, but now seems like the survivor's never say die attitude is really paying off here.
Exactly. Like that backdoor rescue was really beautiful. Honestly, Mushin didn't really have to leave.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to leave the camp chair much because as a Clark, you can just record from far away. Doesn't really matter. And another bubble gonna come down just for security, insurance purposes. Oh, he's gonna leave. Agramon. Okay. Yeah. The charge up attack, and Agramon has no flywheel to counter that as well. So Agramon's gonna be chaired right now, and while he's being chaired, Fizzy is working on the last Cypher, really pushing it. Oh my god, it's almost prime.
It is. Is he gonna prime it up? Oh, Gardener actually has a second chair, so now he could just stand still here. Omni's Juan is gonna have the pocket watch here. He's gonna try to hit him away from the chair, but this is going to be a real intense rescue here. Now, can Juan get it before he gets hit? Or is he going to get it? Going to record it. They force the pop!
Oh my god! Force the pop! And unfortunately, Gardener is going to be chaired. And, and now Omni has to deal with another problem. The gate decoding. Yeah. No one can touch the gate, honestly.
Everyone's an acrobat at this point. Like,
everyone is. Worse than an acrobat.
True. So what they can do now is they could try to wait out the tension, because detention factor, they need to, if they at least wait it out, they have 2 hits before they fall down because they're very healthy. But with a detention Keegan that is roaming around, it will be a little tough. So that's what they're doing now. Fizzy, though, is going to make his presence known. No trump card for him to use, but Blink is online. So Mushin could actually go for a 3k here if he plays his cards right, or even more than that.
I mean, at this point, right, even you gotta take it, even if it's just a 3k. I mean, what am I saying? It's just a 3k. Mushin's gotta take it, right? Because the worst thing is to allow Omni to get a draw, which is not gonna happen because that Blink's gonna solidify the hit. And Mushin is really gunning for that 4k, and he can, because, well, I think he should really record. Did he record a detention hit?
I don't know if he did actually. So I think he was more priority. Oh, there.
Oh, he did, yeah.
So this is what's kind of scary. He's got 2 recordings of the detention hit. Still trying to look for that first officer. You have to be careful here because there's still a self-heal on that seer, but he needs to hit that first officer before the detention runs out, which will happen in less than 20 seconds. And Juan has already established so much distance.
Exactly, and he has half a football to work with as well. So Mushin has already, that's tinnitus being propped. So he knows the exact. Oh my god! And if that's not enough, the crow is gonna reveal where Juan is. So Juan's gonna touch that gate. Probably try and be like, yeah, I'll keep it here while the seer opens the other gate. One
Detention hit. Have to be careful. Try to get a swing. No more detention in the air here. So Mushin has to be very careful. Able to get the first hit onto the officer. Might have to record the other exit gate just to put a timeout onto Fizzy.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? The Clark recording the gate, and while that's going on, you can chase. You can chase while doing this at the same time. So it's so hard. But Seer's getting the gate open, bit by bit, But I don't know how long one can last. It doesn't really matter because Mushin's making his way to Fizzy now.
Yeah, I think he realized that the shack area is a little too powerful for him to go toe-to-toe with the first officer and to wait for the blink to go online. So this is kind of scary because Mushin now, slowly but surely, these gates are getting open. They're getting pushed open. So Fizzy actually being forced out of the dungeon area. Tried to go for a recording hit. Couldn't quite get it. And now he's being chased inside. Oh, forces the birdcage leap. And now Fizzy continuing on this chase. First officer is still timed out to open up the exit gate, but now he's continuing that opening.
Oh, he's running straight for the back gate. So I think, I mean, I don't know, man. At this point, anything can happen. Fizzy should try and farm an owl at least, so that you'll be able to help him escape through it. If Fizzy is able to farm an owl here, and they're able to get out through the back gate, which is really hard to do.
Oh, tried to go for a hit. Going for the basement play, but tried to go leap down. The hit did register, and now Juan is, he couldn't get the exit gate open, so this is actually a little terrifying. Interesting choice that he went for the back gate since the back gate wasn't even open just yet.
Yeah, and now he knows that Seer doesn't have self-heal anymore. One is just buying time here. The drop pallet hit, and I guess that's it. They Mushin again with the 4K.
Yeah, wow, with the clerk, definitely showing us the prowess of that clerk. Again, this was usually standard fare for a clerk match is above 10 minutes, and this was 14, so he really stalled out the game. So kudos to Mushin for playing into his strengths. I would say though, you know what, the survivors of Omni really tried to bring the fight there. It was just certain situations that you know what, he was able to kind of capitalize and defend from for him to ultimately let the clerk's stalling meta or stalling game plan really shine on through.
Exactly. I feel like they did really well against Mushin's Clark. It's just very unfortunate that at that one point, remember when they were fighting all the way until Cypher was primed? It seems like they kind of slipped out. Like when you're going up against the Clark, you never prime a Cypher at 99. You gotta prime it at like 96 or 97.
True. Oh yeah, it's true. Yeah,
right,
because like
you put 99, pop.
And then he was just detention swinging from that point. Gardner has already
zero chance.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate for Team Omni. But again, this is I guess this is the benefit of using a hunter that has been kind of forgotten, not forgotten, kind of like being put on the shelf for a moment. And then when you decide to play it, people are like, oh, how do you do this against Clark again? How do we play against Clark again? It's like we know how to do it, but sometimes it's just like, oh, we know about this, but it slipped through our mind because we haven't faced it for like few seasons, 5 seasons. I don't know, man. So
I would say it was they were kind of reminded why Clerk was so good, and yeah, those matchup knowledge, like dropping the pallets and getting recorded, also priming the ciphers. It's one thing, like, yeah, in theory, but when you're kiting and your instincts tell you, yeah, I need to drop this pallet to, you know what, establish distance, I need to prime the cipher just to make sure, but you kind of have to fight your instincts when you go up against the Clerk, and Mushin really capitalized on that. Again, Omni put up a great fight. That was a fight from the start to the finish, and it was already at the exit gate endgame. However, that's where Clerk really shines. She's really good mid to late game and just stalling out the ciphers and stalling out the exit gate from opening.
Considering the lineup, right, Tosh, I think Omni has done amazing. Like, this lineup is not the best lineup against a Clerk. Like, right, like a gardener, a lawyer. As you can see, the gardener, what can you do? Yes, that's the bubble, but you're not up against a Sangria, you're up against a Clerk. And they still did really good. Like, everyone is kited more than 100 seconds, and even without harassers like a forward to give pressure to Clerk, or even a batter, or even a antiquarian, which is globally banned, they managed to hold on so long. Like, it was close to a 15 minutes Joseph photograph game. So
You know what? That's like, whenever I have free time, I'm like, I got 10 minutes to kill. I could play a game of Identity 5. Quick match. You get a Joseph. Like, oh, it's going to take so long.
come on, I'm gonna board the train soon. Come on.
Yeah.
There's not gonna be Wi-Fi, and then
Yeah, I'm in the toilet. My legs are going to fall asleep. I'm like, I need to get out. I need to start getting ready for my day. Oh, no. But yeah.
Oh, no, yeah.
That's usually the case when you
Yeah.
have like Joseph or Clerk that can really prolong the game. Heck, even Hermit, right? Can
Hermit,
really
exactly.
just prolong the game. And yeah, Mushin, again, like he called out, a battle of attrition. He was just like making sure, all right, I'm gonna guard the cipher. There's a chair here. There was a moment there where Team Omni had capitalized on, I would say, an overextension of Mushin, where he overextended himself, then they got that backdoor rescue, and then it led to that primed cipher. So I think that was a good play by Mushin's side for him to kind of compensate for that overextension for the backdoor rescue.
yeah, it was only 14 minutes, and
Only.
the consequence was 14 minutes. If he didn't allow that backdoor rescue, I think the game would have been down. Like, it would have only been down to 2 players, and both of them are injured. You know, and the ciphers wouldn't even be primed. So I feel like that's one thing of playing a strong survivor map. But more of that after this, because right now, if you guys look at the screen, at the banner below us, wow, that's a lot of 5s.
It is.
And
I would say, yeah, Fusion is really making a statement as we speak, and this is no random team they're going up against. This is Team Omni. They have players that have seen the big competition of Call of the Abyss. They have experienced players left and right, and now putting them in a really tough spot because Pitstoppers needs to tie this game, which means he needs a 4K to keep this going. Anything below that, Fusion will win and head to the grand finals. So I would say a lot of pressure is on Pitstopper's side. I hope you guys can give him your encouragement, because he needs it now more than ever, because the odds are the score, the numbers, the odds are against him. But this is where you really level up here and now. So hopefully he does.
Okay, so that's it. 4K or nothing. Go big or go home. Pitstoppers is the last line of defense. The hope. The ring in Lord of the Rings. Is that even correct? Is that even correct?
I haven't seen Lord of the Rings in a while, so
Exactly. But here's another question.
Okay, what's the question?
Okay, so the question is by Eh. His name is literally Eh.
Oh, okay.
It said, who is Nello?
Nell, who are you?
Who is Nello? I have no idea.
A great philosophical question. Who am I? Who are we?
Who am I?
Why
I feel
are
like
we?
I did attend philosophy class 101, so
I just took
really
one.
sure.
Yeah, I just took 3 units of philosophy, so I don't know that much.
Who are we really?
Who are
you?
we? Who are
you?
What is identity? What is Identity 5?
What
Horror
is-
versus what asymmetrical horror game? That's what it is. Thank
But
you
yeah,
for your questions. Shout out to each
exactly.
and every one of you. Hey, Giselle's in the chat. What's going
Hey
on,
Giselle. Yeah,
Uh,
Giselle saying
Ka-
hi to
she's
both
saying,
of us.
yeah, she's saying hi to Karis too. I saw Karis also in the chat.
Hello.
Kia is also here. I see Rosa Parks. I see everyone and anyone that is here. Yeah, Omni fans out there, you need your voices to be heard in chat because Pit Stoppers needs your energy for this one. He needs a 4-man kill for him to keep this game going.
Yeah, 4-man, nothing less. Yeah, bots don't count. So, but I'm surprised we haven't seen a mechanic for a long time, right? Like mechanic. Yeah, that would be great as well. But it looks like and that's the thing, right? Fusion still has access to Antiquarian. So
Right.
Pit Stoppers, I don't know, man. Pit Stoppers supposed to stop them, but Antiquarian might put a stop to the Pit Stopper himself.
Could be just using his name against him. I would say this though, they acknowledge his clerk more than the opera singer. So I don't know if this is gonna bite them in the end because you have to admit the soap opera singer is the meta. So he could have just been more. I don't know if he's gonna bring it out. And I think they're bringing just a little bit of insurance with that barmaid just in case the Dream Witch does come out. And you have the Antiquarian also just to stun the followers. So
Yeah.
Fusion really trying to round out their picks and bans here for Pit Stoppers.
Yeah, bring out the barmaid just in case anyone wants a drink, right? Like, yeah, after a long day at work, you want a little bit of drink. Sunlight
Chrysanthemum
Tropica, yeah, chrysanthemum tea, green tea, jasmine green tea. My favorite's
Nello's
actually,
favorite. If you guys see Nello, you gotta get him one.
yeah, chrysanthemum tea, my favorite. But we went to Thailand for IBC, and milk tea became my second favorite now.
Oh,
the
yeah.
ones that Gift
So
gave
good.
us. Yeah, it is,
Gift,
it
shout
is.
out to Gift. Yeah, and Gift gave us like so much stuff. I think we also tried some Thai milk tea courtesy of her, so it was really
Exactly.
good.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the hospitality, and of course, not forgetting all of you guys in the chat as well. Would be fun if we could meet someday if we go to NAEU.
Hey,
Yeah.
fingers crossed. That's why you guys need to support your favorite players, support the local scene, so we can grow. I mean, we had 2 IVTs right this year, so maybe we could make even more IVTs, like one every
Yeah.
quarter. Who knows? Because like
Yeah.
right now, we've been seeing like the top 4 teams have been established. It's Fusion, Omni, CH4, and B4U. And the previous match before that, CH4 and B4U gave us a barn burner, and we still have yet for the grand final. So if this scene can grow, again,
Exactly.
this is up to everyone involved. We have a Joseph.
Jojo! Oh my God, Pit Stoppers! Nicely done.
Okay, Pit
Okay.
Stoppers has won already, guys.
Okay,
Let's
he's
go,
won.
a Joseph.
Okay, he's already won. We don't look at the score. We already know second half belongs to him. So
Dude, let's go.
I don't care about your bamboo stick. I'm just gonna whack your image. That's what I'm gonna
Exactly.
do.
This is giving what's that? Jeez, I'm the name escapes me. Back in Call of the Abyss 3. YMM, yeah, Yang Morin. He brought out Joseph in hospital too, and he was able to 4K. So this is the do or die time for him. I guess he wants to kind of, you know what? This is his back pocket. This is his trump card. It's do or die time, and he picks the Joseph. So it's all lying
Joseph.
on this one hunter play.
Oh my God, Joseph! I swear to God, each time he whacks a survivor or the image, I'm just gonna gasp all the time. Whoa!
Let's go! He found him! He found him!
You know, left and right whacking. I love Joseph, and I mean, I have a badge of Joseph here on my.
Let's go. Oh,
Right,
nice.
yeah.
Yeah, I see
Yeah,
that. Mhm.
Yeah, but the thing is, Joseph is very well known to be countered by a full voice communication
Yes.
team, right? VC team. So, and there's a barmaid as well. So it's not gonna be as easy for Pit Stoppers to nail one. Maybe I would give him the benefit of the doubt that he will be able to whack the survivors, get them to half health, but finding one, sharing one, that's a whole
Yes.
different thing. Because now, if you look at the small location, they're all spread out on 4
They
corners.
are.
Yeah, they don't want Joseph to whack and injure every single survivors. Imagine first photograph world, 4 survivors are all injured. That would be the worst case scenario. So that's why they're so spread out.
So what's interesting here is that he could go with the Joseph strat of not taking a picture first and waiting for them to actually hide. But he's already taken a photo, guys, and he's already roaming around the photo world. Once again, Nella Melon, Poch Spice, your commentators for the second half, round number 2. Again, all lies in the balance of Pitstop versus Joseph. Again, do or die time. He chose to go with the Joseph, which is very unconventional. There's actually Green is hiding. His image is actually near that cipher. He's able to spot him. He's able to spot him.
Oh my god, he's gonna be able to find the barmaid first. Gonna carry him up. Wow, actually I was so blind. If I didn't, if we don't have access to the name, we wouldn't have been able to see Green at all.
It's so hard. And that's the thing. Green was actually there at the cipher of the barmaid, so now able to share the barmaid. The barmaid will be falling down, so they're gonna have to pick her up. He's actually, if he's able to turn this corner, I think he can find someone.
One more?
Oh my goodness!
How did he see? How did he see that? Oh my god, they're playing on a 6-inch iPhone. I can't even see that with a 24-inch monitor.
iPhone 15, baby. I think
iPhone 15.
Yeah, he's got everything on it. So that's so scary. Now the Antiquarian has to think twice before he can harass because Antiquarian's already injured. And Joseph has built enough presence here for them to be felt. Barmaid has to use up the drink right away. We are going to see Leafy take this next kite. However, Leafy on the lawyer, this could be a little tough since Joseph isn't at full presence just yet. Probably going to wait for the photo world to come back online for him to take another photo, but it seems like Pitstoppers is going to try to focus his attention onto Leafy.
Yeah, focus on Leafy. But again, Pitstoppers is like lawyer, right? Without the photo world, he's literally a moving Leo without skills. This is very sad to say, as iconic as a photographer may be, and that's why you see Pitstoppers instantly waiting. He's just patiently waiting for the photo world to be up, and now going and whack the illusion. So each time he whacks the illusion, he powers up, and now he has access to full skill. And what happens is he has access to card tricks. Honestly, they're rotating really well. Ciphers might not look like they have a lot of progress now, but mid-game, that is where it really shines. Wait.
Hang on, I think he's gonna spot another survivor. This is so important for him to actually maximize the hits into the photo world, injuring the mercenary as well. So it's not gonna be a stable rescue. This is gonna be huge. He needs to go to a rocket chair and secure the lawyer being down in the real world.
Oh my god, secure the lawyer down in the real world, making sure everyone's injured, forcing the barmaid to finish every doublet that she has. Unfortunately, she only has one left. Lawyer's gonna go down. Mercenary and Antiquarian. Yeah, she's gonna prioritize giving Bossy.
A gift from the heavens! Mo has fallen down to the first floor, and now Pitstoppers. He still hasn't used the blink, and this Antiquarian one hit will be fallen down.
Oh my god. Momo has to be really careful. Oh, the slap, the stick. One more.
Oh, he's
still excitement! Wow.
Pitstoppers.
Wow, big brain move. I'm not really sure. This is like a high risk, high reward movement. I'm not really sure you should commit to that soon, because now you have nothing to work with on late game, right?
True.
Honestly, this is the only thing that counters Antiquarian, right? But once Antiquarian's gone, how are you gonna chase anyone else? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's definitely rolling the dice with that. He's going to be able to take the photo once the Antiquarian is on that rocket chair. So, yeah, everyone has to stop touching ciphers and hide. So let's see. He has the card trick to go in and out of that photo world. We're going to see if anyone's going to attempt even a rescue situation here. So Pitstopper is really, yeah, just trying to pressure as much as possible. Once again, we'll see if that excitement will pay off, because that is quite concerning in the late game.
Exactly. And now you can see Bossy has already elbow pad. Wow, he actually went in. Okay, he needs to be careful. Drop down. Oh, wait. Yeah, just hit him. It's fine. It's fine. Mirror World is almost over. And Mercenary cannot leave.
Yes.
No one's rescuing the mirror image. No one's rescuing the mirror image. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
and she's already hit with the last effort, so he's just gonna focus his attention. Good job by Momo going into the photo world, because once the last effort does pop, actually it's gonna time it pretty well because the mirror world is about to end. So yeah, he's just gonna pick up right away and just chair possibly outside. So injury after injury here, 3 ciphers still remain, but you know, this constant pressure, the photo world is really halting the cipher progress, and now Antiquarian is out of the game. So Pit Stoppers, 3 more survivors left to take this to game number 3 now.
Yeah, and Bossy was trying to finish the cipher in the shack. That would have been great. But Green's about to finish the cipher in the ruins, I believe. I'm not really sure about that. But 3 ciphers are gone, 2 ciphers remaining. Everyone's injured except for the barmaid. Barmaid has no more Dublin, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
So this is pretty much you're on your own. You have to raw kite a photographer. Wow. Okay, the cut trick a little misstep there. He went further away than I expect.
So this is what we're talking about, right? Since he has excitement, none of the characters actually promote any stuns, and a blink could have really helped. Bossy though understood that he had to go hide, but now it seems like he will find the mercenary if he's able to turn the corner here. Trying to check if the locker play did happen, but if he turns to the left, he's gonna see that the mercenary is hiding right there. So he's going to be able to injure him accordingly, and let's see if he can find more survivors.
Yeah, he needs to find more and chair before the mirror wall ends. Or he could just chair now and start forcing the survivors to rotate and rescue his image, right? He really, yeah. They already they have 2 ciphers at full. So Omni, he thinks someone's here. No one's here. They're just surrounding Mercenary. In case he goes down, they can instantly heal him up to full. So whatever Pit Stopper do, he should not chair at this moment, right? Because if he chairs, that's it. They can just heal him up to full health.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna do it. So
yeah, you see, everyone's already ready. But it's okay. I think he has the card trick. He's relying on the card trick to find out where he is. But Green is much nearer, so you see, it's wasted now because Lawyer will be able to heal up Mercenary, and Mercenary will be able to heal up Lawyer, so ultimately, I don't see anything more than just a draw at this point of time.
With how the game has been playing out, like he had such a strong start finding everyone, but now that everyone is kind of aware, fully communicating, and in such a strong area like Shack, it's really hard, especially if you have no blink. You do have that card trick, but I tried to go for that spike there, but unfortunately the barmaid was able to vault the pallet in time. Mercenary is already healed up to half and can heal up to full. So let's see if he can down Green here. Yeah, no threat of the blink. It's going to be a little tough for Pit Stoppers, but he's going to wait for that photo world to be ready just to halt the cipher progress once again.
Yeah, they're all gathered up in the same place, and Pit Stoppers has to know that the last cipher is at the shack because that's where Green is heading at the moment. Oh,
so let's see.
Okay.
He has to make this photo world really count and find everyone and injure everyone just to add that pressure. Again, last cipher is at 78%. Everyone is going to try to rotate accordingly. Barmaid is still trying to push that cipher over at the shack area. Let's see if he can actually jump scare.
Jump scare, jump scare, jump scare.
Here we go, drops hit. Here we go. Swing! Oh! He's gonna try to really force it from happening. Oh, he's gonna fall down, but pops it in the process.
My God, yeah. And now Pit Stoppers has nothing to work with. He does not have a teleport because he's already used it up on excitement. So they're already opening up the gate, the front gate,
and mind you, the barmaid also has self-heal. So now Leafy is gonna have to just respect that. Detention Joseph. We also have Bossy here with, so Mercenary has Lawyer has an elbow pad, Mercenary has a magic wand. So that's what Pit Stoppers has to work with here. So let's see, Leafy might have to spend it early here, and also the dungeon is here now. So again, let's see if he can get that tide going for his team. Oh, with the pound slam, but he's able to get the excitement.
There's no way he's able to catch up with the Lawyer. A Lawyer can just kite. Yeah. Yeah,
12% speed boost now.
Exactly. At this point, the Lawyer seems more like a hunter compared to Joseph. Yeah, because of the 5% speed extra, and not to mention, this is a walking hunter at this point. And with the elbow pad, he's just gonna he's gonna make it through. Oh my God.
Yeah, again, it was a great attempt for pit stoppers. I have to say that. We finally saw JoJo, but it is Team Fusion that is heading to the grand finals to go up against B4U. So, ladies and gentlemen, big congratulations to Team Fusion. I would say moral victory on the side of pit stoppers to bring out Joseph. There are those, I mean, we do know that bring out the Joseph in a competitive tournament is an uphill battle, but hey, he tried to rise to the occasion. He tried to give us a match, and you got to give him credit for that. And you got to give your love to Team Omni for fighting to the very end. And for them to get top 4 in a stacked tournament like IVT, they deserve a pat on the back and some congratulations also.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very hard because most of these teams like CH4, for example, B4U and Fusion, of course, not forgetting Fusion at all, they've already been to more tournaments. Like, Omni, this is literally Omni's first tournament experience, with the exception of some tournament players in the team that have been in previous ones. But other than that, yeah, I would say very exciting match, very interesting, and very well deserving as well. And of Fusion, and there you have it, guys. That's the grand finalists, the 2 grand finalists, Fusion versus B4U. But Posh, I believe we're heading into a break.
Yeah, I think we still have to award the MVPs and look at the match stats.
Okay.
So we will be heading towards that now as we see the match stats once again, ladies and gentlemen. Again, pit stoppers really trying to push for the
4K.
the 4K, and then trying to go for that tie. Again, you got to give him his flowers for bringing out the JoJo, making it as entertaining as possible for us to watch. And yeah, I would say, you know what, Team Omni rebranded from Team OM. I'm sure that we'll see more of them in the future. I hope they do stick around as a team, because you do see that cohesiveness with their survivors. You see moments of brilliance at pit stoppers with this hunter, and maybe a little more refinement in this in the opera singer. And then we'll have you know, I'm sure that they'll be bouncing back from this in Call of the Abyss qualifiers next year. But Team Fusion, I think this is a good warm-up, because they will be going up against B4U, and B4U had such a clutch match up against CH4. So the question remains, like, does B4U still have something left in the tank to go up against Fusion? And is Fusion fully warmed up to go up against the defending champs from the last IVT? So
exactly. Like, you know, B4U still has they already had 2 hours of resting. You know, so that's probably enough for them to recuperate. They've probably taken out their phones from the fridge. You know,
that is such a wild excuse that you heard.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 18-1. Kudos to I just have to say this. Kudos to Pit Stoppers. He hasn't played the same hunter.
Yeah, you're right.
The same hunter at all. Like every single game, a new hunter. So really props for him for going, like, taking that risk, being really adventurous. Didn't really pay off, but hey, I guess having that tournament experience and fun, and that's what matters.
And what matters for Fusion is their MVP, which is Mushin. Again, we had a amazing survivor-sided game at the start. They got 4-man escape, but Mushin has been very consistent. He brought out the clerk to remind us why the fat lady always sings if you play her to her full effect. And that is a hunter that actually, you know what? It is Clerk that did get the win in the previous IVT up against B4U. So I wonder if they're going to put respect onto Clerk here. That was a crazy matchup, but that is the match. That is the semifinals, ladies and gentlemen. Up ahead is going to be the grand finals. So super excited for that. Now, any shout outs before we cut to that break that you want to give out?
Yeah, shout outs to everyone in the chat for staying with us up until now. But don't go anywhere, because we are still headed to the grand finals, and it's not going to be a show you want to miss. So don't go anywhere, because we're heading to a short break. See you all after this.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
I received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. Only then, when the flames of sin subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart.
Compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends, the final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight.
the high tower, a utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the main event of IVT Fall 2023 for NAEU. On one side, we have B4U. On the other side, we have Fusion. A run back of, I think, IVT 2022 or 2021. I'm not quite sure, but they have faced this stage before. And with me, Nello Mello. How can you explain how you're feeling right now? Because it's pretty intense as we're about to head into the match.
Yeah, I know it's really intense, but for some reason I'm feeling really chill, and that's thanks to Chrysanthemum Tea. So please
sponsor.
Please sponsor more Chrysanthemum Tea. Yeah, but jokes aside, this is going to be the match to watch because B4U, after such a clutch matchup against CH4, you gotta wonder, right? Like, is it gonna give them the wake-up call that they need? That now the teams are really catching up. Right, so that's one thing on the side of B4U. On the other side, there's Fusion, who has dominated. It's safe to say dominate because it was 18-1. So with these two different mentalities coming into the grand finals, you gotta wonder: will the game goes to the awakened B4U or the one who is already comfortable? Like Fusion, I would say Fusion is in the seat where B4U was a few years back, where they are already comfortably sitting on the throne. So this is like Fusion's first dominating field, one of the very first few dominating fields. So you gotta wonder how it's gonna end up when styles clash.
Yeah.
In the finals.
And if we look at like the history, right? Fusion was the one to beat B4U in their IVT matchup, but then that was Clerk meta. There's been reiterations of the game, so I wonder what kind of confidence, but confidence nonetheless. And B4U, like you said, you know what? Sprinter, Schmitty, Myleg, Paul Blems, and Roland, the family unit, right? These guys have been through thick and thin. If they face hardships, they're able to evolve. And talking to Schmitty, I think you and him and I share that same sentiment. You know what? They want to show everyone that even though they face adversity, they won't like, all right, we're gonna switch up, we're gonna do this, we're gonna add this person in. They're gonna stick together and figure out the problem and then move on. And I think they faced some adversity in their first match against CH4. They said that was their biggest competition, and now they're going up against Fusion. So hopefully they'll be able to I guess rise above to the occasion, because they're coming from the back foot here.
Yeah, I mean, before you and me and Vin Diesel, family. It's all about family. So
Exactly.
exactly. But here comes another set of family, Fusion, because I believe this lineup, most of the members are still from the OG Fusion, right? So even though they don't say, they don't chant the family motto, but they still stick around for a considerably long amount of time. No stranger to us, Mushin on the Hunter seat. Green one, bossy one, Momo, the names you're very familiar with. The leafy one, I'm not really sure.
The leafy one.
The
Momo one.
The Momo one, yeah. The ones, destined for great ones. And this is actually looking like the path that they're headed to, because they're so close. They're so close to repeating their success, the previous success of defeating B4U. So let's see if they're able to replicate that success this time, Posh.
I'm excited because it's 0-1, and you have to also understand that B4U wants to rectify that record that they had up against them, because it came down to the very end as well, and it was Mushin to get the victory, a 4-man kill with the Clerk. So now with this Sangria meta, yes, we're already gonna expect like round 1, we're gonna see Opera Singer, but round 2, round 3, that's where it gets really interesting. That's where we'll see probably Sprinter's Dream Witch. We're gonna see Mushin bring out maybe the Geisha, maybe the Clerk, depending on the map selection. So really, we gotta wait for that one to happen. But we're gonna introduce the forward players here, Schmitty and Green. Green really the rescuer, Schmitty really playing the rescue, the kiting role.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's really good at rescuing as well, but I feel like kiting is more of his thing. He's like, yeah, I can kite good, but you want me to rescue someone? No, that's not my cup of tea. And you know, when you put someone at a spot where he doesn't really want to play it, maybe that's not where he thrives in. But besides this lineup, right, Bosch? Actually, it's just kind of weird seeing Sprinzer on Anne when we haven't seen an Anne the entire tournament. So
Right? Yeah,
so it's
we
like,
haven't.
yeah, the players are not really. But this one is very well deserved, very well portrayed. Because my legs, bro, he was the MVP. He was the MVP, allowing that clutch win against Ling. Oh my god, that one play. Imagine if he did not make that play under such stressful situation. If he did not get that kited that end game, Roland would have been able to escape. How crazy is it that CH4 would have won? So my leg MVP in my books here.
You know what? My leg reminds me of a player from GH. It's just a little boy. Like, you
Little
know,
boy.
they both have those clutch kite factors, and you can rely on them when it comes to that. Even though Schmitty is usually the kiter, even if it's usually Paul Blems, my leg usually he's the one that is the one that's hiding and the one that's like decoding, right? And before you know it, he pops the ciphers. You have to chase him. That's going to be a hard time. However, moving on over to Bossy 1, Bossy, you know,
The Bossy
has
one.
been, yeah, Bossy 1, like green one, the
The
Bossy,
bossy one. The bossy one. Yeah, that's definitely the bossy one.
Yeah, it's definitely. I wonder in VC if Bossy 1 is the one that's like telling everyone, go here, go do this, do that. Green and Bossy, usually they're the ones, the pillars of the Fusion survivors. So the Bossy has their own highlighted moments, so it can be represented here, the player stats. So I'm excited to see what's Bossy gonna do. Is she gonna be Bossy or like Bossy in the
Yeah,
future?
I don't know, man. It's either one of those two, right? Either being the bossy one or being the green one. But quite frankly, I think he had a few highlights of his own as well. So definitely watch out for that, because you know the 933. It's safe to say 933 wouldn't have been able to kite that long against Sprinzers. Sorry, was it Sprinzers? Sorry. Oh,
Yeah,
against
Sprinzer.
the. Sorry.
933 in CH4. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I think both of them are like the playmakers, like where they highlight, they heat the show. But more of that later on, because right now we're gonna look at one of the problems that Fusion has to face in the form of problems. And he has a bamboo stick to show that he means business.
Yeah. If not on the bamboo stick, he's on the bees with the entomologist.
They sting.
Dancer boxes. Yeah, just the stings, yes.
Yeah, they sting.
Yeah, usually just the kiters and the harassers. And speaking of harassers, also we got Momo on this batter. We have yet to see the batter come out. I love how Fusion though is like really leaning into like the gardener, leading into the lawyer meta and whatnot. And hopefully they have something ready for Sprinter, because this team was the only one to show that they are capable of getting a 4-man escape in a scene where it's full of like Hunter MVPs.
Yeah, I mean, for very good reason too, right? Because batter, I think it's very situational to have a batter in the team or not. And against Sangria, because he moves so fast, it's like trying to hit it's like trying to use projectile to counter a high-speed projectile. Maybe that's why it's not very reliable, right? Yeah. But just moving on. Yeah, sorry.
I don't think it's just to add on to that. I think it's more of like a hard read instead of you reacting to it, because Sangria is super fast, right?
Yeah, not guaranteed hit. Yeah. Yeah, that's hard. And speaking of another not a guaranteed thing character, the cowboy as well. Like you love to see the cowboy come in as a hero, and Oxygen from IVC actually played an amazing cowboy. If you guys check out the IVC stream on Identity 5 channel as well, amazing stuff in Lakeside Village. Beautiful lassos. An amazing cowboy will make your day great, but a clowning cowboy will just ruin your day. So let's just say, we hope for a hero here coming in.
From zero to hero, hopefully
Exactly.
we're gonna see that. Roland though, mainly on like the mercenary gravekeeper first officer role, very stable, and he can also kite really long. Leafy has shown pretty good promise with how he's been performing so far, but seems like a bit of a deja vu map pick selection here on Fusion's side. This was the map where they did get a 4-man escape. So going up against Sprincer's Sangria, that was also where he got a 4-person kill. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I guess it all comes down to which team is more equipped. Like which survivor team is more well equipped to handle a Sangria? Will it be the Fusion team or will it be the B4U team? Because both teams have amazing Sangria players. It's not like half-baked Sangrias. These are like fully fledged, scary Sangria in the form of Mushin, Sprinzer, and it looks like B4U is gonna send in the big guns first. Sprinzer's gonna be hunting first.
And you gotta, dude, what a time to be alive as Identify fan. He chooses to ban the veterans first. It's Gardner and Lawyer. I mean, if you asked me a couple months ago or start of the year, it's like, yeah, these guys will be meta. Like, what are you talking about? Are you serious? And now this is the reality we're living in. So Sprinter doesn't want to deal with that. I'm pretty sure it's safe to assume that he will be going for that opera singer. And now they're kind of forced to go with some substitutes here in the form of a magician and a psychologist.
Yeah, after what Green 1 did against Pitstopper with his Gardener, it's no surprise. Sprinzer probably saw that and like, yeah, I can imagine Sprinzer like being really chill and yeah, I don't want to deal with that. So I'm just gonna ban Gardener out. So very well deserved ban, I think. He needs to do it. Might seem weird, but he definitely needs to do it since he's playing Opera Singer. But if you look at those two picks, right, like even the Magician, right, it's actually it's a considerable replacement because of the magic sticks, and the Hunter needs to like, instead of focusing on the character itself, he's kind of focused on the foot trails, which is like a little bit delayed after the proc of the magic one. So I would say this is a pretty good composition. The best
that they can do.
That they come up with the bands, right?
Considering that this is I guess the substitutes, since they were denied the mercenary, they were denied the gardener. No decoders in the lineup, but I guess you gotta make do with what you have here. So hopefully, Sprinter was watching the previous match and how well they like you said, he already called out the gardener, so he already has a good inkling. So now it just depends on where he chooses to spawn and if he would go, what trait he'd go with, because right now we're still in the experimental stage with what is the most effective opera singer. Is it blink? Is it fully aggressive and going abnormal? Because it's you can see a lot of expression of the player when you see which trait they're going to pick. And so far, Sprinter has been picking Blink.
Yeah, Blink, the tried and tested Blink, super aggressive as well, because you got to catch up, man. In the beginning when you don't have enough presence, and it does help you to get that early down. So maybe that's the trick of the trait, in case Fusion, because you saw Fusion being fully capable of dealing with the abnormal Sangria by Pitstoppers, right? So no point in bringing abnormal at this time, because Fusion already knows what to do with it. So Sprinzer, fortunately, he's just gonna probably most likely going with the blink, secure an aggressive down first, and I think going for the psychologist first would make the best sense. Take out the stress, take out the Wi-Fi healing, and Bossy One's just like, shh, I'm not here.
No, I'm not gonna save you. Don't worry. Shh.
Who is Bossy One?
Who's the bossy one?
Who's the bossy one? Chase Green One first.
Yeah. So fingers crossed that's what's going to happen. And hopefully you guys in the chat are going to be giving some love to these players. We're going to see the spawn locations here in Ever Sleeping Town. So Momo is actually the one that's going to be near the graveyard area. But what's interesting is that Sprinter is going to spawn near one of the exit gates here, away from the graveyard, so he can make a straight line dash for that magician, or he can actually go past him, interrupt the cipher that's going to be worked on in the middle, and go for that psychologist.
Good idea. Like he can either chase Leafy, but you know what? He can either chase Leafy, make him waste 1/1 before going after Green One, or he can just go for Leafy, because Green One has shown amazing success against Sangria on his Gardener. So who's to say he can't do the same with the Psychologist? Because Psychologist can take 3 hits. That's more than enough. And we've seen it. 3 ciphers done by the time Psychologist goes down. So this might be the game plan. But whatever it is, Posh, we'll have to see, because this is the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1, first half. Bringing the commentaries, me, Mellow, and Posh Spice.
Yeah, so make some noise in the chat for your favorite team, Fusion or B4U, folks. The run back of previous IVTs. It seems like Leafy is going to gain the attention of the Opera Singer here at the Corner House. Again, Corner House acts out as a good location, but not if the basement is here, so that's actually very scary. Leafy using the magic wand early, and now we see that he's hiding behind the pallet, able to get a slam now.
Beautiful stuff by Leafy. He's staying true to his magician roots. Oh, another one being used. Princess probably thinking, yeah, no way he's gonna run open, right? And that's the beauty of playing a magician with a stick. Oh, he's going down. Oh, okay. Can he make it? Can he make it through? Oh, and he's gonna hide. He's gonna put it down. He's gonna break it. And now, in less than 20 seconds, 3 magic sticks has been used. Wow, he's burning through the ones like Cheerios.
Yeah, he's really not sparing any expense with using these wands, but it's paying off really well. Hopefully he can make another rotation here. There is a pallet for him to use, so the mind game is going to have to be strong, forcing him to break the pallet, but then there's nothing here to work with, so now Sprinter is going to down this magician. I would say, you know what, in the first minute, if you're able to survive, that's good enough. However, the Cypher progress, hopefully they can pop a little more as Sprinter tries to go for the basement.
Yeah, they should just sell. I'm serious, they should just sell, because Magician has already burned through. I think that's the case, right? Like, burn through everything, sell, and then one person just comes in to give Tinnitus to make sure Sangria doesn't go anywhere else. But Sprinter, I think he knows, right? That's why Bossy is trying to come close to give Tinnitus a little. But yeah, Cypher's doing pretty good so far. 2.5, almost 3. But Sprinter is gonna catch Bossy one out in the open. Fortunately, the clock has been proc. But he's still being very careful, right? Sprinter. He doesn't want any backdoor rescue. But he's gonna realize by now they're leaving Leafy to
be sacrificed.
Sacrifice in the basement.
I mean,
they're not going green.
They are not. I think that's actually a good call, like you said. Just stall the game out. They're already working on the last Cypher, forcing Sprinter to play conservatively, and also kind of starving him of presence, so his shadow leaps aren't going to be too far. So I think it's a good call. If you're able to tie out the first game as survivors in this meta, that's already a victory in itself. We do see Green One is actually hiding out at the corner Cypher. Bossy is going to be caught out in the open, which actually is an okay start for him. He just needs to not interrupt Cyphers. He's still got a clock to work with. Hopefully, and Green gets caught out in the open.
I love what Sprinter's doing, like the mind games going on, boom, bam, boom, you know, dashing left and right, dashing left and right, make him waste it, and in just that 2 simple moves, right? He managed to burn through Bossy once 2 clock without even. It didn't serve any purpose, right? You use it, I run away. And now he even got Green One, that, you know, took out the stress by Green One. And he's doing all of this without exposing what trait he has, Posh.
True, and it is excitement. So we do see that the Grape Priest, he changes traits to the teleport, and Bossy One, like you said, doesn't have anything to work with besides that pallet, but that pallet drop did cost him. Now we see the Psychologist healing up. Use the force there. Oh, sorry, she's hit. My bad. So the first officer is hit. Antiquarian is the only one that is left uninjured, and the Antiquarian is healing up the Psychologist.
Yeah, so fast, man. Fast and Furious, Sangria edition. He's already going down, and this is where it makes sense, right? This is where it makes sense. He's constantly he's rotating like twice. He burns through officers, watch, and when he realizes, yeah, you have no more watch to work with, I teleport to you, that's beautiful. That's when he starts dwindling the resources of all the survivors and pressuring them now. But you have to be careful though, because the last Cypher is at 22%, Momo's gonna rescue. She still has a healthy supply of bamboo stick, so Momo needs to cover honestly. And beautiful swipes going on.
Yeah, that's what Momo's doing right now. Hopefully able to provide enough support here. But it seems like Momo is going to be the one to get this hit. So they will be going musical chairs here. But now, this is what's interesting. Psychologist going for the Wi-Fi heal on the first officer. And first officer still has Tide Turner. But what great map awareness by Sprinter, actually chairing near the Cypher that is being worked on, forcing Green to actually vacate this area.
I'm so... it's kind of unfortunate that none of the survivors have flywheel at all, right? That would have made quite a bit of a difference there. But Momo, the terror shot! Yeah, I think Warren's gonna go down. It doesn't really matter because the rescue was before half, if I'm correct.
I believe so.
I believe so.
We'll just have to find out. But now it seems like
he's chasing both.
Yeah, Bossy one double.
Oh my
down.
god!
This is so much pressure that Fusion survivors are facing. Momo has fallen down at the graveyard area. Green is the only one that is up. Last Cypher is at 44%. So the thing is, Momo still has self-heal. Bossy one will go back to the rocket chair. So it's gonna be a little tough. Everyone's injured. They can fall down in one hit.
Yeah, I like the idea where Fusion is like, okay, spare no expense. Use up everything to survive as long as possible while the Cypher's being done, right, Posh? But the thing is, I feel like Bossy one, he used up all of the clocks too soon. It doesn't really matter if he's the one getting injured, if he's the one getting chased. He should have at least left one clock.
True.
Yeah. Because now you see he cannot do anything. He's just gonna die in the end.
Seems like the psychologist is going for the heal onto the whistle onto the antiquarian. So this is very interesting.
What?
Green falling down like right at the center, not even hiding his body. So it seems like the antiquarian is going to be the one that will try to push for the end game.
He's like, yeah, here I am. I'm presenting myself to you. And Sprinter's like,
I think I get it because Momo doesn't have self heal anymore, and psychologist has used the self heal.
That's why. Yeah.
But can she heal in time, and can the antiquarian survive long enough for them to actually kind of push for the last Cypher?
Well, Fusion's putting their trust on Momo, so I guess that's what's going on here. And not to mention, Sprinter has all of this under control, Posh, because even if Momo buys enough time here, let's not forget, Sprinter has already changed to teleport. So the moment Psychologist touches a Cypher, tries to do, as a matter of fact, the 7th Cypher, Posh. Yeah, Momo's gonna get hit here. Once Momo goes down, yeah, that's it. Teleport to Psychologist, get him down, and it's gonna be a really hard game from there.
Yeah, and this is what's tough. Momo already spent all of the bamboo flute, and while we'll be falling down, Psychologist already moving away from that Cypher. Sprinter using that teleport, jumps down to the basement. I think, like you said, sparing no expense also with all the Cyphers that are in the game. Green just making sure he's gonna like give him a run for his money. And Sprinter, you know what, has been flawless throughout this tournament at the start of the game, always getting a consistent 4-man kill.
Yeah, Sprinter's really dominating with this Sangria. So, and that's really something that's not of a surprise, because this is what we're expecting him to own on the Sangria. I guess Fusion has to take this loss, and I cannot say that there should be surprise. They just have to take this loss in Game 2, ban out the Sangria, and hopefully that's where they can start making a difference. But first things first, first half ends with a 5-0 in favor of B4U, Posh.
Yeah, like you said, I think that's the standard for how Sprinter has been doing, because Sprinter is one of the best hunters. I mean, even acknowledged by the Chinese community, or the Chinese league of hunters, right? The NAEU Dongshun. So for them to put up a good fight, and they tried to play conservatively at the same time, spare no expense when it comes to the items. Like you said, I think they burned through the items a little too quick. The magic wands, the pocket watches were used a little too fast. The only impactful play or item that was used was the bamboo flute, which, you know, the support was there, but the other person that was kiting, which was the first officer, didn't really have much to go with. And yeah, it was kind of tough, and it wasn't necessarily flashy plays. It was just very good defensive and fundamental mechanics that was put on display, and that's why Sprinter is one of the most feared hunters out there.
Yeah, feared hunter, revered hunter, and he does all of this with a poker face. So
Yeah.
he's a really chill dude. If you guys saw him on
The
Cat,
interview.
yeah, on the interview, it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna do my best, and that's the best impression I can do of him. But seriously though, yeah, I believe the factor was Leafy was relying a little bit too much on items, which is why you don't see the rotations going really well. He was practically stuck in a loop at the exact same spot, right? He was practically stuck in a loop, and that's exactly what you don't want to do against a Sangria, because he can just catch up to you really soon. And once you're out of Magic Stick, well, you're just waiting to be hit and go to the basement. So, Leafy, that's one. He should definitely try and make rotations more effective. Take one hit and then probably utilize the ones a little bit later. Go to a stronger kiting area, because those two pallets, once they're gone, they're weak pallets, honestly. Once they're gone, there's no way for you to run. Secondly, Bossy should be braver to take that kite. He should take that kite. Doesn't matter if Sangria persists on him. Get one hit, so what? It's fine. If you persist on me, even better. Then I'll start. Then I'll start kiting. You already I'm wasting your time here. Right? Like you hit me. Fine. Are you gonna keep pursuing onto me? If you are, fine. The other people are gonna be decoding. They're gonna come in, and when they rescued me, I can use my pocket watch, and that's where the effectiveness comes in.
Yeah. We talked about how well, I think Eli pointed it out, how pocket watches, well, the matches he covered, they were used too late. This was an instance where it was used a little too soon, that like it was preemptive, that when Sprinter saw it, it's like, all right, no need. I'm not gonna persist chasing you. So yeah, maybe taking that hit, getting ready, trusting in the instincts that you can kite, and trying to survive, because I think, Sprinter just assessed the situation and just, all right, you spent that item, I don't need to waste my time here, I'm gonna transfer back, and really played to the strengths of Sangria. So that was a good insight there. Now.
Yeah, but on the other hand, there's also like there's nothing really much you can do, because he's just gonna keep doing that until you succumb. It's either you take an injury or you waste your item. So as a matter of fact, the more I think about it, the more I feel like Wildling should have been used.
Ooh.
Right? You come here, I'm just gonna ride on the board. It's fine. You come here, I'm just gonna ride on the board. You hit my board, it's fine. It will regenerate. But the pocket watch cannot regenerate.
Yeah.
So maybe not so much about thing. I think it can't be helped. Because you have to burn one of those things, your health or your resources. So yeah, Wildling would make sense.
Yeah, Wildling would make sense. And now that I'm thinking about it, also Leafy with the Magician, Sprinter played that really well, banning out the Gardener, because that if Gardener was used, like, I remember her bubble regenerates, so maybe maybe it's so fast, right? It's crazy. Maybe Leafy would, hopefully the Gardener won't get banned, and we'll see a little bit more of that. But then again, for sure, the soap opera, the opera singer will be banned in the next game. But right now, this is the second half of round number 1. We're gonna see the picks and bans here. It's gonna be Mushin that will be banning out the Explorer and Coordinator to start things out.
Exactly, a totally different approach from what a Sprinter did. Sprinter banning out the Lawyer and the Gardener first, but Mushin here choosing a different route. So let's see, before you will be picking up the Gardener and Lawyer first, because it's almost guaranteed that Mushin's going for Sangria, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I mean, I know that we're just predicting here, but it's safe to assume, because she's just that good. And
It's not good. Yeah.
You might as well do it now, because it's gonna get banned. And like you said,
Whoa,
Balmer, I like this.
Wow, maybe that's a new counter we can think of. Before you making their own metas now with I like this because hey, at least you solve the problem where no one's able to rescue you. Right? So maybe the coffee would make sense, yeah. I don't believe in people rescuing me. I'll rescue myself. That's the concept of Embalmer. So maybe they can make this work because technically speaking, all they need to do is just get one man escape, and that's it. They win round number 1. So Mushin is really put to the test here because looking at these 2 picks is already like I'm like, oh my god, from a Sangria, I would be like, oh my god.
No.
You with the bubbles, now a coffin? Bro.
And the bombs now. So I think this is the strong independent meta where you survive by yourself. You don't need anyone else to weigh you down. Because we have an acrobat, we have, I believe, a first officer that was the last pick. The Embalmer just to secure that tie. And of course that Gardener, that would just be a problem for Mushin to worry about. So what's tough here, Nell, is that B4U, if they're able to tie this, they're going to have so much advantage coming to game number 2 because this is Fusion's map selection. So if they're able to win this round, yeah, B4U is on the right track to actually getting a victory from Team Fusion.
I would say, technically speaking, right? Technically speaking, it's kind of hard to get a 4K against this composition, simply because of the existence of the coffin, the coffin itself. So Mushin needs to do the impossible. Needs to maintain a huge amount of map presence, spatial awareness, needs to look left and right, being super aggressive, and just stop everyone in tracks. Kind of like repeating what Spritzer did. The teleport, the aggressive teleport, making survivors waste their resources. He should make Roland waste his pocket watch. He should do that to Roland. Let him feel how they feel, right? So
true.
Here's anyone but my leg. I think my leg is just too strong on Gardener. We
did see the effects of that happen when Pit Stoppers went up against the Gardener, right? So
yeah.
If there is any counter to the Opera Singer, it's possibly the Gardener, and yeah, you don't want to chase them first. I agree. We have seen Opera Singers even in IVL and IJL go after the rescuers. High risk, high reward, but you can also go after Embalmer. I mean, if you're really confident in your skills, you can go after the Acrobat. But going after my leg and on the Gardener, it could be a tough chase, especially where the spawn locations are going to be at.
Wow, my leg's just gonna be spawning in the middle. It's like, I dare you to complete the cross, and Mushin's like, nah, I'll chase problems first. I'm making him my problem. I like this decision, right? Because before he was obviously putting Mushin in the spot where they're like, come, I'm the closest target to you, right? But honestly, if he goes for problems, that wouldn't be an issue. Because if Mushin brings teleport first, that would be great too. You know, like hit, chair him if he uses the coffin, leave him, go for another target who's completing the target. Just overall, just waste the resources. I think that's the key. Waste the resources, waste the pocket watch, waste the coffin, waste the fire bombs, which I don't think is technically possible because you have to waste 3 ciphers, containment time. But yeah, I mean, Posh, coming into this game, do or die. Mushin needs to replicate 5-0. And guys, make some noise in the chat because this is where Fusion reciprocates. Mushin reciprocates. Bringing the commentaries is me, Nono, and our very own Posh Spice.
Alright folks, let's see if they will be able to reciprocate and if this Opera Singer will be able to waste the resources chasing after the first officer to start things out. So not gonna go for the Gardener bait, we are gonna go for the first officer. And Roland already spending the pocket watch, tries to get the swipe, but the hitbox is just a little too short for him. So now it seems like, yeah, you know what, spend the pocket watch, I'm gonna go somewhere else. And now we see that Mushin actually transitioning towards the middle part of this map where Schmitty is actually going to be at. Acrobat, not the best, but we'll see how this one works out since he can jump through these pallets and jump through these windows. And actually jumps the window a little too soon. Tries to get a little swipe heavy here. Schmitty having to eat that hit, still conserving that bomb from the transition towards the corner house.
Wow, beautiful rotation going on, right? Schmitty, he's actually doing very good until the point where he kind of pushed his luck and oh my god, so close! What a clutch play! But Smitty, he needs to be very careful now because he has nothing. He cannot reach the pallet in time. He has no more bombs to work with, and he does not have flywheel again.
Yeah.
Flywheel.
Very interesting, but that was a clutch situation there. Bought a little bit of time, but now Mushin. Let's see what he's gonna do, because he did bring abnormal in.
Oh yeah, abnormal in. Come on, problems.
Here we go.
Problems. Oh, beautiful. Just in time. He has to abnormal. Oh, he cannot abnormal this. He's like, okay, 5%. I'm not gonna do that.
It's not quite, just a little hair. But now we see Roland having to eat that hit. That was kind of close, but let's see who's gonna go after. Let's see. Seems like he's gonna try to go for a double down. Can't stay hit onto Roland. Schmitty has to survive now.
Yeah, Smitty has to survive. Very unfortunate because Roland has actually expanded his pocket watch just to run away, but now it doesn't really matter. Smitty is trying to make distance further away. Acrobat already has a coffin on. You can see, right? Yeah, beautiful use of the abnormal finally. But yeah, it's an Acrobat.
Yo!
Oh my god.
The remnant switch for him to actually bait the pallet vault, and now Mushin has downed Schmitty. He has used the coffin here, but he's already abnormal that cipher, so it's okay for him to transition since he's kind of reset the momentum. But now Schmitty working with the graveyard area, keeping Mushin at bay, avoiding any cipher being touched. But it seems like Schmitty, he's gonna be hiding out. Can Mushin spot him out though?
That was very smart. That was very, very smart. Hiding in the corner. Like, Mushin's gonna lose the Tinnitus very soon. And oh my god, Schmitty, the hiding master.
Yo, the hide and seek master. Schmitty able to lose the trace of Sangria here. So now this buys so much time for them.
Yeah, why hide? Why hide? Why hide when you can hide? And he's gotta notice that the Tinnitus is gonna be proc pretty soon here. Mushin needs to look the other way.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's clutch hiding from Schmitty. Take it from Schmitty, folks. One of the best kiters chooses to hide because that is one of the effective ways in competition, especially Embalmer losing sight of you after the coffin. And now, First Officer fully healed up. They're able to reset this while Mushin's trying to look for another target.
Yeah, he has no choice. He cannot waste time looking for someone who does not wish to be found. I mean, Smitty has no choice, right? After the coffin thing, he's down to his last chair. So if he gets chaired again, he's pretty much dead. So I guess the only thing happening here is he's hiding. But then his teammate will suffer in return because everyone's getting hit. Everyone's getting hit now. Problems is the next one, and he has no coffee to work with anymore.
Yeah, this is what's kind of scary. Mushin's still holding on to this abnormal. I wonder if he's gonna change it out.
Schmitty!
Oh, yeah, there we go. Schmitty getting found out. But he
why did you show yourself?
He did.
Right.
He tried to push that cipher, and now Mushin finally has his first target in his sight. Has it locked on, and let's see, Schmitty working with some pallets here, forcing Mushin to actually mind game him with those remnants and forcing him to break these pallets. Now Schmitty heading back to the graveyard area.
Wow. Oh, and he's gonna burn. He's gonna burn Sangria in the process. And while all of that is happening, Posh, look at the ciphers. They might found the formula to counter Mushin's Sangria.
And now gets the hit. Again, that bought so much time for them to rotate. They did heal up First Officer for Roland to take another hit. And now they're on their last cipher here. Gardener and Balmer can actually go for this rescue because Schmitty is the only one to sit on that rock. Oh, sorry. They just pop it. My bad.
Yeah, they're just gonna pop it. But this looks very good for them now. Because, yeah, very tiable. Worst case scenario, Mushin gets 2 down. The other person can still open the gate because now they're just splitting up the gates. My leg's on the other gate. I believe the other gate's being open as well. So my leg, time for you to utilize the Emma power here. Mushin, this is unfortunate, but he has no choice. He needs to get my leg down, and he cannot even chair. He needs to teleport now.
This is what's scary. My leg does have this. Oh no, he had the bubble, and then dungeon was there, so that could have gone sideways, but turns out Mushin was able to, kind of go for just the tie. Yeah, I thought he was gonna go for that teleport, but
No.
fortunately for him,
Yeah.
he's still able to tie things out, unable to get that 4-person kill that he was kind of looking for to tie out game number 1, but it kind of shows that B4U was ready for the opera singer.
Exactly. Honestly, just now I was surprised that they left the gate so fast. Because they're like, oh yeah, we're happy to take the draw.
Easy.
But honestly, it doesn't seem like Mushin was ready to chair. He was ready to teleport until he saw the icon of them leaving. If he teleported, Emma would have had a little bit of chance to heal up and probably go for the dungeon. That would have played. But at the end of the day, before you getting the better out of the exchange of the sangrias. Gosh.
I would say this is one of the B4U strengths as survivors. It's like they won't push certain things. It's like, all right, they know that they hid. They go with where that'll yield the most results. And getting a tie, it's like they made sure, like, yeah, let's just respect the hunter right away. Let's leave this game. And yeah, it was an incredible showing. I mean, Schmitty getting chaired first and like getting teleported away from the coffin was definitely one of the big factors that we have to highlight now. How about you? What moment sticks to your mind when we think about this end of the first half?
Okay, the only thing I could remember at the back of my head is the moment when Schmitty hit. Cause that was like the deciding moment, right? If Acrobat was found immediately by Mushin there and then, before you might not be able to enjoy that piece.
Yes.
That piece of decoding much, because he wasted like at least a minute, right? Looking for Schmitty. So he bought a lot of time by hiding.
Yes.
So shout outs to all of you IDV players out there who loves to hide. Ignore what other people say. Hiding is always the best choice. Hide first, kite later.
Especially if you're like solo queuing, or I know one of the tips you gave me, Nels, assess the situation, know your exit routes. Don't rush a cipher right away, because you don't know where the hunter's coming from. Just maybe try hiding. I mean, Schmitty did it. Like the mind game was there, and yeah. Now that I recall, the second half started, and he chased Roland, the first officer, to start things out. Burned his pocket watch, able to get one hit, but then decided to transfer his attention onto Schmitty, and Schmitty tried to kite for as long as he could. He had actually an okay kite. He was able to use the bombs, but again, this is Sangria. She's really good at just those remnant teleports.
Yeah.
So didn't quite work out well. Saved past half, but yeah, I would say the clutch play was his brilliant use of hiding.
Yeah, brilliant use of hiding. Not to mention the strategy that B4U has employed. Having a Gardener and the Embalmer strategy is already devastating enough for Sangria, because I feel as of now, based on observation, Sangria can be slowed down. When she needs to break pallets. That's where you buy some time, which is why Gardener is so good. When he breaks the pallets, you build up the bubble, right? And the second strategy, which I see is kind of working now, is what you can see, you can touch. You can't chase something you can see. So,
wise
Explorer
words by Nell. I love it.
Whoa. Maybe that's why Mushin decides to ban Explorer. You can't see Explorer, so
What can you chase?
Yeah, and the Embalmer strat as well. So that's 3 of the things that I can see so far that's really giving Sangria mains a little bit of problem here to get the win.
I will give a shout out to Chu. Chu did check back in the VODs that he only kicked 38%. So another thing is also maybe the abnormal play. I mean, it did stall the game a little bit, but maybe if he was able to, I'm not sure. He switched to teleport too, but then again, if he hiding is really tough. There's no trait to counter hiding. And wait, someone said fun fact. Oh gosh, I hope I find it. Fun fact: Schmitty is actually leaves from the vines as fun fact. Schmitty is over 7 feet tall. That's actually funny, because how can someone 7 feet tall hide? So that's crazy that he's still able to be a hiding master when he's 7 feet tall.
7 feet tall. I mean, oh my god, he should play for NBA.
He probably should.
Yeah. Here's another fun fact: Schmitty is doing his 4+4 math quiz. What?
We can't math. I'm not really sure. What?
Well,
Is it
I'm not-
8? It's not 7. I'm not sure. I'm not getting the
I'm not
context.
sure,
But
yeah.
big shout outs to you guys. Any shout outs? Any other shout outs you want to give out? No.
To Pumpkin Boo as well and Roland Rescues, yeah. Of course, to Plo 12Y, Girly Pop. I see Gem as well, and Reverie, IDV Reverie, Tunwa. So shout outs to all of you guys. Thank you for making this experience cool and fun here. Believe it or not, it's actually close to noontime here, so I believe it must be midnight, 1 o'clock. Please do share what time it is in your place here.
Yeah, let us know, and also stay hydrated. Get a snack if you guys are staying up, and if you guys do want to head off to bed, I don't know, it's pretty exciting. I don't know if you can. Oh yeah, Chrysanthemum Tea. Do so, but then just follow the YouTube channel and just watch the VODs later on. Again, if it's too late in the night, we completely understand. But now we are gonna head to round number 2 with B4U kind of leading this charge, getting a 5-point victory and a round victory over Fusion.
Yeah, I mean, if Fusion wants to make a comeback, they have to do it in best of 2, and they have to do it right away, starting from the first half. Because take away Sangria. Is this Fusion's ban map selection, or is it B4U?
It's B4U. B4U
Okay.
banned out Red Church, and then Fusion picked the Ever Sleeping Town.
Okay, so it's gonna be harder for Fusion because B4U is definitely gonna choose a map where it's advantageous to Sprinzer's Dream Witch.
Yeah. Oof.
Arms Factory?
Probably.
Yeah, Arms Factory, and then Mushin has to play something. Yeah, I think the Survivor's gonna have a hard time against Sprinzer's Dream Witch if he plays it, or if Sprinzer is confident enough, play Naiad again. But the last time he played Naiad, it wasn't.
I think it was a tie. Or yeah, it wasn't. I mean, Naiad is very stable. She's kind of the typhoon. Hey, look at you, Nell. Good job with the predictions. Going with the Arms Factory, banning Sacred Heart Hospital. Yeah, like you said, they're really powering up his Dream Witch. So hopefully, I'm sure that Fusion is going to be ready for that Dream Witch. Hopefully, they pick and ban accordingly. But like you said, maybe the Naiad could come out because, you know what, both Survivor and Hunter side of B4U have shown that they can get points. So they have to be very careful in this approach because this could be Fusion's last round if B4U wins this.
Yeah, and it just brings us to the question: will Fusion send out the Survivors team, or send out Mushin first in this scenario? What do you think?
I think Fusion might go. I think it's the Survivors that are gonna go first because, sorry, I think B4U Survivors are gonna go first just so Sprinter can adjust his play because this map was for him, right? So
exactly.
I think they might make him the playmaker, and then they'll just try maybe just tying it out or trying to go for more. Because I would have to say for them to get a tie again, that's not really a victory, but going up against the meta, that can give you a confidence boost. So maybe B4U will bring out the Survivors first. That's my
Survivors first. Okay, okay. I can see where you're going with this. Deal with Mushin first and let Sprinzer, deal with the outcome. Yeah, pick up the pieces. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I thought that Sprinzer was so dominating, right? In the second half, and then this is the map that's picked for his Dream Witch.
True.
Who knows? Maybe they just want to throw him in and like steal the deal. Like just just take the 4K. Just take the 3K, 4K. Our Survivors are good enough with a draw. Just give us a good time for the draw because I don't think Mushin's gonna ease up anymore after this. So before you Survivors might get more, they have more to deal with after this. Can go either way.
Bumpkin is saying Mello, I love you. So a lot of love from Mello in the chat.
Hello.
Have you met his co-hunter in Nilu?
Co-hunter. Yeah. Nilu from Japan.
So
there's actually another Nilu. Yeah.
Oh, there's another one?
Nilu.
Nilu. That's what I said. Yeah, it's your co-hunter from Japan.
Yeah, just to give some context to the people in the chat.
Unstoppable 10:30. Okay, not too late. 1:30. Oh my god, Bell IDV.
Wow.
Wait, Bell IDV 1:30 p.m. My bad.
Okay. This is more important than school by Angela Young. Shout outs to you, Angela Young. I mean, yeah, you only get to live life once. This is more important.
I think Eli might agree with that sentence, Angela Young, but hopefully, priorities first. Again, there are VODs, but yeah, we appreciate you being here. So hopefully you can maybe multitask. Just have us on the background. Just if it's study period, just make sure you're not making too much noise or something while you're watching the movie.
Yeah, or if you want to request a song, we can sing some lullabies.
Wow.
No, just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I mean,
we can
maybe
hum.
Nell. My singing voice isn't as good, so I'm sure Nell could.
We can do impressions. We can do impressions. Would you like the fried rice? Yeah, I can cook fried rice for you while you study. Something like that.
The concerned parent. That's
the
awesome.
concerned parent,
You know what?
exactly.
Yesterday, Chocho did a really good Eli impression. Like,
How?
she made her voice
Wow.
kind of. Yeah, I was like, what? Yeah, she has a. I think she's commentated with Eli enough to know the mannerisms of Eli talking. So
Yeah.
it's like. I think she was saying something about picks and bans. So it is going to be the survivors that are going to go first, and Mushin will be the
Nice.
hunter. So yeah, I think maybe giving Sprinter like a break to be the playmaker, and maybe the survivors are the ones feeling the. Or actually, okay, so it's actually before you that pick the map, right? So Fusion picks the sides, so they decided to put in Mushin first.
Yeah, Mushin first. They're like, okay, we can't deal with this right now. We gotta rest up a little bit, put our phones in the fridge to cool off. So Mushin, go first. Please. And I think Mushin is probably burning to prove himself as well in the second.
By the way,
in case-
sorry, I just have to say this. Public service announcement, we don't condone. I don't condone people putting phones in the freezer, and neither does Nell. Apparently it works. I don't know. Does it really work?
I think so. It works for a few people. Some people.
I'm scared it might like malfunction or something. 'Cause,
I know.
might
I
get
don't know.
wet because of precipitation. But anyway, we're just saying that, folks.
Water
You finish your
resistance,
thought.
bro. Water resistance, yeah. But any phone that's good enough for water resistance and dust resistance should be good enough with the cooling system, right?
Freezer resistant.
Freezer resistance, maybe not. When you play and then your hands feel so cold. Oh, but wait! Let's put a stop to that thought because right now, two surprises just came in. Kurt trying to play with the hiding factor, and Norton.
Yeah, we got the
wow.
So what's interesting here is that they're trying to counter. Well, again, very good survivors, but this kind of it doesn't encourage Mushin to bring Clark. And I think they made sure because they know how scary his Clark could be, even if it's in a map like Arms Factory. You know that Kurt has those passer pages just so that he can counter the recording, and you have the Prospector for the stuns. And yeah, Schmitty is known as a really good stunner with this Prospector, so Mushin kind of has his hands full in Arms Factory. So Nell, this begs the question: what do you think are the possible hunters that he can go with in this map?
You can go for Geisha, but they're gonna bully that Geisha. I think, but I think Mushin is really faced with a tough decision, right? He's definitely geared up to going for the Clark, but this comp counters Clark so much. I don't know, man. I feel like he sort of has no choice, but to persist with the Clark. Or he can go for Nayat.
Oh,
I can go Nayat
yeah.
if he wants to.
Yeah,
he can
I
go
guess
Nayat.
his counter is just the map itself if it's Night Watch, because there's a lot of like structures to work with. But yeah, maybe. What's up?
Oh no, sorry. I was just seeing Esme saying, please do shout out to Mexicans. So I was just thinking if you know any words in Mexican. Any Mexican words.
The Latin community was actually really really vocal
Hola.
with Santi. So yeah, seems
Was
like
it
the
hola?
Night Watch. Wow, a lot of people were clamoring for it in the chat, and now we're finally gonna get it. So Mushin, yeah, I really feel like he wanted to go with the Clerk, but then they just counter it completely. So now kind of forced to go with the Night Watch over an Arms Factory, which again is not the best, but he's gonna try to make this work. Shout outs to Maria, we love you too. They're saying Mi gente Latino, so I think that's my Latin people. I Googled
Mi gente Latino. Hola. Gracias. Is that, am I saying it right?
Yeah, Nell is mi amor. You're my love.
Oh, I know what it means. Mi
Yeah, that's
amor.
Mhm.
Let Nello Mello cook his rice. Okay.
Well, that's with the well, that's the reference you were saying, the fried rice
Yeah.
while they study. So
Yeah. Let him cook. Let him cook. Yeah. I'm a perfectly a good house husband, so I shall cook my rice after this. But more
I'll do
of that
that.
later. Yeah.
And also, while we're in the chat, Karis, yes, I am from the Philippines. So thank you so much for tuning in, folks. We are tuning into the maps, the spawn selections now. Again, Arms Factory, very close quarters map. If you are the Night Watch, this is the first Night Watch actually of the tournament. This is crazy that it's in.
Yeah, second seat, third seat now, right?
True.
Nothing. Maybe he's been overworked in the previous tournament, right? He's been overworked. You know, Itakwa needs a little bit of break time. Yeah, he needs the break time. He's been standing on stilts.
He has been.
Yeah, you gotta give Nightwatch some break, right? But we love to see it, especially when we're the fans cheering on. But I'm not really sure about what V4U feel about going up against Mushin's Nightwatch. But you know what? All of that after this, because this is round 2, first half, when Mushin needs to make a comeback in order to pull Fusion back into the game. So, the commentaries are me, Melo, and my Filipino bestie,
Yes.
Posh Spice.
Let's go. All right. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Second game, first half. Sort of a do or die time for Mushin to get points for his team to keep this game going as he brings out the Night Watch. I honestly have to get myself accustomed to it because I'm used to seeing shadow leaps and all that. We're going to see wind stalks now on Mushin's side. Trying to look for someone that's here, but unfortunately my leg has already established distance in his tiny form. And there's so much grassy areas, so you see that Mushin is really trying to keep a 20/20 vision on the ground to see if there's any survivor here. But my leg is actually here now. Is he going to find him?
Oh my god, my leg has put on Nike, Adidas. I don't know, Mushin's having trouble finding him on stilts. And quite honestly, this is very, very time consuming, right? But when you find the Explorer, it's so worth it because there's nothing literally you could do to outrun a Night Watch.
Can I just say, before you they're really going for the hiding strat. I mean,
Exactly.
Schmitty hid, and now it's my leg that is hiding. And now Schmitty is going to take this kite, but Schmitty on the Prospector. This could be tough because Mushin still has not built any presence yet. Goes for the blink, just cancels attack recovery, but now forces the hop over here. So Schmitty forced down to put down the pallet. He can actually hop right through it. Oh, wow. Yeah, he guts right through it. Schmitty working with the Arms Factory to try and contain this Hunter.
Wow. But the thing is, he's really, really slow here. And he's already used up his blinks. Yeah, this is such a strong area to kite, and he has magnets to work with. He's just gonna push Mushin away. Fortunately, Mushin has brought confined space, so that's gonna be a huge thing. He has to break this pallet, but Schmitty is just gonna keep looping him. And mind you though, Posh, while all of this is happening, 3 ciphers are almost done, and the Explorer has 60%!
Dude, that was a scary vault, but Schmitty able to make it work. And yes, the Cypher progress are moving so fast. Flywheels and able to escape the charged up attempt there. Schmitty has one magnet to use. No pallet in the factory, but he's really able to make this work. Vaults on through once again, and this is a 3 Cypher kite.
Wow, Schmitty MVP this game, man. He's buying so much time. I think in such close quarters against Itakwa. Oh my god. Okay, the wind force is finally gonna kick in. Schmitty has no way of avoiding it this time. But hey, while all that's happening, 2.5 ciphers have been done, 4 ciphers being worked on. Not to mention, Sunri can easily come in for the rescue with those 3 pads. Can even go for a secondary rescue if he wants to because of the psychologist. So Mushin needs to carefully consider all this kind of scenario.
Yes.
And think about what he can do next.
And in a short amount of time too, if Roland pushes for this rescue. And note that Prospector already gained a magnet back, so they're in a good position. Roland has already used the elbow pad, nice, forcing the attack, and now has to be very careful not to get terror shock here. Mercenary eats that hit, and now Schmitty is rescued.
Yeah, he's rescued, but now he's gonna get. Oh wait, he missed the pull. Schmitty, is he gonna use the? Oh my god, cancelling. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Mushin should get one more hit in to get full presence. Is he gonna get that one more hit?
Oh, unfortunate there. He fell right before it, but then again, he just used the wind force to try and pull him away. I'm not quite sure, but now last Cypher is ready, but we have 100% page, so that's basically prime, and that's what he's gonna do. And we're at 91% of the last Cypher. So much pressure on the side of Mushin.
Oh my god, that satisfying feeling when
Yes.
the entire page finishes the cipher. And now they're late game, ladies and gentlemen. This might look like a
Oh!
sweep. Schmitty! Oh, he has no borrow
he
time.
doesn't. Okay, so yeah, just forcing whatever they can. So might actually have to go for a tie, but he's able to force out the blink, so there's no teleport. He's still gonna have to make his way towards that exit. My leg is already opening up the exit gate. Dungeon is already here. It looks like, Nell, it's gonna be a 3-person escape if Roland is able to get there in time.
Oh my goodness. B4U knows exactly what they're dealing with. And Mushin, this is so uncharacteristic because he's been getting 4 escape, 3 escape. Sorry, was it 4 escape? It was
Tie.
He was getting a tie, and now a 3 escape.
Yes.
This is looking very, very dangerous, and feels like before you survivors, they're no longer the gatekeepers. They're just
The
raking in points.
playmakers.
Yeah.
So it kind of worked out well. Like they were the ones to kind of be the playmakers, and now you're gonna go up against Sprinter, which again, I think, if I recall correctly, his Naiad did get a tie, and he can play this super conservatively, or he can go Dream Witch. So, like, more of the options go on Schmitty's side. So, I mean, if we do the math here, yeah, B4U could see the finish line. Fusion survivors need to pull off an upset here for them to be able to keep this going. They need to get, I believe, a 3-man escape just to tie this game and push for that game number 3. Anything below that, it's GG's, and B4U is gonna take the victory.
Against Sprinter, I want to say it's really hard. Sprinter losing, unheard of. And technically, Sprinter, he can just get a draw and that's it. So, oh man, this is so hard. They need a 3-man escape, right? Like, no mistake
do.
there. Yeah.
So
But
we'll go to the picks and bans and discuss the conditions in just a bit, because we got to highlight the match stats. Man, Schmitty did the work. He was cooking, as the chat said, in the arms factory. I forgot how many times he looped. I lost count with 2, and then he went to the palleted area and continued to just starve this Night Watch of presence. So just an excellent kite from Schmitty with this Prospector. His rebound kite wasn't as good, but he's already done the work enough, and they really played to the strengths. He didn't even bring borrowed time. He made sure that he was going to take that first kite. Also, something to highlight was my leg, because you didn't see him at all because he was hiding.
he was hiding the entire time. And just to address some of the ping issues, yes, Mushin did made it perfectly clear that he was playing on the 110 ms on day 1 and day 2. But here, to be fair, it wasn't anything like that. It was just the power of hiding. Like when you're hiding, you're not exactly, you can't find him, and that's just before you working the magic with the hiding. It bought so much time in the beginning, and then when Schmitty kited in the factory where Mushin wasn't breaking the pallets soon, he was just leaping through the pallets. That's why he just keeps looping. That was already buying a lot of time. So I would say chasing after a prospector in whatever situation in the factory, you can't expect a prospector to go down in 5 seconds, especially after you use up a blink to get the first hit, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So again, there are those issues that will come about, but then these they're not pro players, but they're competitive players, and they have to rise above that. And I believe, Schmitty's over in the chat, like just saying what's up to everyone, saying fighting. So
Fighting.
Before you definitely fighting till the very end and showing everyone their strength. And now it is actually Fusion Survivor's turn to actually kind of get the points and continue on their reign here in this tournament. So the Survivor is able to establish a good enough lead. And like you said, going up against one of the best hunters, if not the best hunter in NAEU, Sprinter, and expecting to get at least a 3-man kill is going to be so hard. But you know what? Nothing is impossible.
Nothing is impossible, especially when we painted him in the light. A lot of people painted him in the light and dubbed him the Dong Xuan of NAEU. That's saying a lot, man. Like, which if you watch IVL, are you gonna say, hey, you're gonna get a 4-man escape against Dong Xuan? Is that something you say normally? that's something really hard. So just to put some context into the story of the background of these teams. yes, Posh has painted the picture. 3-man escape. In order for them to move on to game number 3, this is only a BO3, it's not a BO5. So if B4U manages to get just 2k, that's it. B4U is gonna get the victory 2-0. And so Fusion, I don't know what the plan is in Arms Factory, because this is the choice of B4U, right?
Yeah.
Sprinzer goes Dream Witch, and then what are you gonna do?
True. And if they lean heavily towards a Dream Witch counter, he could just go with a different hunter, right? We do know Sprinter, you know what? He aside from the Dream Witch, he also has his Naiad. I think he also brought out Wax Artists from previous tournaments. So it's gonna be tough. They're gonna have to really kind of round up their survivor lineup, and that's just rounding up the survivors in the picks and bans. Then you have to execute going up against Sprinter. So for the Fusion fans out there, you got to give them all the energy because they super need it now. Because Sprinter, I'm sure, is not going to hold back any punches. He wants an early night in the office. After going up against CH4, you know what? A nail biter all BO3. If he's able to get the win here and now, he will go for it.
Yeah, how crazy is it, right? That they had such a clutch match against CH4, and now coming into the grand finals, they are actually countering the 4K Sangria, which has earned Fusion like 18-1 in that previous semifinals, right? So, but after all has been said and done, I think it just proves that the experience, the strategy involved, like that embalmer definitely has has worked up Mushin Sangria. How often do you see Mushin Sangria get shooked off like that, right?
Exactly. And we have to give kudos to Mushin, right? He established like 18-1 leads with his Sangria. He's done so well. So this is actually a good scouting of B4U for them to be able to counter and have that knowledge check and the right game plan to go up against Mushin. Because I mean, I think Eli and Chocho kind of touched on it. Mushin being a really good prospect as a hunter, for them to be able to do that to him in this fashion in a grand finals like this, that means they took him super seriously, and they really want to take him to that limit. So hopefully we'll see more of him in BO3, but yeah, the question still remains of how that will happen, and that will be answered by the survivor team of Fusion.
Exactly. Talking about survivors now, talking about the hunters as well, I can safely say Sprinter, Ling, Mushin, the trinity of hunters in NAEU right now. I think we can put it there, unless if there are any names you want to add or anyone in the chat wants to add, because I feel like these 3 hunters are the most dominant so far in competitive scene. So I feel like they can go a very long way.
I would include Pit Stoppers there, just because he made it to top 4, and he still has yet to really get a grasp of the Sangria meta, because I mean his Dream Witch was so good. He was able to scout out a lot of stuff. Again, maybe just the top 4, but I agree with you when it comes to the trinity of Sangrias, maybe probably them. Or just like the really feared hunters, right? Because again, Pit Stoppers, this is really the spotlight has been shown to him just now because he was a sub hunter. So yeah, but when it comes to previous IVTs, yes, Ling, Mushin, Sprinter, always in the conversation, always in the group chat of like the scariest hunters to face in IVT. And now we're gonna see a strong lineup here from Fusion.
Wow, pulling no punches, going straight for the 2 stunners, Forward and Professor. I mean, the Professor has to think of something, right, to pull Fusion out of this situation. The 3rd pick will be an Acrobat. The bans, it's just unfortunate that the Antiquarian has been banned. I would expect the Antiquarian to be picked up first. So I'm not really sure about the Forward. Yeah, I'm not really sure about the Forward. Antiquarian Professor, yes, maybe. But if Sprinter goes for a Dream Witch with a Patroller Bite, nothing much you can do, right, with the Professor. You can't harden your skills because you're stunned.
Patroller Bite, yeah.
A lot of stunners here, boss.
Interesting. So yeah, I was gonna say if he's not gonna, he has to ban out the Prospector, but I guess he just wants to I guess, like, stop the Cypher Rush from happening from banning out the Dancer. So for sure, they're going to pick up that Prospector. So lots of stuns. Cypher decoding isn't going to be as fast, but I mean, with that Dream Witch, you could really slow down the pace of the game, especially in Arms Factory, because it's so small and you could just run into each other.
Yeah, run into each other, stun him out. But I think whatever Sprinzer plays, with the exception of Dream Witch, he definitely needs to bring excitement. It's too much of a problem here, especially if he goes something else. But if he plays a Dream Witch, I think it's okay. The Patroller Bite's gonna hinder most of their movements, useless anyway. Like forward, yeah, you can dash with the balls, but that's just a short window of time before you get stunned, right? And you waste resources, precious resources along the way. Just looking at the chat at the moment as well while we're heading for it. He's saying, shout out to Mexicans, please. So I'm trying to shout out for you, Esme, but I do not know any words in Mexican. So shout outs to all the Mexicans out there.
Yes, shout outs to you guys. Shout outs to the Elda community, NAEU, whoever is tuning in. Any more shout outs before we shout out the Dream Witch?
Shout outs to all the Mexicans, to all, regardless of race, background, and race. We all love you, and hopefully you all enjoy this game as much as we do. And let's just tune in, be fun, and yeah, thank you so much. Shout to me, please. Okay, shout to Esme. Esme, okay. You're so persistent, and we love that about you. So
thank you. And I hope you guys could give love to the players as well, because without them, you know, we wouldn't have these amazing matches. And going back to the players, Sprinzer on this Dream Witch, I did see Noxa say, no, it's hard to guarantee a 4K with Dream Witch these days. Yes, and if you go up against Sprinzer's Dream Witch, it's actually very terrifying because he's just so good with this character. Even though she has fallen in terms of priority, but she's still a problem when you go up against a very mechanically gifted Dream Witch like Sprinzer. So once again, a T-spawn here on the side of Fusion, but Sprinzer in a small map like this definitely will build up that map pressure. Just the stuns really need to be on point for Team Fusion to take this to game number 3.
Yeah, we gotta believe, like for all the Fusion fans out there, you gotta put your faith onto the lineups that they're prepared against the Dream Witch. Quite honestly, they have to know they're up against the Dream Witch, right? So with all these multiple stuns and 0 healers, not sure how they're gonna play this out, but have faith, because anything can happen up until the last minute. Never say die. And I guess that's what we're gonna have to deal with, what Fusion has to deal with this lineup against Sprinzer. So Posh, I have to say this might be the last half we have, so
could be. So guys, again, make your voices be heard in chat. Make some noise for Team Fusion because they need it now more than ever. But if you're a B4U fan, Sprinzer can put the final nail in the coffin in this tournament and get the victory for his team. Once again, Nello Mello and Poch Spice at your service for this potential last match in round number 2, second half of Fusion versus B4U.
Alright, heading into the game straight away, you can see that the host is trying to look for the first potential victim. Everyone's spreading out, but Sprinzer decides to go to where he loves it the most, the factory. And Bossy is gonna be Leech any moment here. Oh my god, I just love this skin, Posh.
Actually, trying to block out the... Wait, which skin? The Dream Witch skin or the Acrobat?
Persona 5, yeah.
There you go, P5.
Oh,
yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. One of the greatest skins, Bossy. Let's see how well he's going to kite here. He was the one to get leeched out, and the main body is already positioning himself outside the factory.
Wow, beautiful stuff going on. And he's just going to use the leech. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is he just wants to get that down as soon as possible. Boss is already out. Oh, detention! Detention! Insolence! So this is a blink?
Yeah, it's a blink. So now they have to worry about that. I'm pretty sure that's a very aggressive build. I mean, it's very unconventional because Patroller Dream Witch has been on the rise. So but this is Sprinzer we're talking about. Now let's see if he's going to be able to get that hit. The bomb did happen, and he's still holding on to that blink. Bossy though, oh my god! The magnet was able to latch on.
Yeah, the magnet. I thought there was gonna be a latch magnet for sure, but Leafy somehow did not put it in the correct position. But it's fine. because actually it's not fine. He's actually being placed onto the cipher where Leafy was working on. So this is gonna be pretty hard. It's only a 1 cipher kite, 2 ciphers in progress total. But now Professor needs to make this rescue. Okay, taking a knee, just trying to bait it, but doesn't really matter. Usually this kind of skirmish will have max berserker, but Bossy still try to. Oh my god, the slow ball!
Slow vault for him to be able to blink hit for the terror shock. So now it seems like it's going south for Team Fusion here, since it's already 2 minutes in the game. We're still stuck at 4 ciphers, and now this is the second time Acrobat will be on the rocket chair, while the Professor is injured. They don't have any tide turners for this next rescue if they choose to do it. Oh, trying to go for the magnet play here.
Love it.
Whoa!
God. You can say that Dream Wish is not a guaranteed 4K hunter, but you can never say this about Sprinzer's Dream Wish, because this is what he's doing so far. 3 people are injured, 4 is the only one that's uninjured, and look at the cipher progress. This is barely enough, and look! Oh, nice.
Forward.
Okay, beautiful stun.
Able to get the stun here just to buy a little more time. So once again, Acrobat is about to expire. Green does have some scales to work with, trying to bait out just the flywheel, but it was actually used in time for him to move away, and now gets a stun in the process. So let's see. Bossy needs to kite this one out to stay alive.
Yeah, he needs to kite this one to stay alive, but he's being sandwiched here. Oh my god, he's gone. Bossy will be the first one sent back to the manor. Everyone's injured. Oh, beautiful hardening by the Professor. So Momo keeping the hope of Fusion alive, but it doesn't really matter. Eh? They're trying to heal in plain sight, but oh my god, Bossy will be the first one being sent out. Still trying to heal. I'm not really sure what the game plan is, but you gotta be further away.
And now trying to go for a short stun here, allowing Leafy to transition away from the pallet.
Oh,
Just
nice,
gets the stun. So still buying enough time. Note, ladies and gentlemen, they need all 3 survivors to escape the arms factory for them to stay alive in this tournament, and we're still stuck at 4 ciphers now. The pressure of Spencer is insane.
Yeah, it's just insane. Well, you cannot doubt Spencer's Dream Wish. This is the Dream Wish that gave the Chinese team in Kowa such a huge problem. So much that they have to respect ban his Dream Wish. Okay, so this is happening now. Fusion, they cannot allow another survivor to go out. And with 4 ciphers remaining, I fail to see how they can make this happen, because they gotta keep everyone alive. So Momo!
Wow.
Clutch.
Spends the flywheel. That was actually really good, but you know what? This oh,
Nice.
nice scales!
Wow.
So again, Momo making this kite work, buying enough time for there to be 3 ciphers remaining, so the dungeon is revealed. So just like that, folks, it seems like the midway point of the game seems to be swinging into the 50-50 side, but as Nell said, you still got to account for the late game and the end game once the exit gates are open, and they need all these survivors out. One is kiting, one is pushing the ciphers. Momo dropping down the pallet, but the blink hit, the patience on Sprinter.
Yeah, patient by Sprinter. Quite honestly, if Momo was the first person to kite, I think that would have been a different story.
Right.
But it's just you can't expect anything when you're up against the Dream Wish by Sprinter.
Right.
Leafy is the only one still alive, but it's hard because now Prospector is forced to save Professor now. He's the only one safe.
And he's being pressured over at the shack area, so we're gonna see the chair onto the Professor. Forward, too risky to go for it. What's good is that the main body has to leech one of these survivors, so that buys a little bit of time. Seems like he's just gonna position the main one of the followers over there at the shack area while one camps this one out. Seems like Leafy, like you said, will be the one to work for this rescue since he has the resources to work with. It's the rescue, and now just throws a magnet right to the face. And I thought he was gonna use the scales. Uses it a little too early though.
Another patient move by Sprinter, guys. This is the Sprinter that we know. The scary Dream Witch that we know. Like, oh my goodness.
However, the 3 ciphers, I mean, they're looking pretty healthy, but I mean, 2 injured survivors though, you gotta admire I mean, they can't split their bodies in half. They're not like the Dream Witch where one can rescue, one can go for the save. Momo trying to go for the scales, but now flywheels through. Oh my god!
Yeah, that was such a beautiful play by Momo. It's just very unfortunate that Leafy, yeah, he's gonna. He still has one. He still has a little bit of chance, but you know, with the Dream Wish, right? The camping and whatnot going on, the pressure is immense. Even if you manage to get the Cypher to pop, it's almost impossible.
No.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
that could be
That-
GG's because the forward, unfortunately, was the one playing main decoder. He popped 3 of these ciphers. The last one is at 83%, but unlike the Dream Witch, he can't split himself in two. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it might be a little too premature, but we can congratulate B4U for them having such a dominant performance in both the Survivor side and the Hunter side. So now
Yeah.
it's only a matter of time. One already flew out, and that is the win condition for Sprinter.
Yeah. He was being chaired at where the last cipher was, and you know that that's not a good thing, especially when you're up against the Dream Witch, right? So can't really see this going anywhere else. But yeah, I would like to join you to congratulate, and hopefully you guys can send some love to Fusion as well, because you know they played their hearts out.
They still are playing their hearts out. They're gonna try their best to at least tie. I will get one escape or try to get at least more. Or play this to the very end because yeah, never say die attitude. That's the last cipher over there at the shack. So yeah, we see that the professor is trying to salvage the situation. Momo over at the over at this area of the map. Again the fog. I can't tell. Oh, it's outside the shack area. No matter what. So now it's yeah, it's only a matter of time because the resources have already dwindled. One hit without even detention and they will be falling down.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate. The ciphers are very close to being done, but again, the win condition has been made by B4U. You can see the Spinzer is just waiting and waiting, and now his blink is up. Another patient blink. Oh
yeah.
my god.
Right once the pallet dropped. Professor has already used up the self-heal. Forward has healed up on his own, probably getting a syringe. So it's up to Green to try and survive for as long as he can. But once Green, I mean, it's already a checkmate at this point. But Green will just have that never say die attitude. Let's see if he's able to. The only way that this is gonna pan out is for the dungeon to open up. But Professor just got knocked down. He's gonna bleed out in the process. Yeah, Sprinter gonna make sure he's gonna end this on a high note for B4U and living up to his 4K reputation.
Yeah, living on a high note. I don't know where I heard that song from, but anyway.
Sounds familiar. Yeah.
Sounds familiar, yeah. Probably Kendrick Lamar. I don't know. But yeah, Green has to be really careful not to proc the owl, the crows, because the crows is gonna reveal him. Not that it really matters, because Sprinter has already found where Green is. He still has half a football left. I guess the game plan is really to just let Momo bleed out and then escape to the dungeon. But do you really want to do that? Because
He
it's so
can try.
long.
Yeah, it would be. I think yeah. Just speaking of high notes, I think that's the moral victory or the high note that Green can try to go for, or he's gonna try to heal up Momo. In the process, fully healed up. He's gonna drop down the pallet to make sure. Oh, it's not even primed yet for healing. So now Green, he's gonna try to survive as long as he can. Baits out the scales and Sprinter checks him with that. And now we can officially call GG, and the champions for your IVT Fall 2023 tournament is gonna be B4U.
Yeah. What a beautiful ending, coming up all the way after gruesome preliminary matches, coming up all the way to top 8, coming to top 4 semifinals, and all the way to the top 2 grand finalists. Congratulations, B4U has survived all those clutch matches, and finally going up against the Giants, which defeated them in the past once in the tournament. So finally, B4U, congratulations.
Yeah. I would have to say the score is 1-1. I hope this propels Fusion to, you know what, get that fire underneath them once again and try to tighten things up, because there were moments of brilliance there. It's just I really think
Exactly.
B4U is just I think they were just a step ahead in countering Mushin in those matches, and because Sprinter already is like the best, one of the best, if not the best, right? So
Yeah.
the thing they really capitalized on, the thing I want to highlight is like the Survivor team that did so well in countering Mushin.
Yeah, countering Mushin, they definitely have their work cut out for them, because they've I would assume that they researched Fusion more than anything else, because they would anticipate Fusion be the one on the other end that makes it to the grand finals. Maybe that's why they were especially prepared for whatever Fusion was going to throw at them. But yeah, I think ultimately B4U, I wouldn't say Fusion has less tournament experience, but B4U does have the slight advantage of facing opponents on the international stage, right? So like when you go up, it's like when you eat Haagen Dazs, you don't really want to go back to that McDonald's ice cream. But I do. But I do.
Budget-wise, maybe I have to go to the McDonald's, but I get what you mean, because you once you face international and you face like the, I mean, you can say that also with Fusion, because they did qualify for IVS. But the more, I mean, B4U has been so present in the COAs, in these big tournaments. So yeah, when it comes to experience, B4U is still like a level ahead. So hopefully, you know what, Fusion, they did make it the top 4. Them, CH4, Omni. So I'm sure that they're just going to learn from this, and they're going to try their best in the next IVT. But I think the next tournament is going to be the COA qualifiers. So hopefully this kind of lights a fire underneath them for them to be able to try harder. Because it seems like B4U has always been very dominant in tournaments left and right. So they're holding the target, and Fusion now will have to chase down B4U for that run back of this match.
Yeah. Hopefully by then we'll be able to see more characters being allowed to play in tournaments. I don't know, by next year we could probably see the cheerleader, aeroplanist. Yeah. Maybe that would change a little bit of the meta going on so far. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The match results 7-2 in game number 1, 8-1 in game number 2. I would say this solidifies B4U standing as the champions of NAEU community for now. Right.
For now, this year, because the previous IVT they won, and back-to-back winners of IVT for 2023. So it's undeniable how good they are, and we have to recognize that, folks. So please give your flowers and congratulations to B4U, but also give your love and support to the other teams that did show up. Yeah, B4U, as I always say, you know, rising tide raises all sails and raises all boats, and the competition is rising. CH4 almost had B4U in the semifinals. Fusion actually had a win over B4U in the previous tournament, but for now, we got to give our kudos and the MVP, the most valuable player, to B4U Sprinter for his consistent 4-man kill, 5-point games. It's so scary if you're going up against Sprinter.
Yeah, this is his trusty go-to hunter before Sangria, before Itakwa, before anything else. And you always go back to your roots, right? So Sprinter, going back to his roots, BO2 carrying out the Dream Wish, ultimately very well deserving of the MVP. A lot of ups and downs throughout this tournament, but you know what, before we call it a day and see all of them in the next event, what are your favorite moments of this tournament? One of your favorite moments?
The tram hits. Shout out to the tram. I saw when we were giving shout outs, there was so much. Yeah, shout outs to the tram. NAEU always amazes me with like these amazing moments. I mean, B4U, the hiding, this is actually the first tournament we're commentating when it's the opera singer meta. So I mean, just seeing the amazing plays from the hunters and the survivors, because this is technically uncharted territory, because in Southeast Asia, I mean, our next tournament is going to be IVA, but we still have yet to try or see how this opera singer is. So mainly it's that, and also the tram hits. Well, how about you, Nell? Any shout out, any spectacular moments to call back to?
I definitely have to give shoutouts to the tram as well for the double kills. But of course, not forgetting the amazing Gardener play by Green. Was it Green?
Yes.
Yeah, by Green. That kited so long against the Sangria. But yeah, I just have to say those are one of my favorite moments. And guys, if you are interested to see another tournament, please do check out IVA, because we allow the airplanist, Sangria, and the cheerleader in that tournament. So new metas, who knows?
Yeah, that's definitely going to be like a glimpse of how the future meta would be. But speaking of glimpses, this is the glimpse of today's results. B4U having a nail biter up against CH4, 14-13.
Wow.
They just eked it out by 1 point, folks. And we have Fusion with a dominant win over Omni, moving on to the grand finals. But it was B4U that was able to scout out Fusion for a 2-0 game. A dominant game, I would have to say, in the grand finals. So hopefully we'll see more of Fusion as the tournament season of Identity 5 moves on to Koa. I see a lot of people say Koa is calling. So hopefully this lights a fire underneath all the teams for them to be able to level up and be the best version of themselves when they compete in Identity 5.
Love it, love it. Be the best version of yourselves. You know, just moving forward, not looking left and right, not thinking about how to compete. You know, there's this saying where it says like you gotta overcome yourself before you can overcome someone else. So you have to know yourself. The better you know yourself, the better you know how you can fit in the team. And I think that's exactly what B4U's formula of success, as quoted by the captain itself, Schmidty. Like, we stay together. We stay together because we're family. Oh, sorry, that's Vin Diesel.
Family. Hey, it's Schmidty too. He says that. But for anything else, Nello, any final thoughts before we close out the show?
Just shout out to everyone who's been tuning in since day one. So thank you so much to everyone, and hope to see you in the next event, guys. Stay safe.
Yeah, see you guys soon. We will be giving shout outs to Karis, shout out to Idio Shroud, shout outs to Aaron, shout outs to everyone that is joining us here. And we will be, see you at IVA. Hopefully we'll see you guys there. But for now, we're going to sign off. That's Nello Mello. I'm Poch Spice. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for sending your love to us and also the players out there. Shout out to the prod in the back. We'll see you guys in the next tournament. But for now, keep playing Identity 5, folks. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.